Chicago. This is your morning routine.
Put some respect on my name.
Kap and J Hood.
That's right, we bad.
Watch the show on Twitch. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago. Stream the show on the ESPN Chicago app and on FM 100.3 HD2 and on ESPN 1000 Chicago. Now, David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood.
Good morning, everyone.
Bring them out. Woo! Bring them out. 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 Bring them out.
Oh, God. Welcome in to the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000, and we are streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood with you. We have got Shay, we've got Jay Moore, we've got you for a 3-hour ride here on this Waddle Wednesday with open phone lines for you at 312-332-3776 is our phone number. Watch our show and all the shows on YouTube, youtube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago on YouTube and on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. Cap, Albert Breer is the man. He really is, isn't he?
He is. He was on with me and Courtney yesterday. By the way, so good to have you back. That's not a shot at anyone that filled in. It's just good to have my guy back. Albert was on with us, and he was so good, and he dropped nuggets about Caleb Williams, and it was super cool to see how things are progressing.
One of the mysteries or question marks coming into the season is about Caleb Williams. I know that we've been hearing everything else about what's happening with the offensive line, the new-look offensive line, and the defense. Will the defense be able to make enough, splash plays under Coach Allen? But I think that what we look at now with the offense is, what does Caleb Williams look like here under yet another offensive coordinator, yet another head coach? Big question mark about that. And so Albert Breer was talking about Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams and those two watching film together.
By the way, I have something going up on the site today. Like he and Ben are off to a really good start. I think the idea that you could kind of explain this once and for all and then just kind of move on with the Ben Johnson era, I think would make some sense. It's sort of some of the things that they've been working on, some of the things on, and to me, the most interesting part about it, Cap, was there's some big picture leadership stuff, like how you carry yourself as a franchise quarterback, that I think will resonate with some people. They watched a lot of Detroit tape, obviously, to get him ready to play in Ben's offense. They watched a lot of Matthew Stafford tape to work on to help him work mechanically. So there's a lot of little details that they've been kind of honing in on, ahead of actually being able to go out there and practice football, which obviously starts with OTAs.
Nobody cannot come to me or call me or text me and says that Cap doesn't take notes. Always takes notes. You can hear it in the soundbite. Listen closely.
By the way, I have something going up on the site today. He and Ben are off to a really good start. I think the idea that you could kind of explain this once and for all and then just kind of move on with the Ben Johnson era, I think would make some sense. It's sort of some of the
you can hear him write a few notes down based on what Albert Breer had to say.
As soon as he
right on top of the newspaper,
Albert started talking about, I'm like, oh, that's a great nugget. Mm-hmm. Matthew Stafford is the guy. And I was talking to somebody yesterday from the Bears. He said, Matthew Stafford's one of the best technicians at running an offense, and he's seen everything. He's gone through injury. He's gone through being a franchise guy in a city where they're calling him Stat Padford up in Detroit, and all of a sudden he goes to L.A., wins the Super Bowl, and everyone's like, this dude's probably going to the Hall of Fame. He's that guy. And they want Caleb, as Albert said, they're talking to him about facial expressions and body language and how you carry yourself. And apparently Ben told Caleb, I get it. You got sacked 68 times. I get it. But guess what? Get up off the field faster, and you're the leader. You can't be ticked off again. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, I absolutely know what you mean. And outside of the top goal scorer for the Blackhawks or the big-time guard for either one of our basketball teams, Sky or Bulls, or the big home run thumper, the number one thing that matters in Chicago sports is QB1.
No question.
It's the number one thing.
No question about it. And the backup's always the most popular person because our quarterbacks haven't been good enough.
Yes. It's the number one thing. It's the biggest spotlight in Chicago sports.
And now
all the time.
The excuses are gone. Oh, you need a better left guard than Tevin Jenkins? We'll get you a first-team All-Pro, Joe Thuney. You need a better center than Coleman Shelton? No disrespect. We'll go get you Drew Dahlman for big money. Oh, you need a better right guard than Nate Davis who doesn't want to play? We'll go get you Jonah Jackson. You got a third-year right tackle that was picked 10th overall. You better be good. And he is. Just figure out left tackle, and we'll see where we go here. But they're excited.
The one thing that we can really be excited for together, Cap, is that the Chicago Bears went all in, pushed all their chips to the middle of the table, number one. And number two, the commitment to winning. Something I've said on the radio for definitely over 20 years about the commitment to winning. It is so important that an ownership or a general manager is all in when it comes to the team. Mm-hmm. Why own a team? Why run a team if you're not trying to do the best and try to put the best on the field? Every team can't do that. But in a world-class city like ours in Chicago, that should be commonplace. There should never be a surprise like, oh, look what the Bears do with the offensive line. Well, no blank. That's exactly what you're supposed to do.
Correct.
Oh, the defense. Oh, they're trying to get better with defensively. Well, that's what you're supposed to do because that has been your calling card, your distinguishing characteristic for a long time, and that is strong defense, run the football, score enough points to win. That we've been a Big Ten team around here for a long time, the traditional Big Ten team.
We have.
For a long time. So what I'm saying is that the reason why there's such a big shadow on Caleb Williams is because, hey, man, we've never seen a Chicago Bears team have this type of commitment. You and I have been behind the microphone for many years talking about, oh, look at this key linebacker, this key defensive lineman, this key offensive lineman, this one wide receiver. It's usually one or two things that the Bears will do to shore up the team. No, they had sweeping changes because they really believe in Caleb Williams. And now the spotlight is on not just Caleb Williams, but also Ben Johnson. We've been here before, Bears fans. The offensive genius comes through the hallways of Hallis Hall and is supposed to change the fortunes of the Bears. The hope is that this time it works. Never mind about the attitude of Ben Johnson. Never mind about the bedside manner. I want to see victories. All that's talk and all that's conjecture until we actually see it on the field. And hopefully Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams can be able to work together in concert to get this thing right. Because everything else seems right to me. Everything else, all the things that they've done seem right to me. So let's just hope that this works out this time.
Yeah, and I don't think there's a big move coming. I don't. I guess it depends on what your definition of a big move. I don't see them trading for Trey Hendrickson. I do not.
It's too bad.
I'm not so sure about that. It would completely hamstring you cap-wise if you're going to pay over $30 million a year to that guy as he turns north of 30. Not sure I would do. I've said that to you for a while. Not sure I would do that. I would. Well, you'd have to really convince me. He's a good player. I'm not. I think I said to you before you left on vacation, I'm not denigrating his talent. I'd love to have his talent here. But the salary really hamstrings you going forward.
Yep. It's not our money.
No, but I want my favorite football team to be able to do other things that they might need. And I was talking with somebody last night from the Bears who said he would prefer to have more interior push. Mm-hmm. He said, in his opinion, it's a guy who plays. He said, in my opinion, it's a little overrated to overpay for DNs. He said, because they can be chipped. He said, but when you have guys in the center of your line, and he said, we got Grady Jarrett and Jervon Dexter and Andrew Billings. He goes, when you have a Dexter Lawrence, like who plays for the Giants, mm-hmm. He said, you have some of those guys that are immovable in there. They're far more valuable than a D end. Far more.
Can I just tell you, I don't want Scotch tape on my defensive line. I need Gorilla Glue. Do you understand? Like, yeah. I don't want, well, maybe this works, and maybe this would be good. All I'm telling you is that as a fan on the other side of that I want the best. Mm-hmm. It's about time that we get the best. Yeah. The season ticket holder says that they want the best. So if that means the best, then you go get him. And again, not saying that the Bears would. I'm just saying that for me as a fan, I want what's best for the team. I don't want guys just be here for a year or two and just gathering checks. I want them to be able to pay dividends, not just getting checks, but paying dividends to help the team.
Right, but this player said to me, he goes, this is just a philosophical thing. He said, I'm all in on adding to the D-line, but rather than on the other edge, he wants it in the middle. He said, I believe you get your sacks by pushing the pocket from the middle.
Okay. Let's see what that looks like this upcoming season.
We'll see. We'll absolutely see.
Because I'm going to just tell you again, and that does not change. My opinion has not changed from the last couple of weeks talking about the Bears defense. I think that the Bears did a lot more for the offense because they have an offensive coach. That's not a surprise. A guy that has offensive chops wants more offensive players. When Eberflus was here, he had to have his linebackers. And you know what? Ryan Poles acquiesced and said, okay, you want Edmonds and Edwards? Here you go. You got to have your defense fine. This is how it goes when you have expertise on one side of the football. Look at how many new offensive linemen. Look how many new weapons offensively. I just want to make sure the Bears are taking care of the other side of the football too. As all the weapons that they have, they're not winning every game 30-28. They're just not.
No, but they did spend $90 million just on their D-line this offseason.
Yeah. And
Dio comes in for $48 million. Grady Jarrett comes in for $42 or $43 million.
Yeah.
So they did add to their defensive line.
And then now we have more question marks on the defensive line than answers. Like, we don't know what Austin Booker is. I know as an athlete, when you see him, man, because we see him in person, oh, man, the wingspan, the height, it's all there. Does he have the motor? Same thing with a guy like Javon Dexter. This will be make or break for Javon Dexter. Does he fit or does he not fit? Because this defense just can't be all Montez Sweat. It has to be a number of guys that are not just players, Cap, difference makers.
Agreed.
Really getting after the quarterback.
Agreed.
We were bereft of that last year.
So we'll see. Can they collapse the pocket? Can they make plays? Can they stop the run? That is first and foremost. If you can't stop the run, you cannot win. Period. It's the number one thing a defense has to do.
Are you a threat to get the football? Can you punch it out? Can you get turnovers? Because you didn't get enough of that last year either.
Right.
Can you do that?
That comes with stopping the run. That's what you have to be able to do first.
You see, there's more question marks in that conversation about the defense and the offense. We started off talking about Caleb Williams and the what if with Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson. But then on that side of the football, Cap, wait until we see Luther Burden. Oh, my God. Wait until we see what that looks like with DJ Moore and Roma Dunze. So you got three guys. And then you've got this offensive line with three new guys when you have Braxton Jones and Darnell Wright, and you got Colston Love at tight end. Oh, my God. Fireworks in the sky offensively. Defense, more questions. That's just fair. Look at what they did. They put a blank load into the offense.
They did.
Because of Ben Johnson. But the defense still matters to me. Making stops, punching the ball out still matters to me. That balance is going to get the Bears to the playoffs. I mean, yeah, there's so many issues internally. You and I both know about the accountability piece, how bad it was. Okay, we got to turn the page on that. What does that look like for this year with a new head coach? You get the new coach bump, the new coach smell, or will you level off at 8 or 9 wins? We will see.
It certainly sounds like building a culture up there is totally different from what it was under Eberflus. That's what I'm hearing.
More on Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams coming up next. Kap and J Hood, weekday morning, 7 to 10.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club, presented by Yingling Flight, is sold out.
Not so fast, my friend. You still have a chance. Hey, guys, it's Peggy Kaczynski inviting you out to Halftime Bar and Grill in Johnsburg. Join me Thursday night, 6 to 8. We can enjoy a Yingling or two, and you can qualify to win a spot on Team Peggy and Dion, sponsored by Advantage Dealer Group. At the end, we'll pick one person to win a twosome on our team. See you at Halftime in Johnsburg this Thursday night, and please enjoy responsibly.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, Chicago's medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Weekend appointments available. Call now. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients. Fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices Chicago.
This Memorial Day, turn up the heat with the Home Depot. Find the perfect grill and patio set to keep the cookouts coming all season long. Grill up a feast with the Next Grill 4-burner gas grill, only $229. And complete your space with the stylish Glen Ridge Falls 7-piece dining set, now on special buy for just $499 with free delivery. Take your Memorial Day cookout to the next level all summer long with the Home Depot. See homedepot.com/delivery for more details.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago.
Yeah, everyone's different. I've been around a number of coordinators, a number of quarterback coaches, and so I'd say my style is kind of a combination of everything that I've been around and I've come to learn and love and appreciate. And so there's a process that I believe in, that we believe in as an offensive staff, that we're adhering to this springtime, and we're going to stay true to that. How we're going to develop that position in particular, and those guys are doing a great job working hard right now at it.
Ben Johnson, the head coach for the Chicago Bears, looking forward to seeing that combination of Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams work together all season. Right here on the home of the Bears and the White Sox, ESPN 1000, Kap and J Hood. Here's hoping that you're going to have a great Wednesday. It's a Waddle Wednesday. We'll hear from Tommy coming up at 8:35 right here on ESPN 1000. 312-332-3776 is our phone number. Jump in and be part of our conversation regarding the Bears. Ben Johnson, Caleb Williams, we're 99 days away from the season starting, Cap. Just right around the corner, just 99 days. Oh, God.
How about that? 99 days from that Thursday night opener between, who is it, Dallas and Philly? How about that?
99 days. We'll make it, Cap. We'll just get through the summer. We'll find our way through.
While you were gone, we had a breakthrough with Shea.
Really?
Yeah. I said...
Which one? There were a couple.
Well, the one breakthrough that I learned yesterday when I said 100 days from the start of the NFL, Shea wants to get right there. He said, No, I want to enjoy the summer. I got a good baseball team to cheer for. One in his adopted hometown here, the Cubs.
Yeah.
And one in where he grew up in Detroit, the Tigers.
The Tigers, the best team in baseball.
Right.
Tied at the top right now with Philly.
That's
but
all
yes,
right.
it's true.
It's the best team I've seen.
Factual information from Jonathan Hood this morning.
I've seen a lot of Tigers like, oh, jeez.
No,
they're
dude,
good.
It is interesting for me. Like, the 100 days till NFL usually for me is like, okay, we just got to get through this. Because the past 3 years that I've been doing this and working with you guys, we haven't had a baseball team to carry us through the summer.
Yes.
This year's totally different. For the first time that I've been in this chair, I'm actually excited for a baseball summer.
Well, and I know there are some people that will misunderstand me or think I'm talking tongue-in-cheek. When I say to you, Cap, for years, you and I have watched baseball. Just keep it interesting to get to Bears training camp because more times than not, the teams aren't very good, but we all need storylines through the spring and summer to get into now you got a Cubs team that's going to be able to last based on what I've seen. So it's not just get me over to training camp. It's training camp's there, but look at the team on the north side. That's how I look at it. So I just think it's there. And by the way, Tracy, anytime that you want to start summer, anytime. Already had to do what did Shay call it before I left? That I did a what did you call it, Shay? Me leaving here to go to California.
You were snowbirding in May.
Yeah, snowbirding in May. That's exact. I had to leave. You know, at the day I was with you, I said, you know what? This weather's crap. I'm out of here.
We walked out together.
I left.
And you're like, I'm on a plane tonight. I'm gone.
And I come back and it's 55 and gray in just a second. Do I need to leave again?
It'll
Maybe I'll
be
leave
80 this
again.
weekend. Just stay with us.
It's supposed to be 80 like Friday.
Yeah, it'll be good this
And
weekend.
you see next week's forecast? 90.
Okay, now we're back.
Here we go.
Okay, now we're back. Tracy Butler doing her job. Maybe see some of that news.
It's good. The
Morning,
weather's
Tracy, how are
warming
you?
up just in time for Grip It and Sip It. We
Tracy?
needed that.
Okay, because otherwise I'm back on a plane.
Yeah, otherwise she's going to have to go to summer school.
I'm leaving again, Shay.
Hey, you know what? Tracy snowbirded too. She's out in Pittsburgh. She's gone all week. You guys, she messed up our weather and got the hell out.
Well, we'll go turn to Box 32's Mark Strell instead.
Wow.
Better. Anyway, so with Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams, Cap, that combination we're going to keep our eyes on all throughout the training camp is to start the season. Again, Ben Johnson was able to develop Jared Goff in that offense well for Detroit. But we have to understand with Caleb Williams, we're not going to give him a pass, but we're going to say that this is almost like him starting over at the quarterback position because, as Ben Johnson said initially, he's going to tear down Caleb Williams and build him back up. How long does that take for him to be close to the complete quarterback he wants to be? Does the light turn on immediately? Does it take a couple of years? Usually in that spot, it does take a couple of years for a quarterback to be able to get comfortable with everything.
Look, I think you could turn this thing around quickly. Quickly. The offense I'm talking about. Ben is legit. He is an offensive guru. And it sounds like Caleb has bought in, that he's working really.
Oh, but you just clear it out.
Sorry
Christ's
about that.
sake.
Sounds.
Oh, God. Just gurgling.
It sounds
Drunk.
like Caleb has bought in 1,000%. First guy in the building. He's there every day, even when it's just rookie stuff. And they said he and Ben have been just locked in the film room going through stuff. And Albert told me he has been constructively critical of a lot of stuff. Like, that can't happen. Do more of that. And they said Caleb has been all in on accepting all the criticism, which is good.
He better, because he's the man.
He is.
I think he knows that. I think it just should be said out loud that out of everything that we see in Chicago sports, everything that we cover, that he's got the biggest spotlight. And I would say, as I said before he was drafted, Cap, that he can handle it because he was at USC. I know college and pros are different, but in Los Angeles, he was the man. No matter the Rams and their championship and, with Stafford as a quarterback, Cap, he had a lot of the spotlight. at USC.
But while you were still snowbirding yesterday, Courtney and I, he gives me a look. He wasn't here yesterday. He was enjoying the fruits of his labor. We asked this question. Who's the biggest star in Chicago sports today? You have your own definition of what a star is, but who is the biggest star today in Chicago sports?
PCA.
Okay.
I told you.
That's what Shay said. I did not co-sign that.
Man, you've been watching the guy lately. He'll be out there tipping the cap at the All-Star game.
He will be.
PCA.
Yeah.
Da-da-da-da.
Yeah, and then they'll say,
Suzuki.
starting at center field from the Chicago Cubs.
Yes.
It'll be Pete Crow Armstrong.
Yeah, it'll be eight Cubs across there.
And the next guy, starting in right field from the Chicago Cubs, Kyle Tucker.
Da-da-da-da.
And I believe Kyle Tucker's the biggest star in terms of as a player. But if you want the star persona, yeah, it's PCA or Caleb. Isn't that how we co-signed it yesterday?
We just did a poll question on this a couple of weeks ago, and PCA lapped Kyle Tucker because Kyle had struggled last couple of weeks.
Right.
He had struggled, but PCA, just not the local headlines that I was reading, the national headlines. People are enamored with this guy.
Yeah.
That the more the headline, the more money he's going to make. Oh my God. Well, that guy's going to be making a bank.
Yeah.
And let's just be honest about Caleb Williams in the star conversation. The only reason he's there is because he plays the most important position in sports for the most important sport.
And he was also the #1 overall pick and the Heisman Trophy winner.
Yes, but that doesn't translate to star in Chicago. What he did in USC, if you're not Chris Black, you probably don't really care. And even Chris Black didn't appreciate it. I've had off-air conversations where Black's like, he was a front runner at USC. He's only a star because he's the Bears quarterback.
Damn.
That's fair.
He had a fine rookie year, but now it's like, prove that you are worthy of being a star player in this town.
That's it.
So Cap, no. So when I say that Caleb Williams is the guy that everyone looks at, the biggest spotlight QB1, that is the case. However, when it comes to like production, because that matters too, it's PCA. Followed by Vargas from the White Sox. 312-332 ESPN. I mean, he's hitting the ball well. You see Vargas hitting the ball well. I think we got a guy. We got a guy with the White Sox.
Good player.
I raised my arms and go, I think we got a guy. Then they'll trade him.
And the funny thing is, Chris gets ripped for that trade. Now people are like, oh, that guy's actually pretty good.
Got a guy, Cap.
He is.
Here we come.
He's good.
2030. 312-332
wow,
ESPN.
You moved it up 2 years.
Well, you gotta crawl before you walk, you know.
That's it.
So we're talking to you about the Chicago Bears. Frank is on the south side, and he's with us here on Kap and J Hood. Frank, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
What's up, brother?
I'm glad the dynamic duo back together.
There you go.
But I want to talk about Brisker. So,
good morning.
What do Brisker got to do to get a new contract? Like, say, even if he have an amazing year this year, would the Bears still be too scared because they have injury history from the past, like in Mike Brown, that they think Brisker won't be able to stay on the field for the future? So I want to see what do he got to do to get a new contract, or is the Bears just too scared to trust him?
I think that he's got to stay. Appreciate the call. He's got to stay healthy this year and then play at an elite level. So we're going to find out.
That's fair.
You know, when they were mired in what Lee Elia called a little bit of difficulty last year, a 10-game losing streak, he decided, I'm not coming back. And why should he? He's fighting a concussion, and you're going to come back for what? So you can just keep taking blows to the head for a team that was up the track, done? Yeah, no. But if they are what we all hope they are, I would think he would be a guy who's someone they'd like to have part of their future.
Absolutely. And when Brisker comes back, it's going to flow. Oh, it's going to flow.
Right.
Oh, it'll flow.
I know the record's 5-14, and unfortunately, that's the criteria of that dumb MF and 15% that come out the day baseball.
That's right, Lee. That's right. When Brisker, it will flow. Oh, it'll flow.
Believe me, it will flow.
Yeah, we'll see. That because otherwise, Cap, you got to figure out like what's your future at safety, strong safety.
Right.
Kevin
Kevin
Owens.
Byard's in his final year. I know he said over the weekend he would like to stay here. And last time I talked to him, he said, look, I don't want to be that guy that signs for a year with this team and then a year and just keeps hanging on. No. He said, I got a wife and 3 young ones, 1, 4, and 5. He said they moved to Chicago. They're here for the whole season. And then we go back to where we live in Tennessee. He said, I'm not going to move them around the country every year. I'm not going to do it.
Also, Poles is very high on Major Burns. I don't know if it's because of the name or whether he can play or not, but he likes Major Burns a lot.
He was great in MASH, and now he's done a really good job at getting his body from that role to a football role.
Not that Major Burns. Not from MASH. And Major Burns has no relationship with Hot Lips.
Didn't Major Burns win one of our, or he was in the top running for one of our major, what is it called? He
was in the college football all-names team. Yeah, we'll do that again in August. I always look forward to it. It's one of my favorite things of the year.
Major Burns.
Major Burns, fade to black.
Major Burns was a mainstay. Major Burns and mobility, mainstays in the all-name team.
That's unbelievable. And by the way, when you are a safety cap, you better be able to live up to your name. Major Burns, man, he better be good.
He better be.
Yeah,
Poles likes him.
I'll tell you, wide receivers were getting Major Burns on him at LSU often.
Well, perfect bear.
And so was the women.
3-1.
Well, Jay Moore, come on.
Come on now.
We're not alleging any of that.
Come on. And besides, there's an ointment for that. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. Cap's buddy continues to be that fly in the light. He continues to just want all the attention, but won't put the pads on. We'll talk about him next. Kap and J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on ESPN Chicago. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
White Sox and Mets.
Series finale today at 11:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie for Window Nation. Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Buy 4 windows and get 4 free, and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, no monthly payments until 2027. It's a lot of savings and a super smart investment when prices are going up. Their windows also come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future. Hurry, the sale ends soon. Don't wait to get your estimate. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
We're all shaped by those who came before us, including Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
So at 15, my mom became an investor. She created the marketing for the largest, I'll just say, telecom company in the world, and they disposed of her. But they kept her marketing, though. Gave her the buyout in 1991, and then I watched her when I was 15 start buying real estate. She opened a print shop and decided that, hey, I wanted to create an increase. But within 6 months of her doing real estate, she had made $200,000 buying property, fixing property, renovate. After she fixed it, she refinanced it and pulled cash out and her initial investment. And I looked up and she owned the whole community.
Put some real life experience to work for you. Visit BrandonMrFinance.com.
She made me go in there and do work, so I had to learn how to do drywall and floors and masking mud and tape and paint, but it gave me several skill sets today. So I recognize, how things should be done when it comes to real estate.
BrandonMrFinance.com. Make an appointment today.
Kap and J Hood here with Howard Ankin.
Hey, what's wrong, Cap?
I slipped on the court and I pulled a hammy.
You did a slip and fall?
I know who to call.
He's playing hurt. Seriously, anyone who experiences a slip and fall injury should call me at 312-6-million. Auto, truck, rideshare, medical mistakes, I'm here to help.
Yeah, but this one was Cap's fault.
I need some new shoes.
I might be able to find a cold pack for you.
Injury Law Made Personal is Howard Ankin, our attorney on the Kap and J Hood Show. Weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Advantage Toyota of River Oaks has all the new Toyota vehicles you've been looking for. If you're not driving home in your new Toyota in less than 60 minutes, they'll make your first car payment. Every new Toyota comes with the Advantage Plus program. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details or visit AdvantageToyotaRiverOaks.com.
Picking a place to build a life is a lot like selecting a draft pick. Make a decision that will set you up for long-term success. Pick Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, you'll find dynamic career opportunities, beautiful seasons, affordable living, and legendary weekends. Learn more about making Wisconsin your home. Visit pickwisconsin.com. Jay Moore.
This is Kap and J Hood. They've beaten the traffic commute, so you don't have to. Say something. Oh. On ESPN Chicago.
You're listening to the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. We're with you till 10 o'clock. Then it'll be Carmen Jurko in for Clinton and Friends at 10, followed by exciting White Sox baseball as they take on the New York Mets, okay? 11:30 pregame with Jeff Miller right here on the home of the White Sox, ESPN 1000. Waddle and Sylvie after the White Sox. Bleck and his Substack at 6:30, leading you into Timberwolves and Thunder basketball right here on your home for sports, ESPN 1000. 312-332-3776 is our telephone number. We're going to get up to 57 degrees today with cloudy skies.
That's all it's going to be today?
Yes.
Okay, that blows.
Well, who you telling? I'm looking up some flights. I'm going to leave again.
That just sucks. I know the end of the week's supposed to be better.
Yeah.
That just sucks. 57 on the 28th of May.
Nothing against you. I boycotted Tracy last week. You saw me right here. You saw me dial up the airline.
Yeah,
right next to you. Done.
I was pretty harsh on her. I'm like, what are you doing? That's so much. She texted me, I'm so sorry that the weekend's not going to be warm enough.
Poor Tracy.
Tracy.
Taking a beating.
It's not on you. You're just the bearer of the news. The reporter.
May I talk to you a little bit about your friend Aaron Rodgers?
Bring it on.
Cap, it makes no sense to me that once again Aaron Rodgers got all the spotlight here in the offseason. What will Aaron Rodgers do? Will he retire? Will he go to another team? Blah, blah, blah. All I know is that across the NFL, I see it on SportsCenter, I see it online, about all these camps opening up, these mini camps, right? All these teams have their mini camps open where you see players working out, getting ready for the season, coaches optimistic and all that. And so instead of Aaron Rodgers being able to be locked into a team or retire or whatever, he's still lingering out there about what team he's going to be with. If you're the Pittsburgh Steelers, this proud franchise over the years, if he's going to the Steelers, shame on Mike Tomlin. Great coach. He's been great for many years, but to allow this to happen, that if Aaron Rodgers is going to the Steelers and he hasn't been to camp, he hasn't met the team yet or all this stuff, if he's going to Pittsburgh and he's going to skip this mini camp, then once again, Aaron Rodgers is going to a place that he thinks he's bigger than. He's not bigger than any team in the National Football League. He's not.
Okay, but what if he's there for mandatory minicamp next week?
How about now?
There's a lot of guys that aren't at
But he's
OTAs.
not going to be.
If he's there for mandatory minicamp next week, I'll give you $100. There's no shot.
He's just making an excuse for him. He's a jerk.
Even if he signs tomorrow, I don't think he'll be at mandatory minicamp.
Here's the thing, Cap. It's about time for you to be fair about this, okay? Stop trying to play the heel role and stop trying to be fair to Aaron Rodgers. He's not fair to his own team. Same guy with the Jets that said, we got to worry about football around here while he gallivants all over this country and around the world and Pat McAfee and everything else. When's it going to be about football for him? Why don't you be fair about that? Because if that was your team, you want his ass in the weight room. You want him right there, not just coming in when he wants to. That ain't right. You know that ain't right. As a coach, you know that's not right.
I would not have any issue as long as he was there for mini camp so we could put install in of our offense. But as someone I spoke to about this yesterday in the league said, do you really think if he's going to play that he doesn't already have their playbook? They said, I wouldn't be shocked if he'd already signed his contract, but he don't want to go to OTAs. A lot of veterans don't.
Hey, I didn't ask the person you talked to. I'm asking you. You know that's not right. You know it's not right. By the way, if I'm your teammate, right, and I'm going to be a part of that offense, shouldn't I be able to talk to the quarterback? Whether he starts or not, I'm sure if he's going to go to a team, he's looking to start. Wouldn't you want to be able to have a rapport with the quarterback or let him just walk in when he wants to in July?
As long as he's there, I would think for mandatory minicamp, I would think that'd be fine. I don't care about the OTA part of it.
You're being ridiculous.
If you tell me I'm telling you what I think. Now, if you tell me he's not there next week and we drag toward July and he still hasn't signed, yeah, that's insane. But would you agree?
What are you doing there?
That that the Pittsburgh Steelers are one of the better run organizations in the NFL?
Yes.
Do you really think that they would leave themselves completely wide open at quarterback if they didn't have a pretty good assurance that he was coming?
The pretty good assurance is that Mike Tomlin's going to go 7-10 this year.
Yeah,
with him as a quarterback.
They're not going to be
bet
good.
you on that right now.
I don't even think it makes sense for them. They're not going to be good. 1 year of Aaron Rodgers.
Save this tape. Save this tape.
Who do you think the Steelers are? They're not loaded with talent. They just traded George Pickens. They're not going to be good.
And they got DK Metcalf, who's a better player.
By what metric?
Who's his quarterback?
Absolutely celebrating that they got that jerk Pickens out of their room.
They traded a 1,000-yard wide receiver for an 1,100-yard wide receiver. Wow.
And they don't like George Pickens in the building.
That's fine, but I'm not going to let you turn a blind eye to the Aaron Rodgers topic.
Also noted happy guy DK Metcalf. I'm making a broader point. 1 year of Aaron Rodgers, if they were loaded, if you could carbon copy San Francisco and put them in Pittsburgh and put Rodgers on that roster, I could understand it. But they're not loaded. They're not that good.
Fox Sports' Terry Bradshaw called into a Pittsburgh sports radio station and commented on Aaron Rodgers, Bradshaw being a former Steeler.
What do you think about possibly Aaron Rodgers being the quarterback?
That's a joke. He shouldn't. That is just, to me, is a joke. What are you going to bring him in for 1 year? Are you kidding me? I mean,
that's not the Steelers' way, right?
No, man, that guy needs to stay in California and go, somewhere and chew on bark and whisper to the gods out there.
100%. These guys on the show, Mr. Bradshaw, know I'm not a fan of his. We've been around each other personally, and he was not a kind person.
Now, he does not. I had to go over and introduce myself to him. He's not. I had to go, hey, Aaron, I'm Terry Bradshaw. I know he knows me, but I just felt like I better tell him who I am.
Yeah.
And not, you walk in there and you get in his presence and you feel like it's going to start snowing.
Okay, Shay, let's make a couple of changes here. Number one, Bradshaw was at some bar, right? He's there on site. He didn't call in. He's at some bar.
Correct.
Secondly, this sounds like this is in Beckley, West Virginia. You sure that's Pittsburgh? That's the Pittsburgh Sports Radio?
That is.
Sounded like
I don't know if it was Sports Radio. It was 103.7 The Buzz.
That's a lot of buzzing going on.
What? That doesn't even sound like it doesn't even sound like Pittsburgh to me. Sounds like the area, but not Pittsburgh.
Did you were out of town? Play the Rodgers stuff. There's two good
Maybe
Rodgers.
They were at a live remote.
That's what it sounds like,
Sound
right?
like they were at a remote.
It sounds like Bradshaw was on site. We're live from the Buzz. Terry Bradshaw back after this. Like, that's what it sounded like to me. Come on up, line up, Terry Bradshaw. There we go. Autographs. PB, I'm a big fan. I love you. All right, next one. That's like the old Ditka show. That's what it sounded like to me.
Wow. Yeah, Little Rock, Arkansas.
Okay, now.
There we go.
Okay.
103.7 The Buzz. Every article I read was to Mike Tomlin, Terry Bradshaw, Pittsburgh Sports Radio. I'm like, oh, okay.
Okay.
103.7 The Buzz in Little Rock, Arkansas.
Okay, I know that
Time
station.
Media.
I know that
makes
station.
more sense.
Yeah. The sound did not sound. It sounded more West Virginia than Pittsburgh.
By the way, you guys who are
Got the
crapping
Rodgers.
all over Rodgers here, not me, Aaron. His numbers last year, when you guys are denigrating how bad he was, they would be the best numbers in the history of the Bears franchise. He threw for 3,900 yards, 28 TDs to 11 interceptions with the dead-ass Jets.
Yes, and in other news, water's wet. Rodgers always had better numbers at our quarterback. That's not anything
He put
new.
up good numbers on a bad Jet team.
Yeah.
Nobody has ever said that he didn't. He's 41 years old, 2 years removed from an Achilles injury, and suddenly because he goes to a non-loaded Steelers team, they're going to be a Super Bowl contender? I don't think it makes sense. You're banking 1 year where you could just be bad, bottom out, and finally get a quarterback on Aaron Rodgers with a roster that isn't that good. I don't get it.
I just think it's hilarious that my partner will always have a flag out for Aaron Rodgers. If this is anybody else, oh my God, let this be Shedeur Sanders. Now what? Why isn't that kid in camp? He's got to learn. Take that. If this is Russell Wilson, what's wrong with him, Russ? He's got the celebrity wife. He thinks he walks on water. Not right. Cap, it makes no sense. Why is it you turn a blind eye to Aaron Rodgers? If this is anyone else, you'd be on their ass. But it's because it's Aaron, it's okay.
Hoodie, what if this had been Jay Cutler?
He's always average. That's who he is. Take that. It's not right, Cap. It's not right. You could be a fan of someone and also say that he's wrong, but you can't do it.
Okay,
You've never done it.
So let me ask you a question. What are you going to say if he's there next week for minicamp?
I find the conversation fascinating that you give me the what ifs, and I'm telling you what the truth is. I'm just being honest. Why can't you be honest?
I am being honest.
So, why can't you be honest? If it's anybody else, you'd be on their ass, ranting and raving about it. But Aaron, he could just saunter in and saunter on because he's cool, because he's Aaron Rodgers, and he might be married, and we can't tell.
If he shows up next week, man.
He's not going to.
Oh, fucking yellow.
Yeah, Cap's going to buy a jersey. If he shows up, if he shows up next week, actually, I'll buy you an Aaron Rodgers Steelers jersey.
Okay, you're still giving me a $100 bill.
Nope, that's it. Because the Aaron Rodgers Steelers jersey is going to cost more than $100. I will buy you an Aaron Rodgers Steelers jersey.
I don't
that's
need
the deal.
Aaron Rodgers Steelers jersey.
Yeah,
you already
do.
said I'll give you $100.
You're going to frame it on your wall right next to your Secretariat photo.
It's unbelievable.
Your man crush shrine. I'm buying you an Aaron Rodgers Steelers jersey if he signs.
Yeah.
That's it.
If Rodgers signs with the Steelers, it's not going to be black and yellow. I'm going to be smoking black and milds.
Within the next week, to be clear. If he's at mandatory minicamp, you're getting an Aaron Rodgers Steelers jersey. And you're hanging it on your wall next to Secretariat.
And by the way, he may be with the Steelers. I'm just saying that's not right for his teammates. That's all I'm saying, is that for him to just have his own set of rules is not right. Hell of a player, Hall of Famer, top 10 quarterback I've ever seen in my life.
What do you mean his own set of rules? He's not on the team. He hasn't signed.
But you're saying he might have the playbook.
That's what I'm hearing.
Okay, so having said that, why does it have to be in secrecy? Why?
Because he's got two family members battling cancer, and he's been helping to take care of them.
You can do both. You could do both.
I also love that suddenly...
he could be a quarterback in an a-hole. He's done that for years. So you actually do both.
The guy that has never cared about his family suddenly can't sign his contract because his family's sick.
Jordan Rodgers checking in.
You don't know what members of the family. He's been estranged from his brother.
He's famously never cared about his family. Now it's the reason he can't sign his contract. I also love the idea he's like a CIA agent. Some guy in the league is telling Cap, wouldn't be shocked if he already signed his contract. Let me tell you, I would be. If he signed his contract and it's just gone unreported by both Rappaport and Schefter, no shot. Come on.
I didn't say he had. I said someone told me that.
That's fine, Cap, but he could actually do both. You take care of your family and your career. You can actually do both. Stop making excuses for a jerk. Stop doing it. Great quarterback, bad teammate. That's who he is.
How could he do a fan Q&A in Austin, Texas? He's got family members dying of cancer.
Tune in.
Good point.
Whatever.
You can do both, right?
Whatever.
Damn. Is that not correct? You can do both things.
You can't.
Kap and J Hood weekday mornings.
Hope he's there next week.
Okay.
Ball it out.
That's fine. But you know what? He might be still a bad teammate. No matter what you hear from the inside, what a great guy. Inside. Again, it's about optics, Kap. It's about perception.
Rodgers catching strays this morning.
Well, I mean, that's what happens.
Not for me, Aaron.
Absolutely not, because I love you. Hug me. Grab your ass on Kap and J Hood.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
1, 2, 3, Cancun.
Picture yourself. Cold Yingling in hand, warm breeze blowing through the bar, wild sports takes being hurled from the stage. It's Carmen and Jurko Summer Friday. Join the boys this Friday as they broadcast live from Hillgrove Tap in Western Springs, presented by Yingling. You didn't really need an excuse to start your weekend early, did you? But that's what Yingling and Carmen and Jurko provide with Summer Fridays. See you Friday from noon to 3, live from Hillgrove Tap in Western Springs. And please, enjoy responsibly.
Tired of losing in the stock market? Isn't there a better way to secure your retirement? Good news, there is. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, founder of Mitch Lyons Wealth and featured expert in the retirement deception. This documentary pulls back the covers on strategies Wall Street doesn't want you to know about. It's a $29 value, but it's free when you call us today at 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. Or go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Time now for ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute. Brought to you by your Chicagoland BMW centers. From Crane Chicago Business, here's Danny Ecker.
The owner of a Wrigley Field rooftop business not owned by the Ricketts family says it has every right to sell tickets to fans to be on top of its building during games and other events at the ballpark, and alleges the Cubs owe them for letting drunk fans mess up their property. It's part of a legal back and forth between the team and the owner of the Wrigley View rooftop across Waveland beyond the left field foul pole. It's the only rooftop business that did not renew a revenue-sharing deal with the Cubs 2 years ago. The team then sued last year to block it from operating, alleging it was illegally profiting from the Cubs' product. The team has put up signage to block the rooftop's visibility, but wants a judge to rule that nobody can capitalize on their view into the stadium for free, an issue that was never resolved in court when the team settled legal disputes with rooftop owners more than 20 years ago. For the Crane Sports Business, Ecker.
Never settle, unless it's into the electrifying BMW i4. Blend the lines of cutting-edge and classic with groundbreaking technology at your fingertips. Experience M-engineered precision while you twist around every turn. After all, electric doesn't have to be static. If you thought EVs couldn't live up to your expectations, then you've never experienced the ultimate electric driving machine. The 100% electric 2025 BMW i4. Visit your Chicagoland BMW centers for exceptional lease and finance offers.
Brought to you by the Capital One Saver Card. With Saver, you earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining, entertainment, and at grocery stores. That's unlimited cash back on ordering takeout from home or unlimited cash back on tickets to concerts and games. So grab a bite, grab a seat, and earn unlimited 3% cash back with the Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
$2.5 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $2.5 million for a client who was injured in an auto accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
It's time to turn things up a notch this summer. Don't binge watch shows. Binge S'mores by the Campfire. Press pause on the podcast and press play on the warm weather vibes. Take your shot with 5-Hour Energy and make this summer your best summer ever. Visit 5hourenergy.com for full details and rules and enter today. No purchase necessary. Ends June 30th, 2025. Jay Moore.
and J Hood are back.
Show me the money.
On ESPN Chicago.
We've got Shot or No Shot coming your way at 8 o'clock right here on your home for the White Sox and Bears, ESPN 1000. To Waddle Wednesday, we'll talk to Tommy coming up at 8:35. 312-332-ESPN is our telephone number. Rick is in Downers Grove on Kap and J Hood. Rick, good morning.
Hey, what's going on?
What's up, Sparky?
Just want to let you guys know that you guys are my morning every time. I'm heading to the city right now on Wacker and Randolph, and I want a sandwich bet.
All right, tell us about
it.
What
do we got? We appreciate
right,
you.
So I agree on all your points on the Steelers, but somehow they're going to be 9-8. So I will get you your sandwich of choice. I'm down the street. I'll walk it to state if I'm wrong, but if I'm right and they go 9-8 or plus, I want the Holy Trinity for my team, and I'll get you sandwiches for your team if they go less.
Okay, so I'm with you. I think they're going to have a surprisingly good season.
It's Tomlin.
It's Tomlin, and B, I think Aaron's going to have a really good year.
Yeah.
And so I'm all in on your side.
Aaron's not on the team.
He will be.
Come on, Hood.
That was Shay.
Oh, got it.
I haven't spoken yet.
I'm all in with you.
Yeah.
Rick, for sure.
Brother.
I think they're going to be one of the surprise teams in the league, and Aaron's going to have a really good year.
Yeah.
So, from my standpoint, Rick, this is Jonathan Hood speaking. I would tell you that I believe in Mike Tomlin. I just don't think that Aaron Rodgers is the right quarterback for your team. I understand that you've been reeling since Ben Roethlisberger left, since he retired, but I just think Aaron Rodgers is toward the tail end and not really the answer. But I do believe in Tomlin. That is for sure.
Yeah, valid point. So I'm on Wacker and Randolph. Do you guys want a sandwich bet?
Rick, I'm in. I'm in on it.
Sandwich bet.
Yeah.
I don't think they'll be 9-8. I'm in.
Yeah, I'm eating sandwiches with you, Rick. I'm on your side.
All right. We'll take it down with Shay.
All right. We'll put you on hold and get your vitals. Thank
There you
very
go.
Much. He says he's down the street, Cap.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Wacker and Randolph. He's right down the road.
Also being disingenuous saying that you're going to have sandwiches with him because you're just not going to have sandwiches.
I'll eat the innards of the sandwich.
If you're part of
the bread.
If you're part of the expression.
Yeah.
Oh, pause, man.
Nothing wrong with the innards.
I'll eat the meat of the sandwich.
Pause, man.
He'll eat the meat of the sandwich. That's what he said.
Come on, Cap. You got to pause with that.
I like to eat the meat. Take that. By the way, I'll spoil it. I won't even wait until 9:55. Cap. Today is Cap's day because today is National Hamburger Day. And nobody makes a better hamburger than David Kaplan. That's no joke, actually. You would think that there's a line after that. There is no line. This is your day. National Hamburger Day.
I'm in.
Nobody makes a hamburger like Cap.
I will be eating what I eat probably 4 or 5 times a week. I buy 93% grass-fed, lean ground beef.
Mm-hmm.
I cook it up in the skillet with a little olive oil, some broccoli, a little onion, season it up. And I eat it in a bowl. Some shredded lettuce and some sliced tomato.
Yes. I'll have it with a bun, the way you gave it to me.
I did. I cooked 2 burgers for him, made him a meal at my house, and he's like, okay, if the radio thing doesn't work out, open your own burger place. These are amazing.
I love rubbing and touching my meat. Never be afraid to rub your meat.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's it.
All right, we will have Shot or No Shot. That's in 2 minutes on Kap and J Hood.
This is your morning routine. Yeah. Kap and J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago.
At QC Kinetics, we're all about keeping you in the game, helping you get lasting relief from joint pain. That's why we're excited to announce that QC Kinetics is now partnering with the National Pickleball League. So many of our satisfied patients are avid pickleball players, and they're thrilled with how we've helped them get back on the court. As lead sponsor of the National Pickleball League, we're committed to help pickleball fans of all ages with the latest, most advanced regenerative cell treatments. These treatments use your body's own healing power, revitalizing and restoring damaged joint tissue the natural way, with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Whether you're a pickleball fanatic or enjoy golf or running or tennis, stay in the game with help from QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics, proud to promote active, pain-free living as a lead sponsor of the National Pickleball League. Call now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
Hey, it's Courtney Cronin, and when it comes to gifting, nothing beats a beautiful piece of jewelry. And when it comes to jewelry, Chicagoans have trusted Rogers & Hollins for over 100 years. As your local family-owned jeweler, Rogers & Hollins offers meaningful pieces at a great value, plus expert guidance, trusted repairs, and hands-on service that make every experience unforgettable. Whether it's an engagement, anniversary, or something for yourself, check out rogersandhollins.com or stop by a store near you. That's Rogers & Hollins Jewelers, for now and forever.
Hey, it's Carmen, and I've got the golf course for you, a championship-style course, quiet atmosphere, unrivaled course conditions. I'm talking about Stonewall Orchard Golf Club. Stonewall Orchard's been one of my favorite courses in Chicagoland for years. Check them out up north in Central Lake County. Their pristine country club course conditions are a huge draw. They have been the host site for the Illinois PGA, several U.S. Open qualifiers, and currently the Korn Ferry Tour qualifier. Treat yourself to one of the finest must-play courses in the Midwest. Go to stonewallorchard.com and book a tee time today.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Checkmate 1-6, suppression on target.
That's why I see him in the shot.
Shot or no shot with Kap J Hood on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
That's why I see him in the shot.
Good morning and welcome in to the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood with you. It's a Waddle Wednesday. Here on Kap J Hood, we'll hear from Tommy coming up at 8:35. But first, it is Shot or No Shot with Shay Norling. Shay?
Good morning, boys, on a Wednesday. Good to be back together, the four of us. How are we feeling?
Good. Mike on.
Mike on,
We're
please.
good, man. We're really good. And having Hoodie back.
Feeling good. Hello.
Turn your mic on.
I can't hear myself.
It's really good to have
Hello.
Hoodrow back, and we've got the four of us back together because it was just Jay Moore and I holding down the fort. Shay was in Indy, sleeping on somebody's lawn, and you were in Cali.
It's true.
I was in California, and I do bring gifts. I want you to name as many Dodgers as you can off the top of your head.
Off the top of my all-time or current?
No, it's current.
Current. Shohei Ohtani.
Yep.
Max Muncy.
Max Muncy, yes.
Yep.
Shay?
Clayton Kershaw.
Tanner Scott.
Mm-hmm.
Yoshinobu Yamamoto.
Kirby Yates.
Deep cut, but yes.
Roki Sasaki.
Yes. Yes.
Tyler Glasnow.
Yes.
Blake Snell.
Yeah.
A lot
of good ones, right?
Tony Gonsolin.
Yeah, the reliever, right?
He's been starting, but he can do both roles.
Well, you know that you're a good baseball team when you get yourself your own bobblehead day if you're Will Smith, the catcher.
There you go.
He's
Will
good,
Smith.
man.
He's a good player, man.
But I mean, just like we're going through like what we think are the stars or difference makers for the Dodgers. We walk in the Dodger Stadium, Peacock and I, and we didn't know it was Will Smith bobblehead day.
Wow.
So Will Smith, of all people.
He's good.
And my wife's like, Will Smith? And the person giving out the bobblehead said, the white one. That's what was said.
There he is, the Dodger catcher, the white Will Smith.
Yes.
Would you buy a bobblehead of Will Smith slapping Chris Rock? Both their heads bobbling.
Yes, I would.
Oh, that's hot.
Yes, I would.
You got to keep it right here.
Yeah, so
I put it on the dash of my car.
Actually, Will Smith's head doesn't bobble, but Chris Rock's head does.
Keep my wife's name out of your effing mouth.
Oh, I think that Will Smith just slapped the blank out of me.
This might be a good marketing opportunity for the show. We should produce those bobbleheads.
That'd be hilarious.
So just so you know, like these things, you don't know what. You just go on. We saw Dodgers, Diamondbacks. Corbin Burns is so damn good. But you get him out of the game, you get into that bullpen. Of course, Dodgers win. Of course they did.
Yeah.
Of course they did. I told Peacock, I go, watch this. He goes, boy, it looks like the Dodgers aren't hitting the baseball. I said, wait till they get in the bullpen. Because Burns is so good. Imagine him in a Cub uniform.
Oh, God. I was talking to somebody. I said, I wish the Cubs would have gone and signed him. And they said he took less to go to Arizona. That's where his family is, his home is. He said, I'm not signing anywhere else. Because Baltimore made him a hell of an offer.
Man.
And he went, no, I appreciate it. I'm going to Arizona only.
Hoodie, how was your commute to Chavez Ravine?
It was easy. You know,
really?
You know what's interesting about my time in between L.A. and
And do
San
you
Diego?
notice there's only one way in and out there with your car?
It was, well, yes, I did notice that with my car. But, you know, as many times I've been to California, I've never had traffic issues. Can you believe that? Up I-5, up and back and forth. I have not had issues traffic-wise.
Really?
I have not. And this is like...
That's crazy.
And here's why. Because we're leaving in the 8th inning for the Dodger game. I go, I don't want to deal with this traffic. So we left in the 8th, put on KLAC, Rick Monday, giving you the commentary.
There you go.
There you go. So I'm listening to that. And then, but a lot of times, Jay Moore, we're leaving like in midday. Like midday. So, and then coming back, there wasn't a lot of traffic. So I've not been stuck in traffic for
You guys
10 years.
You must never take the 405 then, because it's always backed up on the 405. I mean, any time of day, it's like it can be midnight and it's still backed up on that expressway.
Hoodie is hitting on something here because if you get to a Dodgers game on time, that place is empty. You will beat traffic.
That is true.
If you arrive for the first inning, you will beat the traffic.
Yeah.
Because Dodger fan arrives in the 3rd or 4th inning.
Yeah, we were early. we got in the ballpark at 6:15 for a 7:00 game. I go, is anyone coming? It's like, is anyone going to be here besides us? And then slowly but surely kept trickling in. So no, we had a ball. We had a ball there. It was
Do you have
really
a
fun
Dodger
to see.
dog?
I did.
Those are famous.
Something about that Dodger dog. Something
good?
about that formula. There's
It's
something
not good?
No, it's very good. Oh, it's very good.
Yep.
Just mustard, by the way. Just
There you
mustard.
go.
It was fantastic.
There you go.
More stories later on because Carmen is very interested in my time at Dodger Stadium, and so I'll tell him about that. But because we're going to talk to them coming up at 10 o'clock. All right, we will have Shot or No Shot with Shay.
All right, we have yet another update on the stadium front for the Bears with the focus shifted to Arlington Heights. Chicago Tribune writing the process will still be lengthy because the Bears need to reach agreements following extensive reviews by, quote, local school districts, a park district, and even potentially the Northwest Mosquito Abatement District. Shot or no shot, the Bears will have a new stadium by 2030.
Shot. They will, absolutely.
Like open the doors? By
I
30?
think 2030 is the season they open it.
Mm-hmm. I think that's a shot, Shay. I mean, it's amazing how technology is and how you're able to build things. You want something done, especially if there's money behind it, it'll get done.
It'll get done.
It'll get done. And I'm sure there'll even be more after 2030, Cap, that they'll add on. Maybe the White Sox will move out there. Well, their lease is up soon.
29.
So what's going on there?
I'm sure they'll do an extension with the Illinois Sports Facilities Authority, ISFA.
Do you think the stadium would have been done sooner if they wasn't flirting with the Friends of the Park?
Possibly. I think it's what we've been saying a lot here, Jay Moore, is that I just think that Kevin Warren just was not familiar with the politics around here and thought it would be easy like it was in the Twin Cities. He just was not familiar with Friends of the Park or dealing with that, and that's why. And also the mayor needed a win. I think Brandon Johnson needed a win. It's like, hey, man, could you just draw something up? Let's just show what it could look like. Okay, yeah, no problem. And so because of all of that, I think it delayed what the inevitable was going to be, and that's Arlington Heights.
When did they get their deal done with the Arlington Heights School District? Wasn't that like a year and a half ago? And they continued to flirt with the lakefront for another 18 months?
I don't think it was that long ago. I do not.
Like late last year?
Yeah, I think it was in 24.
I feel like we were talking about that on the air, you and I, late last year.
Yeah.
I think. But he didn't know, Cap. It's not Kevin Warren's fault. He just thought, we could just get this thing built. No, there's a lot of red tape around here in this state, not just Chicago.
Correct.
So it'll get done, and it's going to be fun, too. Question is, will Ben Johnson still be the head coach?
Thank you, because I'm setting you up for TikTok. Shot or no shot, Ben Johnson will make it to Arlington Heights.
Shot. Absolute shot.
Come on, Hoodie. I'm teeing you up.
A, he's really good. B, he got $65 million guaranteed dollars. He's not going anywhere.
Well, I think that if nothing else, Shea Norling in our lives have taught you that money does not matter. If you want someone out, you get them out, college or pro.
Not in this town. Not with the McCaskies.
Okay.
I thought they were all brand new up there. They're spending money. Got multi-million-dollar coordinators now.
They're correct.
Money ain't no object anymore.
They are not going to have that type of appetite, and I think he's going to be awesome.
No, Shea, Ben Johnson will be here to see the new stadium.
That's a beautiful thing.
As a head coach of the Bears.
We need your stamp on it.
Yeah, no, he's going to be here. I think, Cap. I think he's going to be here.
Completely agree.
I think so.
Completely agree.
Now, it's going to be, because money's no thing, right? It's not a thing. Absolutely not. And the other thing, too, is that it's going to be weird, in year 2 of the new stadium to have a new coach in place. That's going to be strange. Go ahead, Shay.
All right, the Joe Tooney extension that broke last week. There's a wrinkle in the Joe Tooney extension that's probably going to be pretty important as the offseason moves forward. It did free up an additional $8 million in cap space for this offseason. The rumors persist about Trey Hendrickson. Bears potentially making a trade to add on their defensive line for an expensive player. And with the $8 million freed up by the Joe Tooney extension, shot or no shot, Trey Hendrickson or otherwise, the Bears are planning a big trade before the season starts.
No shot.
That's a no shot.
No shot.
I think they're pretty – it's not going to be Hendrickson, so I think they're pretty set.
Because you can roll that savings over, and so it's not done for this year.
I think they're set, Cap, on what they want to do.
Agreed. There may be a small move here or there. Somebody gets released. They're not trading and paying that dude $30+ million a year. Not happening.
I would say Poles is probably not satisfied, but I think he's set.
Correct.
On what he's been able to do. And by the way, a text from Poles about Tooney before Tooney was taken care of? Did he send a text?
Nope.
Okay, so now Poles and I are beefing. I told that man, I said, hey, brother, give us a text. Let us know when Tooney's going to get signed. And no missive, huh? No message?
Unless it went to a different number he had for me. I didn't get it, and you were in L.A., and you didn't get it.
All right, well, now we're beefing. Now we got a problem with Ryan Poles.
Come on, Ryan. You're better than that.
I told that man, let us know when Tooney's going to get signed. He said, I'll send you a text. Where's the text? Never saw a text. So we got a problem now, Shay. When we see him this summer, that's the lead.
On site?
On site.
Yeah. When he extended Tooney, we did that. Well, you promised you were going to send us a text so we could break it.
That's question one. Off the top. Now, he might walk out of the interview, but I'm just telling them, it's like, you got to be forthright. You got to be, with us, right? You
Correct.
told Kap J Hood that you would text, and he did not text.
That is correct.
He sent it somewhere else, apparently. Maybe Potash.
Not here. He retired.
Still.
Hey, Potsy, you want this scoop? I don't have anywhere to put it, Ryan.
Come on, man. All right, Shay, can you squeeze in one more, sir?
Yeah, we have a new head coach in town. Blackhawks introduced Jeff Blashill yesterday as the new coach of the Chicago Blackhawks. Spent 7 years, I believe, as head coach in Detroit. Made the playoffs his first season with the Red Wings. Did not make the playoffs in any season after that. When Steve Yzerman took over, his contract was not renewed and he was let go. Spent some time with the Tampa Bay Lightning, and now the head coach of the Chicago Blackhawks. Yesterday, they introduced him. Press conference was full of the usual cliches about culture resets, process over everything, Connor Bedard will be a star, et cetera, et cetera. The interesting thing was he was asked point blank, what is the timeline? Blackhawks have been bad for a long time. People want a winning hockey team. What's the timeline to win? He refused to put a timeline on it. Said he's had teams he thought would be terrible that won championships, and it could be immediate or it could be multiple years. Shot or no shot, The pressure is on Jeff Blashill to win now.
That's a shot. He'll be fired in 3 years or less.
Yeah,
he's a B2C coach that's not going anywhere. Yeah, you can speak to it. That was kind of transition time for the Red Wings, was it not?
They were doing a complete tear-down rebuild when he was the coach there. How did you phrase the question, shot or no shot?
The pressure is on Jeff Blashill to win now.
No shot. That team's terrible, and they're not going to have any appetite after getting rejected time and again, whether it was the guy from Denver that they wanted, University of Denver, David Carl, I think is his name, or the guy that got fired, Mike Sullivan in Pittsburgh, that ended up with the Rangers, the Hawks called. Nah, not interested. They have zero appetite to go through this again. No shot.
So to me, that's a B2C coach, and I feel like in year 3, he's going to be in a lot of trouble.
How long of a leash will he get? Because, Hoodie, you bring up a good point. Now, I always look at hockey as the one sport. They fire coaches like they change underwear.
Yeah.
You see, like 4 weeks into the season this year, there were 2 coaches dead. It just, they fire coaches like crazy in hockey.
Yeah, he won't last.
And the money isn't really, hockey money compared to the other major sports, it's like pennies on the dollar.
Well, how much did they pay this dude? Because they offered $5 million a year to the college coach that said no thanks.
That says a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah. College coach just got, I don't know, like $1.3 million. He turned down $5 million a year.
That's an outside the box hire, by the way, too. If they would have went with him, University of Denver. No, he's successful. I just think
he was being courted by other teams as well, and he said, "I'm going to wait a year. I'm good."
Oh, he's Ben Johnson.
Yeah, pretty much.
So Cap, he won't last. He's not going to, because, again, don't forget about Bedard. He's the star of the team. And so whatever he says goes, too, because even though he can't drive legally yet, he can make overtures to the organization.
He has a license.
To do what?
To drive.
Can't drive yet. What is he, 12, 13? Phenom, right?
But
I think he's 20.
Is he? Wow. They grow up fast, don't they?
They do grow up fast.
When I say win now, I'm also not saying Stanley Cup or bust in the first 2 seasons. Can we get some spring playoffs in this town, please, for the love of God?
You're just not going to get it from the West Side.
You're not getting it from the Hawks, and you're certainly not getting it from the Bulls with Arturas in charge.
I think that Steve Cashel could be a guy that can kind of teach and mold and shape.
Jeff.
But as far as a guy that can – Jeff who? I think that Cash, again, great for the golf scene, probably not great to be the head coach for the Blackhawks. That's just me. We turn
Two
now
different
to
people.
That's what I'm saying. I just think that Cash, great guy, head coach of the Blackhawks, though.
You've never met this coach.
No shot.
His name is Jeff Blashill, not Steve Cashel. Different people.
You're wrong about that.
Wow.
Coming up next.
Missed my part.
What did I say wrong, Cap?
You're just some kind of special.
What did I say wrong?
Is Steve still on the air?
No.
Sorry.
He is not.
Doesn't he host the golf scene?
Where? What channel?
Jay Moore, hit a button.
It's blacked out. What do you mean? Yeah, it's on, Cap. It's on NBC Sports Chicago.
That channel's gone.
Exactly. So is that show. Unless Marquis might have picked. I don't think so. Around the NFL is next on a Waddle Wednesday on Kap and J Hood.
Good morning. Good morning. Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago.
Right?
Saturdays on ESPN Chicago. Join me, Peggy Kaczynski.
And me, Dion Miller, for the cleverly named Peggy and Dion.
Of course, we are always talking about the saga of Chicago sports.
And occasionally, we may dive into other areas of interest. So join us Saturday morning at 11.
Peggy and Dion on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Advantage Acura of Naperville.
Our guy, Howard Enkin, is the best personal injury and rideshare injury attorney in Illinois, Hoodie.
That's exactly right. He brings us a sidebar.
He does. May I approach?
Yes, you may.
Countless commercials, hundreds of live reads, a partner at our fan favorite Grip It and Sip It Classic. The list goes on. And now my guy is our guy.
That's right, Cap. I'm proud to spread the word that Howard Enkin and Enkin Law files more injury cases than any firm in Illinois. They got more than 80 attorneys and staff to help anyone injured in Chicagoland understand their rights.
Ankin Law, 3126 million. Injury law made personal, 3126 million. That's Ankin Law.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois.
It's graduation season again, and nothing compliments a cap and gown quite like a fresh haircut from Great Clips. Use online check-in to get in for a confidence-boosting cut on your schedule and get ready to walk across the stage in style. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yingling hotline.
Yingling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yingling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
All power, zero compromise. Ego cordless outdoor power equipment features advanced lithium battery technology that exceeds the power and performance of gas without the noise, fuss, or fumes. From mowers and trimmers to blowers and pressure washers, one battery powers over 90 tools. No wonder it's the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Power beyond belief. Visit egopowerplus.com to learn more or to find an Ego retailer near you. That's egopowerplus.com.
Whether you're building a single roof or a successful roofing business, roofing contractors like you need the right tools for the job, and software is no exception. Service Titan is on a mission to be the most powerful software platform for the trades, with purpose-built technology proven to maximize revenue, streamline operations, and deliver 5-star customer experiences. We are taking roofing companies like yours to the next level and beyond. Service Titan, we are built for this. See what we can do for roofers at servicetitan.com.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
Welcome back to Kap and J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Nick Foles sucks. He sucks.
I'm just a fan. I'm not a football evaluator.
I love the Green Bay Packers.
The guy is drunk, but there he goes.
This is not Detroit, man. This is the Super Bowl.
I want winners.
He starts to come and then he pulls out.
This is a really thickly built guy.
I mean, what's the answer you're looking for on these things here?
Now time to go around the NFL here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app.
And it's brought to you by BrandonMrFinance.com. You need financial advice? BrandonMrFinance.com. Shane Orr.
All right, let's get started with Around the NFL. 99 days until football returns.
Yes.
This week, I will have a series of questions, thoughts that I have about the upcoming football season as we count down the days from 100. Yesterday, Benjamin Solak wrote up his 100 thoughts with 100 days until the season starts.
Yeah.
3 of those were his 3 most improved teams in football. Can you name the 3 most improved teams according to Benjamin Solak?
Well, one of them's got to be the Bear.
One of them is the Chicago Bears.
Yes.
Most improved teams. One of them's got to be the Patriots.
The Patriots are one of them as well. Added at wide receiver, upgraded in the running back room, and a significant upgraded head coach.
And there's one more, Cap. I read the piece last night, so
I didn't see it.
I'm keeping myself out of it. And the other one is out west.
Out west. Did they make a coaching change?
They did.
The Raiders.
The Las Vegas Raiders are.
They got the song and
third.
dance man.
Yes, they do.
As you like to call it.
That's what they do. A little run the football, a little quarterback, a little soft shoe. There he is.
They got Geno Smith.
Yeah, Solak wrote, Geno Smith is multiple tiers better than what they had at quarterback with Gardner Minshew and Aiden O'Connell. And Pete Carroll, multiple tiers better than what they had at head coach Antonio Pierce.
There you go.
So let's squint, Shay. Let's take a good look. Let's squint and look at the Raiders. Brock Bowers, Genty, Geno Smith, Song and Dance Man as the head coach. 8 wins? What's the number, by the way, with them? 7, 8?
I will have to check. I would want to make sure I'm accurate. So give me a second.
So 4 wins last year, Cap. How about another 4 for them? Is that fair? Do they have enough defensively to be able to hang into some games?
Max Crosby?
What do you think?
He's a beast.
I'm going to guess that the number's like 7.
I'm going to say they're over under 6.5.
6.5. Yeah.
And I would probably tell you to get 7.
I like them for 7 wins. I can squint and see the Raiders being better offensively.
Raiders win total is 6.5.
7.
Juice to the over.
Yeah. I'll take 7. How about that?
There you go. I would go slightly over.
With the weapons that they have, yeah, I could squint and see it. I don't see it clearly, but I could just kind of in the distance, like that looks like maybe 6.5 or 7.
And what is New England's total?
That is another good question. New England is one of those darling teams so far this offseason. People talking about 9-10 wins.
No shot.
Their win total's 8.5, juice to over.
Yeah, I'd go under the.
Oh, I wouldn't. I actually think New England's in a really good spot in that division. I told you I would dark horse them as a division champion if you think Buffalo could fall off at all. I don't, really.
Buffalo's not falling off, and New England's not winning that division.
Miami and the Jets are so bad. Mike McDaniel might get fired.
Yeah, I was going to say.
New England rebuilt their running back room with Travion Henderson. Drake May had a great end of the season. Once he got into the starting role, people are significantly higher on him than a lot of the other quarterbacks, especially in that division. They added Stephon Diggs. We'll see how that works out. But I kind of am high on New England. Defense has been in place.
You don't believe it, right?
No, I don't believe in them. No, I do not.
I would say that in year 2, they take a greater step. I think that this is Drake May and an evaluation of a lot of other top-tier offensive weapons that they need to add on to for Drake May. I believe in Drake May. I loved him in college. I told you that the Bears should have him. But I think that in a couple years, the Patriots will be heard from. 4-13 is hard to dig out of just to be a pop-up contender or pop-up playoff team. I think there still need an evaluation with the Patriots. All right, let's go to the next item, sir.
Will Ben Johnson win the Coach of the Year award in the NFL?
Oh, God.
That's a no shot.
This is a simple yes or no. And if it's no, I'd love to know who you think will win Coach of the Year.
Coach of the Year.
Mike Vrabel and Ben Johnson are the odds-on favorites right now.
Yeah, just because they both took over sucky teams.
If the Bears make a playoff run, maybe.
Run, yes. Not birth, but run.
Yeah, a nice run.
Like more than one win.
I think the voting happens before the playoffs start, though. And I kind of feel like playoff berth in this division is going to cost you 10 wins. Might be enough.
Sean McVay.
Yeah, I would either say Sean McVay or Sean McDermott is going to be the Coach of the Year.
Don't they both get punished by narrative a little bit? Like, this is not an award. Mike Tomlin doesn't win this award. You know what I mean? Bill Belichick won it, I think, once in his career. If you have the reputation of being good, you get punished in this award.
But if Buffalo is the 1 seed throughout in the AFC, I'm not saying they will be. I'm saying if they are, I think he wins the Coach of the Year.
Yeah, go ahead.
So Andy Reid can't win it?
No, he can't. No. If they win 15 games, Andy Reid did what was expected of the Kansas City Chiefs. You don't win Coach of the Year.
Let's put a ticket on.
Duval.
Let's do that. Let's put a ticket on Cohen. Come on.
Dallas going to take a step forward? Brian Schottenheimer wins it?
Well, they can't beat the Bear.
They cannot.
Because you have them winning, right? You have the Bear winning that game?
I do.
That's a tough one, man.
Picking against your Cowboys. Wow.
Not my Cowboys.
Oh, wait a minute now.
I'm wherever Aaron is. After the Bear.
Look at this guy. We're going to check your pockets to make sure that you don't have a ticket on the Dallas Cowboys again.
I do not. I did not have one last year either because I was forbidden by you guys.
What do they say on Twitch?
If the Steelers do good with Rodgers, then Tomlin wins it.
I don't know. I don't see a world where Tomlin
You know
wins
what?
it.
I'm going to co-sign that. They're going to win like 10 ball games, and Mike Tomlin.
No,
Coach
come on.
Of the year.
Steelers win 10 games, and they're going to get Mike. You got to win like 14 if you want to get Mike Tomlin involved.
Okay, he wins 11.
No.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Mike Tomlin will be there to get through the award, and he'll be pushed off the dais by Aaron Rodgers. That's the problem. Excuse me, this is my award. Excuse me, I'm selfish.
Aaron Rodgers accepting the Coach of the Year award.
He'll just push him off the dais.
Tune in.
Yeah, not a surprise.
Cap, I'm glad you brought up the Chiefs and the potential of Buffalo to be the 1 seed in the AFC. We saw some cracks in the armor of the Kansas City Chiefs. The offensive line.
Good job.
Thank you. I know. Thank you.
Guy from ESPN News got fired for that.
I know.
Hey,
Thank you.
Tommy, just so you know, Tommy, it's cracks in the armor.
The other way with this conversation.
Right. It's cracks in the armor.
Armor.
That's correct.
Thank you very much.
Intent is 100% of the law, John.
I had to be careful.
Don't think I didn't pick that up. Very good.
Thank you. I thought I deserved credit.
Well done, Shay.
Cracks in the armor
Yes.
for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Uh-huh.
Will the AFC West finally see a new division champion this season? Chiefs have a huge question on their offensive line. They replaced Joe Tooney, who was their left tackle at the end of last season, and the 3 guys who filled in a rotation role couldn't keep the job, replaced them with a long-term backup. A lot of questions up front, questions in the receiving game with Travis Kelce's age and the lack of a true wide receiver 1. Defensively, they're getting a little long in the tooth with Chris Jones. Trent McDuffie's fantastic, but will we finally see a new champion in the AFC West? And who would that be?
That's no.
Wow.
I don't think so, Tommy. Until we see them, and again, it was fleeting the wins that they had. But again, you don't take it away from them. They still went 15-2.
When it comes to excellence and winning, I'm always going to be late to the party. Late to the funeral. And the party still be going on. Like, look, I'm not going to get there at 8 o'clock and get hammered and be, escorted out at 10. I'm going to stay until 2 and the lights come on. So I'm going to be late to that party, Jonathan.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Look, Cap, until we actually, again, where there's some aggression with the team, yes. But give them credit for the victories. We weren't looking at the Kansas City Chiefs trying to figure out whether or not they can win the college football playoff.
I would say this, too, guys, when you talk about Joe Tooney. As a left guard, he's as good as anyone in the league. As a left tackle, you could find someone that probably will play the position as well or maybe better this year. It's just not his spot.
Just remember one thing, Tommy. You stay until the lights come on, then you see who you're really dancing with. Yeesh.
Like, really, Jonathan, you haven't been the last one there having a good night Jägermeister or Goldschlager before closing up the place?
That's when you know who you're dancing with after that. Yes, I have. I have experience with that.
Man.
Oh, my God. Hello, Olga. Jesus Christ.
Can I add an addendum to my question?
Yeah.
The Chiefs are not the favorites to win the AFC.
Is it
Buffalo.
Baltimore?
The Ravens and Bills are tied at the top of the odds to win the AFC. So, addendum, will we have a new AFC champion this season?
Yes.
Yes.
And who will it be?
The Buffalo Bills.
I'm on both of your sides.
Bills.
I actually really like the way their front office addressed the defensive issues. It feels like this might just be the year.
Let's get it done. Buffalo win the AFC.
You live in Chicago. Like, you make it sound like you live in, the northern part of the state of New York.
No, I root for those fans that have been tortured for so many years.
Stop.
Waddle roots for Pittsburgh if they get Aaron Rodgers, and he roots for Buffalo.
I
He's
root
a big
for
Brian
fans.
Schottenheimer, Dak Prescott guy.
You are you're just such a big-hearted guy, Cap. You get the biggest heart in sports.
There you go.
I like to have a cup of soup with Marv Levy. Is Marv still alive?
He is.
Take that. 100 years old.
He's in Chicago.
He is. He's listening.
He's out getting his steps in right now.
Oh, is he? Is that what he's doing? In South Shore.
He walks every day.
Yes.
He's walking to Chicago Cut for breakfast.
That's it.
I would like to have a cocktail rye, please. I'm sure that's what he's asking for. We don't serve cocktail rye. What kind of joint is this?
Go to Manny's.
Waddle Wednesday on Kap and J Hood.
Kap J Hood. Kap and J Hood. Mornings on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club, presented by Yingling Flight, is sold out.
Not so fast, big guy.
What?
There's still a chance. Hey guys, it's Sylvie inviting you out to Emo's Tavern in Grays Lake tonight from 7 to 9. I'm qualifying fans for a chance to win a spot on Team Waddle and Sylvie, sponsored by Great Clips. And at the end, I'm picking one to win the twosome. See you at Emo's Tavern on Central and Grays Lake tonight from 7 to 9. Please enjoy responsibly.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The Sox lost another tight affair to the Mets 6-4 on Tuesday night. The Sox got an early 2-run homer from Miguel Vargas, but the Mets bounced back with two 2-run shots of their own to take a lead they would not relinquish. This afternoon, the Sox try to avoid the sweep at Citi Field. Note the game time change, 12:10 p.m. Central, as the two teams moved up the start time to avoid rain in the forecast. Head to the ballpark next Sunday, June 8th, as we celebrate your favorite Fuzzy Green Dude's 21st birthday. Join Southpaw and his friends for a special pregame patio party celebration when you purchase a specially priced ticket. Limited availability. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/promos. This has been your White Sox Minute.
You have heard me talk about how businesses are elevating their game in Bolingbrook. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable southwest suburban location to start or expand your business. I invite you to learn how welcoming we are to the many businesses who recently have made Bolingbrook their home.
So if you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. The Memorial Day sale is on at all 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 brands. Save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. That's no interest for 6 years or no payments till August. Get your Memorial Day savings at hawkauto.com.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand finance on select models with approved credit.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ, Chris Canty here. It's time to turn things up a notch. This summer, don't binge watch shows, binge s'mores by the campfire. Press pause on the podcast and press play on Warm Weather Vibes. Here's your chance to win $10,000 for your ultimate summer. What are you waiting for? Take a shot with 5-Hour Energy and make this summer your best summer ever. Visit 5HEshot.com for full details and rules to enter today. No purchase necessary. Ends June 30th, 2025.
$2.5 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $2.5 million for a client who was injured in an auto accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
This is called Shane having to read in here.
Oh, man.
I've never seen you run that fast.
And now let's talk a little bit about ESPN Bet. Hot off the presses, folks. There it is. Christ.
Boy, he moved quick.
The playoffs are in full swing. Get all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app And sign up with the promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York. Jay Moore.
If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Tom Waddle, former wide receiver for the Chicago Bears.
The guy's amazing.
1989 All-Madden team and afternoon co-host on ESPN Chicago.
I think he's going to start at least 8 games in the National Football League next year for a team that's going to give him a chance.
It's Waddle Wednesday with Tom Waddle.
Listen, I got a pedicure in an hour. When I get back here, the wheels better be spinning, all right?
On Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
It's a Waddle Wednesday on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. And Tommy is on the Yuengling hotline.
Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America.
Damn, you're a pretty man.
Good morning, Tommy. How are you?
Charles jumped into the conversation.
He did.
We love Barkley, right?
Yeah, we do. By the way, you know what people forget as well about the Kansas City Chiefs is just how good their defense is. Shay and I were having a little Kansas City Chiefs conversation at the commercial break, and I just went back to look, and I was thinking that they were a top 5 defense scoring last year. They were. They only gave up 19 points. So when you think their offense is kind of running out of gas, they've been able to stop their opponents. So here's hoping we build something like that up in Lake Forest in the coming years.
I was talking with somebody from the Bears yesterday, and they said that they believe, this is a player, he said, I'm not one of those guys that thinks you have to go all in to go get a really expensive edge rusher. He said, give me somebody up the middle. He said, A, stop the run, B, push the pocket, I'll get my share of sacks. Do you co-sign that?
No, I listen. This is simple for me. Can you do something that way? Like, look, I'm not telling that person that they can't get to the top of the mountain that way, but I'd rather have the talent on the other side of Sweat and make it easier. So, I mean, how did that work last year? Shay's the one that brought the statistic to the table everywhere. They didn't have someone in the top 30 in consistent pressures last year, right?
No, but they did fail. And Ben Johnson's acknowledged this, that once Andrew Billings went down, the Bears' ability to stop the run dissipated dramatically, and it affected their pass rush.
Again, with no disrespect to Billings, I think he's a fine player. For the love of everything good and pure in this world, you didn't lose Reggie White.
Agreed.
Apparently, or Ted Washington.
Yeah, or Ted, or Keith Traylor, for that matter.
If that's the case, Cap, that's a Pro Bowler. Seriously.
Yeah.
I mean, if he's that guy, all I know is that one player is not the reason why the Bears could not get to the quarterback. He was a part of the reason, but not the sole reason.
Listen,
others did not get the job done.
I'm with you, Jonathan. Like, it just wasn't enough. And maybe, Sweat, his injury was more debilitating than was ever advertised. So hopefully he'll come back and play the way he did in that half season he played here in Chicago. But this is the reason why, guys, like you guys probably think I'm foolish, for constantly pounding the drum for a potential deal with Trey Hendrickson. But look, in the NFL, you don't know when you're set up to win. Like, nobody thought the Vikings were going to win, 14 games last year, did they? Nobody thought that the Washington Commanders were going to the NFC title game. So, do I think they're going to get there? No, but if you trade for someone like Trey Hendrickson, it certainly puts you further ahead than you are now. And for those that think, well, he's 30, well, look, if you can get 2.5 good years out of him, maybe you're in the NFC title game like Washington was if things go your way. So I'm just looking to upgrade their roster at every turn.
Yeah, it's just this person I spoke to said, he goes, my philosophy is you get a better pass rush when A, you stop the run, and B, you can get consistent pressure from the interior of your line. He goes, I don't overpay for a 30-year-old DN. That's what he told me.
Are you overpaying for a guy that has sacked 17 and a half quarterbacks in each of the last 2 years? That man has averaged 14 sacks a season, Cap, for the last 5 years.
I don't disagree.
I know
Biggs wrote, I couldn't see it on Twitter because he blocked me, but he wrote that he would, A, be stunned if the Bears did it, and B, that the research shows a player over 30 on his third contract rarely works out.
Okay, that's fine. And I will look, I'm not telling you that they're going to do it. I'm telling you what I would do. Jeff Meller did a study of the pass rushers once they hit 30 or they go north of 30. And over the next 3, 4, 5 years, you watch. Go back and look at a lot of the best guys that are in the league right now. Their play does not diminish. So it's a position, especially if you don't ask these guys to play 98% of the snaps, that you can maintain your level of high play despite the fact that you're 30. Now, again, I don't think the Bears are going to do it either. I'm just telling you, from my seat, what I wish they would do. Because I think that, again, you never know when your time is going to come here in the National Football League. And I gave you the example of a couple of teams. So always looking to get better. But they may get there without it. I'm just telling you, when they have an opportunity to do something dynamic like that, at the very least, it would be something I would contemplate.
And again, the way I look at things, Tommy, I'm a fan, and I want what's best for the Chicago Bears. When we talk about dollars and cents, I'm not at House Hall. I'm not in the office counting the monies and being a bean counter up there. What I'm doing is saying, who's the best players that can help my team increase their chances to win? That's a winner right there. If Hendrickson does not want to be with the Bengals, I would love for him to be a Bear. As you said, more than likely it won't happen, but I'm not going to rule out a hand. I would want that. When you have struggled as much as the Chicago Bears have to be able to string together winning seasons, being practical does not matter.
Right.
It just doesn't. Again, if you look at it as a fan, then that's the way you look. But if we look at it based on what House Hall says and what players say, then you'll never get to where you need to be.
Yeah.
That's true. But the one thing this guy did say, he said, it's my philosophy, not me, his philosophy. You get more of your pass rush from the interior. He said, that's just how I would build my team, as opposed to going out and paying huge money for an edge guy.
But you didn't do it that way. Who's going to give you that push on the interior?
Well, you brought in Dio, who's more of a...
He'll play both.
He'll play
in
both.
and out.
Grady Jarrett.
Grady, God bless him. He's going to be great in the locker room. He's a diminishing skills player at this stage.
Well, you gave him $42 million. He better have
look at his sack
left.
totals over the course of the last 48 months.
He's not, this guy who I spoke to, he's not saying you're getting the sacks from Grady and guys like that. He said when they collapse the pocket, he said, I would pay for Dexter Lawrence over an edge rusher every day of the week. He said, that's personally how he would build a defense. He's saying by getting guys like that, it will make guys on the edge, whether that is Hoodie's guy, Austin Booker, or Montez Sweat, or whoever it is, that much better because of what you're getting in the interior.
I don't deny that, Cap, if that's the way you want to build it, but that's not the way they have built it. You're getting the majority of your pass rush from the edge with Montez Sweat. You gave him $100 million. So they haven't built it that way. You can do it that way, but if there's a difference-making 3 technique out there that you could trade a second-round pick for and pay him, then I'd be an advocate of that. There isn't. That guy's Trey Hendrickson coming off the edge. That's why I'm personally interested. I give it a 3% chance that it happens, but it isn't going to be. Hoodie, you laid it out perfectly. As a fan and as someone covers the team, I'm not going to sit here and worry about money. I have an old adage in football. If it's good enough for the Patriots, this was before Bill left and is doing what the hell Bill is doing now. If it's good enough for the Patriots, it's good enough for me. I've kind of segued into the Philadelphia market. If it's good enough for the Eagles, it's good enough for me. They find a way to pay guys and never get themselves in financial trouble. So use their blueprint or their playbook. And I think Ryan has in a couple of instances where they've paid some of their guys early. But I'm with you, Hoodie. I can't sit here and worry about the finances because I'm not an accountant and I don't own the team and I don't work for the team.
It's funny you mentioned Bill Belichick. So for a 18, 19-year-old Tom Waddle, and you have your choices of where you want to go, do you go to UNC with Bill Belichick because you feel like that increases your chances of him opening doors to you for the NFL, or a proven program with a really solid head coach?
2025 is different than 85, as you know.
Yeah.
I actually visited North Carolina and fell in love with the joint. It is as beautiful a campus as there is.
It's
in all
gorgeous.
of college sports and all of whatever.
It's amazing.
It's unbelievable. At the time, Randy Walker was the recruiting coordinator, the late Randy Walker. He was the quarterback's coach, and I loved it. I wanted to go there. They were running the ball with Kelvin Bryant, I think, 50 times a game, and I was like, Coach Walker, I just want to play.
Who was the head coach? Dick Crum?
Dick Crum, I think, was at the time. So I'm like, if I was going, I went somewhere where I could play, Jonathan, and it would be different. I don't think the athlete looks. I think Bill Belichick there is a draw there, but I think these athletes these days, I don't think they're relying on Bill Belichick to get them to the next level.
They want to get paid.
Yeah, that.
And they have the biggest NIL pot, I think, this year in college football.
And that may be the reason why. But I think the power structure has obviously changed, and I don't think these kids are as shy about their confidence as they were back in the day. So I don't know how much going to UNC is about Bill Belichick more than the money, as you mentioned, Cap. But I mean, maybe back in the day, Jonathan, if that was your sole focus was to get to the NFL. Look, there's nobody in college football existing now that has the NFL track record that Bill Belichick does. So maybe it is a draw for some of these kids.
How are you, Tommy? Dick Crum. How are you? I'm sorry. What's your name? Dick Crum. Good to see you.
Sounds like a condition, Coach. I got to tell you, I don't remember meeting him. I remember meeting George Perlis. I've told you that story.
Yeah.
I remember meeting Jack Bicknell, but I don't remember meeting Dick Crum. I just remember I was just so infatuated with the school. And by the way, first commercial airline trip I ever took was my trip to North Carolina.
TWA?
I don't recall who it
Northwest?
was, but it was my first flight, and it was terrifying because the weather was so bad. My mom was screaming bloody murder. I remember that.
She was on the flight with
down.
you?
Yeah, my mom and dad were with me.
Oh, wow. There was no late night carousing down in Chapel Hill.
No, there wasn't. But I told you at Michigan State, I was completely whacked out of my mind drunk.
There's young Tommy Waddle on Mohawk Airlines.
I don't know what it was.
I thought it was Republic.
Good pull, Hoodie. My goodness.
I'm not sure what airline it was, but it was the first commercial flight I ever took.
You were on Pan Am.
Could have been.
On Pan Am.
Another one.
Good.
No clue. Don't even remember
cigarette.
meeting the coach.
Crazy. Tommy, in terms of getting away from the beloved for a moment, the Chicago Cubs are 13 games over the 500 mark. Do you think they're legit and sustainable all season, or you still have pause that lack of a proven closer, although Palencia is throwing the ball well as of late, injuries to the rotation, you still have doubt?
I think that they're going to be there for sure. I just think they're too good top to bottom. Is PCA going to continue the streak? I don't know. I hope so. He's an exciting player, and he's good for the game. Dansby will go through these ebbs and flows. Right now, he's on the incline. Nico Horner's stayed healthy. If these guys can stop pulling, obliques, they'd be much better off as well. But they're just a fun team to watch. And Cap, 162 games. I say this to you all the time. When the wind's at your back, you got to take advantage of it. And last night's a good example. That's a horse manure Colorado team. Like that team doesn't threaten a high school team.
Nope. Find a way though.
But and Shaw gets a break on 2-2, right? Because that pitch is a strike, and they don't call it. The next pitch, he flares one to right field, and Birdie, who was a great decision to put him in because he's got better wheels, comes in on a flare. Like, those are the types of things that you ride as fast and as far as you can, along with being a fantastic team. Like, look at what they've done, and like the top of their rotation hasn't even been available for half of the season.
Right, they're top two guys.
They're a fun team to watch again. Like, it's if I'm a Cubs fan, I'm thrilled right now. I don't worry about what's going to happen in August right now. I'm enjoying the ride.
Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, Cincinnati Reds. And now look at that runner. He slid into second base.
They don't even piss me off anymore, Jonathan. They just don't.
They're 500.
Yeah.
That's Terry. It's Frank Kilner.
Their bullpen gave up 22 runs in this 3-game series.
Do you realize the Cubs have outscored their opponents from the 6th inning on over the last 10 games, like 55-4.
Yeah.
Well, there can't be a lineup in the National League or even in all of Major League Baseball that has been that good in the back half. Do you know, like we did the numbers yesterday before the show. Do you know their catchers this year have combined prior to last night's game for 15 home runs and 51 RBIs?
That's correct.
That's their catchers. Carson Kelly, Miguel Amaya, and Reese Witherspoon. I mean, Reese McGuire.
Yes.
Like, everybody who gets behind the plate for this Cubs team is fantastic. So, listen, I would.
It's been special.
Yeah, you just, if I was a Cubs fan, I would just enjoy the ride right now. I wouldn't ignore what needs to be done down the road, but in the moment, I'd just sit back and have a smoke and a drink and enjoy.
Yeah, I listened to the Cowboy over the weekend. I put on Reds radio.
Oh, my God.
When it was 8-4, I think.
We have to go.
You better put this team down because these Cubs, they're pretty damn good.
Just keep Reese McGuire out of the parking lot. That's all I ask.
Oh.
What happened?
He's going to hit well. Just keep him out of the parking lot.
Tommy, thank you very much for your time.
God.
Oh, I forgot about that, Shay. Yeah, I got to go.
Tommy, have a great day.
You too, guys.
All right.
Thank you.
There he is, the best. The great Tom Waddle on the Yingling
America.
More on these Cubs and some interesting things happening. You say, just another win for the Cubs. No, something special happened last night.
And I also want to talk to you about the lottery.
Yes, some interesting things happening with the lottery and this couple.
Oh, wow.
You got to hear this story coming up on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news local and golf news from around the world. Hosts Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. In the past 5 years, we've seen thousands of men at our clinics. Most guys tell us the same story, that in their early 50s, it's not that they couldn't function, they just needed help. They started taking Viagra, and it worked great at first. But after a few years, it stopped working. The problem is that their arteries had become more restricted since they started taking it, because Viagra does not unclog arteries. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we use acoustic wave therapy to target the real problem. We break down plaque and clear up the arteries so blood can flow like it did in your 20s. This restores function. And guys, listen to this. You won't have to take a pill anymore. So if this sounds like you, give West Coast Men's Health a call today and see how we can help.
With clinics in Hinsdale and Deerfield, call 630-425-5033. That's 630-425-5033. 630-425-5033. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
At Elmhurst University, we make it our mission to ensure our students go far and do well. This means equipping you with the skills you need to excel on campus, and then elevating you into a long-lasting career. Our supportive faculty and far-reaching professional network create an environment that allows you to be at your best, so you can do your best, which means you'll be ready to make your impact on the world from the moment you graduate. A professional powerhouse located just outside Chicago. Elmhurst University. Go far, do well.
Hey, it's Pat the Designer. If you're looking for your next car, make it easy. Make it Madison. Just 30 miles southwest of downtown Chicago, the Madison Auto Mall has thousands of new and used vehicles, all in one convenient spot. Whether it's shopping for your first ride or your next upgrade, you'll find the right fit at the right price. So why drive all over? Visit Madison Auto Mall for yourself at the intersection of Lincoln Highway and Central. Get it all in Madison. Home for business, heart for family.
This just in, the NFL schedule has dropped, and you know what that means. It's go time. Adam Schefter here with the Insider Tip. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, it's time to snap your tickets up now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN. So don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days.
Summer's here, and seasonal businesses are hiring everything from hiking guides to surf instructors and more. Whether you're hiring for one of these roles or any other role, you need ZipRecruiter to find qualified candidates fast. ZipRecruiter's smart technology gets to work as soon as you post a job, diving in to find great matches and showing you top picks right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/USL to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. If an accident has you sidelined, Postman Law is ready to fight for you. Over $3 billion recovered for their clients, delivering speed, ease, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN now. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
These days, we're all thinking more about our health. And if you're living with joint pain, I get it. You want real relief, but without the surgery, pills, or endless steroid shots that only cover up the pain. If that sounds like you or someone you care about, don't give up. It's your friend Tom Waddle here, and I want you to know about QC Kinetics. They're doing something truly different with regenerative treatments that help your body heal and restore damaged tissue naturally. This isn't about masking pain. It's about treating it at the source without surgery, meds, or downtime. You'll meet with Dr. Ashley Caravelli and her incredible team here in Chicago. They'll walk you through the process and answer all your questions. QC Kinetics has already helped thousands. They'd be honored to help you, too. Call now for your free consultation. Saturday appointments available as well. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics. Take the first step toward living pain-free.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Good morning, Chicago, and welcome into the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Well, Hall of Famer David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you. We've got Shay, we've got Jay Moore, and we've got you here on this Waddle Wednesday. Thanks so much for being with us. Telephone number, 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776. Also, watch our show and all the shows on YouTube. Shay, on YouTube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago. Hello. Also on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. The Cubs win again over the Rockies by a score of 4-3. It took 11 innings, but they beat that 9-46 ball club last night 4-3. Look, as bad as the Rockies are, it's still a baseball team. They aren't very good. It's barely a double-A ball club when you look up and down that lineup. But I want to give the Cubs a lot of flowers here this morning for that victory. First of all, the resolve of hanging in there. And the number one of the biggest stories is Horton. Horton strikes out 6 in 6 innings, 4 hits, so allows 2 runs, and he looked the part. And you say, oh, it's the Rockies. It's still a Major League Baseball team.
They just beat the Yankees last week, the Rockies.
Horton looks the part, Cap. And you made the comment that once Horton's up here, that'll be all. Like, he's not going back down.
Yeah, I don't see it. I do not see him going back down. And yesterday, he pitched into the 7th. That's his longest foray into a Major League Baseball game in his career, brief as it may be. And then he ran out of gas. He gave up a home run to Brenton Doyle. He had given up a run earlier, so a 2-0 lead turned into a 2-2 game, and then they yanked him. But I thought he was really, really good. His breaking stuff just had really good bite to it. The home run, you could tell he got tired because he hung it a little bit. Didn't quite have that snap. And Brenton Doyle took it out to left field. We are tied. And then the Cubs fall behind in the 11th, 3-2. And I was watching the game, and I'm thinking to myself, all right, PCA, you got a gift. He's the ghost runner because he made the last out.
Yep.
PCA's at second. Dansby's leading off the next inning. Why would you not run PCA with a right-hand hitter up, to which screens the catcher a little bit?
Yeah.
They don't. Dansby makes it out. Now with Michael Busch up, a lefty, he runs.
Yes.
They don't even draw a throw.
Okay, so here's the thing. First of all, the Cubs are the best team in baseball as far as stealing bases.
Amazing 6 yesterday.
Well, you have to do that, Cap, because You look at that lineup and you wondered at the beginning of the season who's going to be able to have the power. Tucker with power. Saya with power. Okay, Dansby if he comes through. But now, up and down that lineup, everyone's become dangerous. That's what's happened. Now, as far as that 11th inning, when you see Crow Armstrong over at second base, I'm telling Peacock, as we watch the game together, I go, well, he might as well be at third because he's going to steal third base. I mean, a tremendous lead. He could walk to third base and still get there because that catcher wasn't any good. They could not cut down the runners. I want to give flowers to the fine manager of the Chicago Cubs, Craig Counsell.
He did a good job last night again.
Because in this scenario where Bush singles to left and Crow Armstrong scores to tie the game, Bush comes through, but Birdie runs for Bush over at first base. I go, Birdie, huh? Not the other guy over there in the that's faster?
Brujan.
Not Brujan. Brujan's just standing there. There he is, clapping on his team. I'm like, well, Brujan's faster, but he put Birdie on. This is when you know the Rockies are a horse crap team. Okay, for John Birdie to have a lead like he's Ricky Henderson at first base, do you see that gap between first base with the first baseman holding him on?
And remember I said to you, E1 on me, this was a couple weeks ago. I'm sure I've made others since then, that John Birdie actually led the league in steals one year. He's not as fast as Brujan, but he's a very astute base runner.
Well, I guess so, Cap, when you're between first and second before the pitch is thrown. You're not even going to look over there. That's when you know that you have a bad team. That reliever did not even look over. Just kind of decrease the lead a little bit. So then Birdie continues to stretch out the lead. Oh, you're not going to look at me. There I go. Second base. Stole second. Horner walks, and then Shaw comes through where it goes oppo to right field, and Birdie scores, and that's the end of the ball game. I knew the Cubs were going to win, but this is what happens. You look back at this and say, boy, the Cubs are in the playoffs. Well, how'd they get there? Because of the little things.
Yeah.
That's who this team is. You could clearly identify Chicago Cubs baseball as, hey, we can hit the baseball, but also we steal bases, we play good defense, and it ends up to be a victory for us. So even against the Rockies, who are down and out, for that reliever not to even just cut down the lead a little bit, Birdie just kept stretching out like he's Ricky Henderson down there. You saw it.
He did, and I got to give Craig Counsell his flowers. This team runs hard, whether it's down the line to first, between the bases. This team busts its ass for that dude, and they lead the league in steals. Yesterday they had 6 steals, 4 of which came around to score.
Well, that's the baseball we grew up with. You take the extra 90 so you can get in the scoring position.
Correct.
So now you're seeing old school baseball from the Cubs, along with all the fireworks that you get from the power from PCA and Tucker and everyone else and Suzuki. Point is, though, it's the game within the game. It's the in-between that is attractive to me as a baseball fan. Not even a Cub fan, but I love good baseball. The Cubs are providing good baseball. And let's wait until June. I won't say it now. But, Cap, you keep playing this way, you're a special team. And you know what I mean by that?
Yeah.
We're starting to see numbers we haven't seen since 16.
You've
seen it pop up on Kampka's feed, right?
Yep.
We're starting to see stuff we haven't seen since 16. I won't go there yet because we're not at June. We're at June soon. But when you start doing things like that, now you become special.
Here's a stat from Sarah Langs, who's a really accomplished MLB statistician as well. Here's a list of Cubs players who have driven in 50 or more runs in the first 51 games of a season. Derek Lee, Sammy Sosa twice, Andre Dawson, Billy Williams, Ernie Banks, Hank Sauer, Bill Nicholson, and Hack Wilson, who did it 4 times. That's 4 Hall of Famers on that list. And now Seiya Suzuki.
Dawson did that in 87?
87.
No wonder he was the MVP on a bad team.
Yeah. That's correct.
To have that many RBIs. And that's actually more interesting for him to have that many RBIs on a bad team, a last-place team.
It's
unbelievable.
unbelievable.
87, right?
It is unbelievable to see what Seiya is doing. In terms of RBIs, Seiya Suzuki's number 1. Pete Crow Armstrong is number 2. Rafael Devers is 3rd. Aaron Judge is 4th.
We turn now to the fine manager of Chicago Cubs, Craig Counsell. Got a chance to speak to the media, Pat, to talk about what's happening with that ball club. PCA stealing third in the 11th inning.
It's just we got one of the best base stealers in the game with a opportunity to run, and base, like I'd say all the time, base stealing is risk, and there's a risk there, and you guys are asking different questions if he's thrown out, but you trust your players with those skills to capture the moment.
So there it is. Craig Counsell, fine manager of Chicago Cubs.
He didn't breathe as heavy there. I think he might be going to sinusandSnoringMD.com.
I think that he's getting healthier by the game. Cap, it's something, man.
It is incredible.
You have to be locked in for 9 innings. You have to be. Because it's one of these things, Cap, that you're just waiting for the rally. That's it. Yeah, it didn't look good early. It's like, okay, they're hanging in there. Why are they so close with the Rockies? You have to watch all of it because you know that you have a number of guys. It's more than just Pete Crow. It's more than just Kyle Tucker. It's more than Suzuki. It's everyone else that's contributing. When you start to have heroes that are unsung night after night, game in and game out in a long season, you got something there.
Can you tell me who leads MLB in stolen bases?
Is it still Pete Crow?
No, Pete Crow is 6th. He has 16. Kyle Tucker has 15. There is someone at the top of the list with 21.
Luis Robert?
Correct.
Yeah.
Luis Robert Jr. is the Major League stolen base leader. Imagine if he had a decent OBP. His on base is 276.
It says something, doesn't it?
Horrific.
So Cap, the Cubs will play the Rockies again. Oddly, a 7:05 game.
Correct.
Should be a day game like everyone else around here.
Well, they played a day game on Monday because of Memorial Day, and so they like to get those primetime games in as much as they can because they can charge more on advertising.
Oh, understood.
On TV.
Yeah.
It's just a business thing. But tonight, Matthew Boyd, coming off a lousy start, Matthew Boyd will pitch for the Cubbies in a game that you feel like you should sweep here. They're 3-24 away from home, the Rockies.
They're terrible.
9-46. Matthew Boyd against Gordon. Tanner Gordon.
So, by the way, we have not talked about this because I was away. We talk about what Ryan Poles has done with the Bears as far as making changes, new offensive line, new defensive linemen. Hey, we got to make sweeping changes here to support Caleb and get out of this morass that we've been in as a football team. What about the Chicago National League Ball Club? I've never seen so many moves. Yeah, there's moves, guys go up and down, the minors, all that. But as far as cutting guys, I wasn't here. I read my phone going through them like, Merriweather was DFA'd? Holy smokes, Cap. Let the Cub fan cook. That's my message to you. Let him cook. If they say, I don't want to see this guy on my team anymore, DFA him. I know you don't like to hear that, but you know what? You know who's listening? Jed Hoyer's listening.
He is.
He's listening because you have had several rants about Merriweather. What's wrong with this Merriweather? Take that. He's gone. It shows you how important this season is. We talk about this with Poles all the time with the Bears. But with the Cubs, they know how urgent this is, especially Jed with no contract.
Yeah, it surprised me because he doesn't look healthy to me. His velocity's down over 2 miles an hour.
Jed?
Merriweather.
Oh.
Jed's velocity's up.
Okay. Yeah. Well, apparently, to send people up and down, Luke Little, not getting the job done, go down.
One day.
Oh, God.
Get out.
That's.
You'll walk people, get out.
But how long have you waited for that, though?
Yeah, I love it.
Just you and your heart saying, that guy sucks, why is he on my team? Oh, he's DFA'd. You don't get that in Major League Baseball. A guy just lingers there, and then maybe he falls off the roster at some point, But for the Cubs, it's urgent.
It's urgent. You can tell Jed's like,
no.
I built this thing. I need to win now. Let's go.
He's managing like a fan.
He is.
In some way. I know he's a fan of the sport, but the idea that guys have been up and down.
This guy sucks. Get him out of here.
Seriously.
He is.
Like, we're not going to have this black hole at third base. Send him to the White Sox. Really?
Gage Workman.
Yeah, Workman. Just like, okay, no, we're not doing this.
And how about Matt Shaw coming back? And since he's been returned to the roster, he's in like 360-something.
Well, it just shows you, if you're a Cub fan, you look at the minor league system, You look at the Major League ball club, and you say, well, Shaw seemed broken early. What did they do in the minor leagues? They straightened out that leg kick. He doesn't have his leg curled in toward home plate.
Yep.
And they straightened it out. Now he's Julio Franco. Got the big leg kick. And
Unbelievable.
I mean, but you have to take sauce as a Cub fan that said, wow, our minor league system, they fixed him in a couple of months. Look at that. A couple of weeks they fixed it. And now look at it. So those are positive signs. Positive signs that you might have some special sauce over there at Clark and Addison.
There you go.
Just saying.
Let's get it done.
I'm not gonna make the bold declaration I did to Sylvie around Memorial Day in 16 when I told him
the World Series.
I go, what time the Warriors play? What? I go, you're the Golden State Warriors and win the championship. No, we're not. I go, I know what it looks like. I know when it's special. I told him. He thought I was just BS. And I go, you're winning the World Series. No, we're not, Hoodie. I go, okay. I know a special team when I see it. I knew it then. And then you had Theo then too? Like, oh, God.
This is a really good Cubs team. I have to see them go add on.
I'm not going to call it yet because you have to get healthier. It's amazing that you're playing this way with a number of guys that are on the IL or day-to-day and all that. Once you get healthy, what do you look like? Especially your starting rotation. What does that look like?
How about you were out of town? They pick up Reese McGuire from their minor league team.
Former Sox.
And he hits 2 home runs.
Well,
2.
That's part of the yearbook of a special season, possibly, right?
He hits 1. You're down 4-0, I believe. He hits a 2-run shot, 4-2. And then in the 8th, you're down a run, and he hits another one to tie it.
He's crying after the game.
He was emotional.
Yeah, he's crying.
How hard he's worked to get there.
It does feel just charmed a little bit. Like what you're getting out of Carson Kelly.
Yeah, it's getting there.
It's charmed.
Yeah.
Yeah, their catchers, 3 of them, Amaya, Kelly, and McGuire, have combined for 15 home runs and, 40-some RBIs. It's like crazy.
I'm not going to tell fans how they want a fan or what they want to do with their nights or days. But if I'm a Chicago Cub fan, I'm finding a way to a TV or a device every day. Watch it.
Yeah, I can't wait till tonight.
Watch it.
Hoodie, we talked about it yesterday, and Cap and I both obviously experiencing this season. Yeah. There may be nothing more fun than in sports as a fan than having a good baseball team where every single day you are excited to watch.
Yep.
It's unbelievable.
Yep.
I was telling the guys yesterday and Courtney that I did an interview with Jack Buck said he's called them all. Indy 500, Kentucky Derby, Stanley Cup, Super Bowl. He goes, there is nothing like being the home team announcer of a baseball team on a 6-month joyride to the postseason. He said there's nothing like it.
Look, I know that we don't have a wall of calls for baseball, and actually we should because we're not in bear season. And for the Cub fan that's just listening and not calling in, I'm just going to tell you, we're a third away of the season. A third of the season is already gone. You need to watch. Don't hear from your friends or your buddies at work like, Cubs are playing well. Watch it. The reason why you watch it is because it's not top-heavy where it's just about Pico Armstrong or Kyle Tucker or Suzuki. It's a special season when McGuire hits a couple of home runs, when you get the kind of pitching that you've been able to get. And, again, a team that's been hurt a lot already this season, being on the IL, especially with Shota. So I would just say, instead of just taking it for granted, the Cubs, watch it.
It's
fun.
They're really
It's fun to watch. I'm saying this as a baseball observer, but as a Sox fan as well. For me, I'm just watching young players, and so that's fine for me because I know what the season is. But on the other side of town, very compelling watch, very much so.
Let's get it done. Keep it rolling. Find a way. Grab a cup of coffee this morning after a good night's sleep. Find a way to win a damn baseball game.
Because you don't want to be pulling up on the bandwagon late September. Cubs are going to fly out. Where you been? It's like, don't be like the local news, Cap, where the newscaster, not the sports guy, the newscaster, well, here we are, folks, in front of Wrigley Field, and the Chicago Cubs with a special seat. Don't be like the newscasters, Cap.
Correct.
Get on now. Now.
That used to drive me nuts with people who didn't cover the team all year.
Yeah. Here they come.
And they're like, excuse me, can I get in here? I want to do this. I'm like, where you been?
I've
We've been here all season.
Damn. I've been here since spring training.
Yeah.
That's all right. You cover murders. What are you doing here?
Right. Well, it's the playoffs. And now they bring in the number one anchor.
No.
You'll cover the news.
That's right.
Sidebar, may I approach?
Brought to you by Aiken Law.
3126 Main for the great, best personal injury attorney, Howard Aiken.
Tommy Ball.
Just to amp up Cub fan and some serendipitous timing, Matt Shaw will be on Waddle and Sylvie this afternoon at 3:30.
Nice. He's a very nice young man.
3:30, 4 o'clock, somewhere in there.
Yeah, right around there.
So if the sock goes a little long, just be looking for him on Waddle and Sylvie. How about that?
How about that?
See? So he'll be on the program, which is, again, special season. Just watch. Just turn it on. Because more times than not, the Cubs are going to win the game. Play the song, JD. Yeah. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number as we talk to you about Chicago baseball. Also, coming up, a wild story about the lottery. Do you have scratch-off tickets in your hand?
This is insane.
Wait until you hear about this story and your calls on the Kap J Hood Morning Show.
You're listening to Kap J Hood on ESPN Chicago.
Picture yourself. Cold Yingling in hand, warm breeze blowing through the bar, wild sports takes being hurled from the stage. It's Carmen and Jurko's Summer Friday. Join the boys this Friday as they broadcast live from Hillgrove Tap in Western Springs, presented by Yingling. You didn't really need an excuse to start your weekend early, did you? But that's what Yingling and Carmen and Jurko provide with Summer Fridays. See you Friday from noon to 3, live from Hillgrove Tap in Western Springs. And please, enjoy responsibly.
The Kap J Hood Morning Show is brought to you by the Capital One Saver Card. With Saver, you earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining, entertainment, and grocery stores. That's unlimited cash back on ordering takeout from home or unlimited cash back on tickets to concerts and games. Capital One, what's in your wallet, terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details. Crazy story about the lottery coming up, and also your calls on the Cubs on Kap J Hood.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
It is a top concern for us all. What to do with your hard-earned dollars. Here's Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
If you got money in 401ks and 403bs and TSPs and deferred comps and 457 plans, that's not really to your benefit. You're delaying the inevitable, more taxes, because of accumulation. So you over 20 or 30 years of work, you're going to build more money, which is going to put those monies in a higher tax bracket.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
I say pull those monies from those things, invest with me, or put money into what we call qualified accounts, the insurance vehicles, the annuities, the IULs, to where you can get the compound interest and then protect family, but also create generational passive income, right now residual income streams, leveraging insurance, because insurance is the biggest business in the world, the only one that cannot fail.
If you want to rethink money and how to leverage yourself to create wealth, visit BrandonMrFinance.com now.
I don't do any risky things. I like the money to go to work, and I like to see it.
Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply and app only.
Your tee shots can use some straightening. Your chips can use more finesse. Your putts, let's not even go there. Help is around the corner. Golf Center Displays, a year-round automatic driving range with heaters and fans on all stations. A short game area, a 9-hole course that you can even play at night. This is one-stop shopping for any golfer who needs a little help. And don't we all? Golf Center Displays, 353 North River Road in Des Plaines.
Evan Cohen here. Picking a place to build a life is a lot like selecting a draft pick. Make a decision that will set you up for long-term success. Pick Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, you'll find dynamic career opportunities, beautiful seasons, affordable living, and legendary weekends. From its high quality of life and great schools to its fine arts, culinary, and pro sports scenes, Wisconsin gives you so much to look forward to. That's why you should pick Wisconsin. Learn more about making Wisconsin your home. Visit pickwisconsin.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone.
Well, I do need a bundle of things.
When you bundle, you save.
Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter?
Save up to $12 on that bundle.
What about brake pads and rotors?
Bundle those and the brake pads are free.
Can't save more than free.
You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
Folks, golf season is back, and the weather is finally shaping up. Seven Bridges Golf Club is open for daily play with a private course feel just 30 minutes from Chicago. Enjoy lush fairways, GPS-equipped carts, and a perfect 19th hole at the Dock Bar and Grill. Book now at 7bridgesgolfclub.com or call 630-964. Golf. Jay Moore.
Y'all know me, 'cause all I do is ride around and be cool. Got no need, she got me buying her them 50 shoes. All we do is shop until we drop. All we do is shop until we drop.
Now back to Kap and J Hood
When I tell you he's got his own money, I mean the boy has got his own money.
on ESPN Chicago.
Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. We're with you till 10 o'clock. Then we'll talk to Carmen and Jurko. They're in for Clinton and Friends at 10. White Sox baseball as the Sox take on the Mets. Okay. And then afterwards, it's Waddle and Sylvie. They'll have a fine third baseman of the Chicago Cubs on the show today.
Matt Shaw. He is a really nice young man. That'll be a very interesting interview. I'm looking forward to listening to.
Waddle and Sylvie into Bleck and his Substack, right into the Timberwolves and Thunder at 7 right here on your home for the Bears and the White Sox, ESPN 1000. Jerry and Oak Forest on Kap and J Hood. Jerry, good morning.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
We're doing awesome, man, now that you're calling. What's up?
Hey, Kap, let me just tell you, you are spot on about pretty much everything Cubs. I've been watching and listening to you for many, many years. I appreciate the way you feel about it because I feel pretty much the same way about all of it. When you're mad, I'm mad. When you're happy, I appear to be happy. And right now, I'm happy, and I can tell you're happy as well.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I can't wait for tonight's ball game. And now it's incumbent on Tom Ricketts and the family to tell Jed, there's the debit card. Go get what you need.
Debit card would be great. But you know what? Let's be excited for what we do have. Matt Shaw being one, that kid is something else, you know. To get a chance, a cup of coffee with, the Cubs and then get sent down to figure a few things out and come right back with, just this roaring vengeance. And he's just been amazing. His defense is just, wow. I mean, what other word can you use to describe that? But not to mention, though, I mean, the kid is hitting, though. He's seriously hitting. And I was at that game last night. I got to see that walk-off. That was just so exciting. I still have got, like, this crazy feeling going through my entire body about how amazing that felt.
Yeah, it was super cool. And thank you for your call. We appreciate you listening. When he came up to the plate, I'm thinking, okay, these sliders have been nasty.
So all he's doing is throwing sliders. That's all he's got.
And he said on the interview with, I think it was not Taylor McGregor.
Elise Menaker?
Elise Menaker, I think, did the interview. And he he said, I knew he was going to throw me a slider, and I just tried to get the bat on the ball and go the other way, and he punched it just over the first baseman. Down, game, see you later, thanks for coming.
It helps when you know what's coming. That's all he threw was sliders.
That's it.
And also not able to keep the runner close at first base. I was like, boy, no wonder you guys are dog crap.
Right, so he steals second, and now the little blooper, and that'll be the ball game.
Yeah, I was just waiting for it. I had my hand on the power button. It's like, it's going to happen right here. Boop. So long, everybody. Cubs win. Well, good night.
Good night. Cubs win. Got it done. 13 games over. Now they'll try to get a sweep tonight.
Ted is in Lake Geneva on the Kap J Hood Morning Show. Ted, good morning.
Theodore, what's up?
Good morning, gentlemen. Welcome back, Hoodie. I didn't know we'd be giving Cap flowers all morning, but I did want to just give Cap a shout-out that I think you said, I don't know, probably a couple of months ago, that when Ian Happ is your fourth or fifth best player on the team, that's a team that's a contender. And doesn't it just feel like he's exactly that right now, which is a great place for the Cubs to be. Hoodie, the thing I love about your perspective on the Cubs is that you're not the homer like Cap is for the rest of us Cubs fans. You're just a baseball fan. And I think when you're saying this team, you need to watch this team, like everybody needs to listen. I wish it was easier to watch because the Marquee Network is still stinky, but just a ton of fun. And my question for you guys, I got two questions. Who's the closer that we need to be looking for? And then the second question is, I'm wrapping my brain. When you look at this lineup top to bottom versus 2016, just offensively, you don't have the Schwarber explosiveness, but, I mean, top to bottom, I mean, this is a better offense than 2016, and that's just super exciting.
Let's go around the diamond, Cap.
Well,
Schwarber in left, Happ in left.
Oh, yeah, Schwarber's much more of an explosive offensive player.
Not bad for a beer league softball player.
He's a really, really explosive player.
What?
Ian Happ is a Gold Glove left fielder and a solid baseball player. But Schwarber's a better threat.
Remember how many hours we spent on Schwarber's defense?
Yeah.
What a butcher in left field. Look at him. Top the lineup. He should be down the order. So much controversy over Schwarber. It was.
And now he can either DH or play left.
Center field, Pete Crow.
Versus Dexter Fowler, Pete Crow.
Right field, Tucker.
Tucker versus, who was the Cubs right fielder in 16?
The guy with the great speech and the gold glove.
Jason Hayward. Yeah, so it's Tucker.
Yes. Third base, Shaw.
Chris Bryant versus Matt Shaw. It's Chris Bryant. He won the MVP.
We'll review that in a couple years.
Maybe. But
we'll
until he's the MVP of a World Series champion and a Rookie of the Year, we'll reserve judgment. We'll give it to Chris.
Baez or Dansby?
Baez wasn't the shortstop.
Who's the shortstop?
It was Addison Russell.
Oh, for God's sake.
And he had 20 – how many home runs did he have in 16, Shay? I think he drove in 95.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say he hit 20 homers or 22 homers. He drove in, I'm pretty sure, 95.
Nico Horner or?
So Dansby's a better defender. They were both very good defensively.
Yeah. 21 homers in 2016.
And 95 RBIs, right?
The aforementioned Cubs infielder.
Yeah, Addison Russell.
I won't say his name. Second baseman?
Second base, Nico Horner versus Javier Baez. Oh, I'd probably have to give it to Baez.
Sure. At his height with the Cub.
Yeah. And then first base, Michael Busch. Rizzo.
Yeah. Behind the plate.
You had Wilson Contreras as the rookie.
Yep.
Miguel Montero and David Ross versus Kelly Amaya, that duo.
It's that team in 16.
Yes.
Got more leadership there.
Yeah.
Miguel Montero running. Wow. Behind the plate.
Behind the plate there. But starting pitching, by far 2016.
Yeah, that's still to be determined.
TBD.
Led by Shota. Then we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. But offensively speaking, again, give the Cubs their flowers.
It's a good team, man.
Yeah. I mean, we're not just World Series champions, but the idea that those guys were a murderer's row.
Yeah. Jed gets a lot of credit. He deserves it. Now they got to stay there. So we'll see.
St. Charles, here's Thomas on Kap and J Hood. Thomas, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Hoodie.
Good morning, Thomas.
Cap. Hoodie, let me tell you something. First of all, I'd like to say I love you, man. You're like my favorite guy to listen to on the radio. You're one of the funniest guys I've ever listened to.
He's hilarious.
Thank you, Thomas.
On another note, Cap, respectively, have you ever apologized for what you said about Craig Counsell at the beginning of the year? Because you bagged on this guy and said he was overrated and said it on the air and said it multiple times. Damn. And now we're seeing how great this manager is, and I haven't heard you say a word about it.
Well,
everybody's saying, oh, Cap is a great Cub fan. Mr. Cap, give him accolades. Cap, you bagged on the manager publicly, and I've never heard you apologize for it.
Well, then obviously you don't listen every day because I have apologized.
No, I listen
for
every
it.
day. I listen every day, and I listen to your ego, and you have never said you were wrong. You were wrong, Cap.
Well, then you should call sinus snoring and maybe earwax cleaning because I did say it. I did say I was a little hacked off with him that day, and I overreacted, and I apologized to Craig.
I don't think you apologized.
You did
I did.
Jay Moore, we got to pull the tape. I don't think I'm sorry was ever said.
I did.
I can't seem to find it. So, Cap, let's try that again.
I was a little upset. That's horse crap from an announcer, from a guy like you. That's horse crap. You're supposed to be an expert, and you bagged on this guy, and you should say you were wrong right now.
Hey, you have a really good day, Thomas. Look, I said it once. I'll say it again. The fine manager of the Chicago Cubs, Craig Counsell.
Oh, Ronnie. All right, Ronnie.
Jay Moore, do we have overpaid and overrated available?
Yeah.
That was overpaid, overrated manager over there, Clark and Addison. What the hell is he doing? Take that.
I think you should apologize now, and then watch Craig Counsell make some baffling bullpen decision this afternoon, this evening.
Crush him again.
Hey, man, you know what? Just taking those excuses away, though, he's helping Craig. Like, I know you don't want Merriweather, DFA. What else? Want a little down? Okay. He's making sure.
Craig, I would like to make this olive branch to you that I was wrong. All right. I am thrilled you're our manager, and you're doing a hell of a job.
Can you say you're sorry?
I am sorry for overreacting to the Theobar mismanagement one day early in the season.
Theobar, 4 runs allowed in a relief outing tonight. Loading.
It has nothing to do with Theobar. I got over my skis. I was a little upset with Craig that day.
I hope we hear the same thing from Sylvie this afternoon.
It's a bad take. So,
maybe not on the air, but definitely on Shaw Local, right? And the printed word. There it is, Jay Moore. The apology there. He was mad at the fine manager of the Chicago Cubs, Craig Counsell, but now Cap's back.
Because tomorrow,
yes,
will be a better
day
for you and me.
That's right. There you go.
I'm all in with you, Craig.
Good job. Still to come, some thoughts about the end for the New York Knicks, as well as a crazy lottery story.
The what for the Knicks?
The end.
It's not over.
No.
Would you stop?
It's fine. We'll talk about it coming up next.
You have nothing to say because you told me the Celtics series was over and we whipped your ass.
That's fine. We.
My buddy Tibbs.
On Kap and J Hood. Hot sex. Hot sex.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
White Sox and Mets.
Series finale today at 11:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients, fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices Chicago.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. I love the heat. Give me 90 degrees and a chance to be outdoors, and I'm a happy guy. But when you step out of the heat and into your home or business, I totally appreciate being able to control the temperature to make everybody comfortable. My friends at Automatic keep your AC system running its best no matter what Mother Nature throws at us. And if something were to break down, Automatic can help find the best system for your space and have it back to the perfect temperature in no time. Go to Automatic.com. That's Automatic.com.
Hi, it's Peggy Kaczynski. You've heard me talk about how the village of Bolingbrook continues to rank as one of the most livable communities in Illinois. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. With excellent schools, beautiful parks, and a wide range of shopping and dining options, I invite you to come and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself.
If you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your family, visit BeBolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
White Sox fans, we want to reward you with incredible experiences all season long. Enter the Ultimate Fan Sweepstakes for a chance to attend Chicago's hottest summer events. This month's winner will receive 2 tickets to Lollapalooza and Riot Fest, plus 2 Field Pass tickets to the Flow Rida post-game concert presented by Coca-Cola on June 27th at Rate Field. To enter, visit whitesox.com/sweepstakes.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood. Follow the show on Instagram at The Catman and at IGJ Hood. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Last night, the Indiana Pacers took a 3-1 series lead against the Knicks, winning 130-121. And so, here's what it comes down to, Cap. You might like Tom Thibodeau. You might respect Tom Thibodeau as a head coach. But Homer Simpson, the head coach for the New York Knicks, you got to understand, from his standpoint, he's limited. His team is limited. He's going to get fired at some point, Cap, because unfortunately the front office has not given him enough scoring for him to be able to win and go deep into the playoffs.
Well, I mean, it is pretty deep. He's in the conference final.
I said the roster's not deep enough.
It's not.
I said the roster. Here's the problem. There's a lot of problems with this Knicks team. The problem is, before I talk about the stolen virtues of the Indiana Pacers, is that for whatever reason, and this is where you have to come in as a coach of the guards, I don't understand why Cat and the guard for the New York Knicks cannot play together defensively. How is it that Brunson and Cat can't get it done defensively? They can score at will. There's no question about that. But defensively, they are a liability together on the floor.
They are.
They can't. I don't know why that's the case, though. I don't understand. Big man, little man, work together. They're both horrible defensively. You love the idea that you have Anunoby. You love, Mikal Bridges. But after that, Cap, there's not a lot there. There isn't. There's not much for Tibb to work with. That's just a hard.
They got to go out and make a move, whether that is Giannis or some type of a star that can carry them.
They're just, for a team that's built on defense because it's Thibodeau, they are horrible defensively. It must be like 1,000 paper cuts for Thibodeau to watch his team give up 130 points in the playoffs. He must be dying inside. 130? Now,
not good.
Let's give the Pacers credit. This is the reason why they're going to win the series. They may even win the whole thing. It's because what they have, Cap, is a bunch of beef on that team. It starts with Halliburton, obviously, because the numbers are great. We had those numbers earlier, right?
32 points, 12 rebounds, 15 assists, 4 steals, and no turnovers last night. That's never happened.
But it starts with him. But then you have guys like Neesmith and Mathurin, a guy that was on the bench, really not a guy that they use very often. Nemhard, guys like that, guys with some grit to them. You see, it's more than just hitting baskets. Miles Turner shooting threes, Siakam underneath the basket. What I like about the Pacers is they have a defensive grit to them to make sure that it's hard for you to be able to score going to the basket. Give them credit. Before you talk about the Pacers and how good they are, Carlisle's got to be in that conversation as a head coach, but his players play hard, and they defend your ass. They guard. T.J. McConnell, like that stick, that little stick in the beehive that's always moving around the perimeter. Obi Toppin hitting big shots. I just think that the Pacers are just a better built team. There's more than just one guy.
You don't think Obi Toppin's got a little jump in his step because the Knicks were the team that drafted him, gave up on him?
No question about it.
No doubt about it.
I just think that, Shay, when it comes to this with the Pacers, it's about multiple players that can make a difference. Unsung heroes that's part of this Pacers bunch. I think that they have the opportunity to win it all, not just win the East. They're going to beat I think that the Knicks have one more punch left, and then that'll be all. That'll be it, Cap. They'll have one more punch, and then they're going to lose. But again, to the Knick fan that celebrates and is all over New York City and just having a party. And you know when we had parties, Cap? When the Bulls won the championship. That's when we had parties.
You would have thought it was VE Day in New York. It was like the photos of the soldiers coming home, confetti dropping from the skyscrapers.
Knicks and 6.
They're pulling Chalamet out of the car.
Bing bong, bing bong. Knicks, yeah.
Here's your one Eastern Conference Finals victory in your last 16 tries. See you next year.
Thibodeau's going to get fired for this.
He's not getting fired going to the Eastern Conference Final.
Cap, someone's got to take the blame for this. And it's going to be Thibodeau. I'm not saying that it should be, but this is how sports goes.
You think he's going to get fired this year?
No, I think he's going to get fired pretty soon here. Like, because that's not getting better. Like, as much as you and I respect Brunson, and I actually respect Cat, I'll apologize and say I thought that with Minnesota, I thought that Karl-Anthony Towns was soft. You know what he is, Cap? You can speak to this better than I can. Big guy, just awkward, high waist. Everything looks weird when he passes the ball, the way he shoots the basketball, the way he comes across. He's a good player. He's just awkward. And the guys at that height usually are awkward. You've seen him play. Mm-hmm. It's just kind of like, high waist guy, gallops down the lane, just clip-clops down the lane. He hits some big shots. He's not a star, but he is a difference maker for this Knicks team. And I just think that, what's going to happen is one more punch for the Knicks, and the Pacers will get it done because they do it with, again, Halliburton first, but the grit of that team.
I think the Knicks win Game 5, like you said.
And that'll be all.
That gets it to 3-2, and then go back to Indiana. We'll see what happens.
They're tired. Knicks want to go home. You're not winning with Josh Hart. You're just not. You need more than that. You need more shooting than what you've been getting. And that's enough.
Who's the one player you think that can put them over the top or get them to the finals next year?
Giannis.
I would say it's Jimmy Butler, but playoff Jimmy is not really a thing. It's a marketing slogan. Just like playoff P with Paul George, it's not real. It's just that's it. That's it. It's just not. There's certain guys, Cap, that you just know if you're the Knicks, you need to have better than. And here's the thing, you know why you respect Thibodeau? Because he does more with less than any coach in the league.
Who are the top? Is there any free agent this year that they could try and clear?
Stop trying to help
money?
him out. Stop trying to help Tibbs. That's a Knicks problem.
Get it done, Tibbs. Well, our team here isn't going to do anything. That horrible front office. You have LeBron, player option. Harden, player option. Kyrie, but he's hurt. Julius Randle, they've already been down that road.
They're doing that again.
Freddie Van Vliet. Miles Turner.
Miles Turner would be nice.
Restricted Josh Giddey.
well, there you have it. So there you have it.
They're going to have to make a trade.
Bing bong, Knicks are dead. That'll be all.
Giannis, you are a New York Knickerbocker.
That would be amazing. That'd be amazing. I want not Giannis here.
I don't know, man.
We don't have the pieces to acquire him.
That's exactly right. The Kap and J Hood cut of the day is next on Chicago's Home for Sports.
This is your morning routine. Yeah. Kap and J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago. The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club presented by Yingling Flight is sold out.
Not so fast, my friend. You still have a chance. Hey, guys, it's Peggy Kaczynski inviting you out to Halftime Bar and Grill in Johnsburg. Join me Thursday night, 6 to 8. We can enjoy a Yingling or two, and you can qualify to win a spot on Team Peggy and Dion, sponsored by Advantage Dealer Group. At the end, we'll pick one person to win a twosome on our team. See you at Halftime in Johnsburg this Thursday night, and please enjoy responsibly.
It is a top concern for us all. What to do with your hard-earned dollars. Here's Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
So we show people how they can borrow cash to buy cash to beat inflation, right? So banks charge interest on your money, so I believe in reverse engineering things. So you borrow money, take the bank's money, and then go out and create increase. Do it by way of a business so you can create leverages, and then you can get tax rates for making more money.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
And you're your number one asset, but many times people don't insure themselves. So life insurance is a big deal, but it's also a vehicle of how the wealthy, basically shelter money.
If you want to rethink money and how to leverage yourself to create wealth, visit BrandonMrFinance.com now.
And then you can prepare yourself by putting money into insurance outlets that will grow compound interest and create generational wealth to have a living and a death benefits.
Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today.
Those are some of the ways that you can use to create wealth and give yourself financial freedom while protecting your family.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
Hey golfers, it's Sylvie. I've been talking about Chicago's Southland's finest golf course for years, the Sanctuary in New Lenox. The Sanctuary offers 18 holes of great golf on a beautiful course. The track may be a challenge, but it's an easy drive from anywhere in Chicagoland. Sanctuary features a 20-bay heated top tracer range, a 30-station grass range, a putting green, and a short game area. Check out golfsanctuary.com for the best rates and book your tee time. You no longer need to find your golf sanctuary.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yingling hotline.
Yingling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yingling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
Advantage Toyota of River Oaks has all the new Toyota vehicles you've been looking for. If you're not driving home in your new Toyota in less than 60 minutes, they'll make your first car payment. Every new Toyota comes with the Advantage Plus program. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details or visit AdvantageToyotaRiverOaks.com.
Another checkup? Why are so many people getting new puppies?
Dr. Kim's veterinary office is littered with cuteness.
We are booked solid for weeks, but who can say no to a puppy, right? Oh, who's a good boy? Oh, who's what? Oh,
She needs to find extra vet techs to get those pups some extra love.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, candidates can find it easier, so you can hire easier. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
If Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea was your best friend, it would be the kind of friend that starts an impromptu dance party in the supermarket aisle that turns into an all-day pool party rager at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea turns any day into a legendary adventure. It's smooth and refreshing real iced tea with just the right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Hey, you want to talk about your stuff? The things you as a sports fan have collected over the years. Talk about it with a pro. Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan. Saturday mornings at 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Presented by Huggins and Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
Kap and J Hood are back.
You got me feeling lucky. I'm putting everything on black.
ESPN Chicago.
Now it's time for the Kap and J Hood cut of the day. Kap and J Hood cut of the day. Kap J Hood cut of the day. It's brought to you by Chicago Cut Steakhouse. Yes, sirree. On the south, north side of the Chicago River. J Moore. What's up, baby?
Yes, it's boring, but it's a sport.
Oh!
Whatever.
It's not boring.
Okay, then you're boring.
All right, cut!
And they have the biggest NIL pot, I think, this year in college football.
I don't know how much going to UNC is about Bill Belichick more than the money, as you mentioned, Cap. But I mean, maybe back in the day, Jonathan, if that was your sole focus was to get to the NFL. Look, there's nobody in college football existing now that has the NFL track record that Bill Belichick does. So maybe it is a draw for some of these kids.
How are you, Tommy? Dick Crumb. How are you?
I'm sorry. What's your name?
Dick Crumb. Good to see you.
Sounds like a condition, Coach. I got to tell you, I don't remember meeting him. I remember meeting George Perlis. I've told you that story.
Yeah.
I remember meeting Jack Bicknell, but I don't remember meeting Dick Crumb.
And that's all, folks.
Hey, bitch, wait till you see my crumb.
The Kap and J Hood cut of the day.
Brought to you by David Flom and Matt Moore, Chicago Cut Steakhouse.
Shay's had enough.
Weather's starting to turn, folks. Get to that patio. It's awesome. Thank me later.
You saw me just throw my show sheet into the garbage?
He just had enough. He's not going to put that in the show rundown. No Yin Yang twins apparently in the rundown. All right, that'll be
It was
fine.
a good shot, too. Nothing but net on that one.
Cap.
Yes, sir.
Speaking of the Rockies, I think you've seen this story from the Denver Post.
Mm-hmm.
There's a fan who suffered a catastrophic injury and permanent injuries after getting hit in the eye with a baseball.
Hold on. Sidebar.
Oh.
I need the lottery story. I don't know what the lottery story is.
We don't have enough time, so we're going to save it for tomorrow.
I've been on pins and needles all morning.
I know.
We
want to get to it, but
for an hour I've been on pins and needles about this lottery story, and I've stopped myself from looking it up.
We were busy with other buckets. Sorry, bud. We were busy.
He said we got to get to it tomorrow. So
I think you should bring it up in crosstalk.
No, why would I use it in crosstalk? I want to use it on our show.
You've had our audience on pins and needles. You've had your executive producer on pins and needles for an hour.
Well, too bad. Get it tomorrow.
Got a sexy ass booty. Look soft. So anyway, there's a story here from the Denver Post, Cap. Catastrophic and permanent injuries to a fan. Got hit in the eye.
Mm-hmm.
And the fan is suing. He's suing the Rockies.
And he's going to lose unless they did something negligent, like didn't put up the netting properly, because on your ticket, I believe it says that they are not liable.
Well, this person suing is because the baseball is so bad, the fan feels like most people are there to socialize first, and because of the Rockies' poor track record, that's usually that's the blame for the injury. That's what the lawsuit states. Defendant, longstanding poor performance on the field has contributed to a game day environment in which spectators, particularly those in luxury suites, are less engaged, according to the attorney, Nielsen Wise.
Good luck.
You hear what I'm saying, right?
I am.
He's saying that because the team's so bad, he wasn't paying attention and the ball hit him, so it's the Rockies' fault, not his fault. Think about that.
That'd be amazing. Did you also see the obit that my brother sent out to us?
No.
Guy died and said in the obit something to the effect of, I couldn't stand watching the White Sox anymore, so I'm done.
Oh.
Yes.
That's a shame. We thank you for listening and calling in and being part of the program here on Kap and J Hood. Another frivolous lawsuit, Cap. Our thanks to Shay and Jay Moore on the other side of the glass. Thanks for watching and thanks for listening. How about tomorrow we do a Deal Breakers Thursday?
I'm in. Let's do it. Deal Breakers Thursday tomorrow, baby.
We'll talk to you tomorrow. Carmen and Yurko are next. Stay tuned. Don't leave. So long, everybody. From Chicago.
Make lunch, dinner, or game day easy with Lou Malnati's Chicago's legendary deep dish. Fresh salads, appetizers, pizza, pasta, and desserts. Lou's has something for everyone. And now, here's the latest dish and the hottest collab. Lou Malnati's has teamed up with Frank's Red Hot to bring you the Buffalo Chicken Pizza. It's a limited time deep dish or thin crust. Drizzle with bold, spicy flavor that brings the heat in every bite. Order the Buffalo now at LouMalnati's.com or on the Lou's app. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
On the golf course, do you use words like mulligan, do-over, worm burner? Then you are like millions of golfers who can use a bit more practice. Imagine a driving range where you're protected from the elements and you don't have to bend down to put a new ball on the tee. Now imagine a section where you can practice your short game and add to that a 9-hole course you can play day or night. It's real and it's spectacular. Golf Center Des Plaines, 353 North River Road in Des Plaines.
When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients. Fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices Chicago.
Hey, parents throughout Chicagoland, if you're like me and only want the best and safest option for your kids, you've got to go check out my guys at FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. FenceWorks is the premier spot for playgrounds, fencing, trampolines, and basketball hoops. I recently got a hoop installed by FenceWorks, and my kids are thrilled. FenceWorks has been treating families like mine to quality, safety, and exceptional service for over 58 years. Swing by their Northbrook showroom or check out theguyon41.com.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
All right. It is now time for Crosstalk with Carmen and Jurko here on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Don't leave, as they're in for Clinton and Friends. Carmen Jurko. Bop, 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 bop.
What's up, fellas?
What's up, fellas?
Don't leave.
Don't leave.
No, you can have it.
That's a good slogan, right? Don't leave. That's ESPN 1000, don't leave.
Do you see how much this guy's got?
It's a lot. There's a lot going on.
I mean, there's a coffee cup. There's a like a 2-liter mug of something. Water, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
He's got a man bag. And then he's got something else with his headsets in it. I believe they're for his headsets right there.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a slew of stuff you have there, my friend.
There's 2 Yetis. There's a Yeti for water and a Yeti for coffee, which I like.
I barely get here mentally intact.
And I actually...
Much less with all that preparation.
This awesome instant coffee.
Oh, yeah?
It simplified my life. It's Juan Valdez coffee. They actually advertise now behind the Cubs game on the behind home plate, the rolling thing.
Yeah.
I was already drinking it. I'm like, Mindy, she won't drink it.
Does he also push a cart of corn? Yeah. Does he do that at Wrigleyville too?
Doesn't he have like
Little
the
bell?
burro and got the coffee bags over the side of the burro?
Yes.
Ding, 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 ding.
Are you Juan Valdez?
Hello,
Are you
Juan.
Juan Valdez?
Good one. Good.
You know what? It simplified my coffee life, Dunkin' Donuts.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
My sister-in-law told me to try it, so I'm like, this is awesome. I was like, I'm not drinking instant coffee.
Instant coffee?
A teaspoon and a half. I put it in here.
And hot water?
Hot water,
Get outta
and I'm
here.
gone.
You remember Maxwell House?
It's delicious.
That can't be good.
It's
was
delicious.
slow.
What?
My wife won't even try it.
I would like to do the blind taste test just to see.
Yeah, I
Maybe
would
Cap's
too.
right.
Oh.
This coffee is awesome.
I would.
Maxwell
I think
House. Remember Maxwell? We'll get Maxwell House out, too. Boy, that was terrible coffee.
Hey, Mom only wanted the red can of Hills Brothers.
The Hills Brothers,
The big,
remember?
the big can, remember?
That international coffee.
Yeah.
8 o'clock coffee, guys. We had one that
8 o'clock
crushed
coffee.
the beans.
Yeah. 8 o'clock coffee was very good.
Folgers.
Folgers. We should have a taste test here.
Dude, I would love to try just to see what it would be like and if we're blown away by the Juan Valdez.
It's delicious.
Do you remember?
Yerk, would you know the difference in the coffees?
Me, I've
How's your
had
palate?
I've had real good coffee, like Jamaican Blue Mountain.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's good coffee.
you had Jamaican Blue Mountain, you'd be able to tell that Blue Mountain from the other stuff. But you got to enjoy coffee black. That's the way you can tell the difference. You cannot put cream in your coffee and think you're going to be able to taste the difference between
just do
coffees.
straight black.
It's got to be straight black, yeah.
Do you remember the old SNL skit with Chris Farley where they're like, "We've replaced your coffee with decaffeinated crystals"?
Yes.
and he loses his mind and he starts tearing the restaurant apart. What? You son of a bitch! And he goes,
It's the greatest.
It's the best. I say it's
one
Cap
of the
and
most
his Juan
underrated
Valdez.
skits of all time.
It's so good.
Yes.
We got to do the blind taste test one of these
I'd like
mornings.
that.
I totally am down for trying
man.
that. Because I can't believe you found a really good instant
It's
coffee. That
tremendous.
seems crazy.
Tremendous.
Who knew?
So here's what you do, Yerk. We get what you're talking about. Was it Jamaican blend? Was it
Jamaican Blue Mountain.
So we get that. We just get police department coffee.
Yeah.
From overnight.
Oh, God.
Put that in.
Right.
It's watery and just.
We'll go get Big Cat's coffee.
Big Cat's coffee.
Yeah.
Big Cat's coffee is good.
It is.
Stella Blue's
Blue,
very good. I buy
excellent.
it quite often.
You got to do about a 5-taster. That's what I think the field needs to be. 5 separate coffees, 5 different ways. Or you could have a couple that come out of that little doohickey pod.
You know what?
I'm
a coffee snob and a pizza snob.
Yeah.
The coffee out of the
Bourbon.
machine here.
Bourbon snob.
No, I wouldn't say bourbon snob.
Bourbon snob.
'Cause I'll
You're
drink just
knowledgeable
about anything.
Burnham.
I text Carm from Wisconsin all the time. I texted me the other day. I bought a bottle of Blanton's.
Bland's, yeah.
Oh, it's so good.
Yeah, but see, Carmen's great advice comes for don't pay too much for whatever you're buying.
Right. He got a decent price on it.
Yeah, so I always
He did.
ask, am I paying too much?
Cap found it for a decent
How about
price.
the whistle pig,
That's
little
awesome.
pig thing? That was too expensive. I didn't buy it.
6-year?
But no, it was even
Whistle
older.
pig,
He
little
found
pig?
like a rare. Yeah, he found a rare offering at like the butcher shop.
Whistle pig.
But-
Is that a moon oink?
Yeah.
Where can you find
It
a
could
whistle
be.
pig?
You can find that moon oink.
Where you
sure.
find that?
Yeah.
Where?
Any place you get your fried pork
You
products?
know, Moo and Oink should do a single barrel program with Whistle Pig.
That would make sense.
But the coffee out of the machine here.
What do you think?
Oof, that's
We
rough.
lost the moon
Rough.
oink over at Stony.
I don't trust the water out of it.
It is rough. I mean, that's
in a
a
pinch,
rough
though.
cup. In a pinch, I guess. Like Yurko every once in a while, and he even says it. He goes, "Boy," he goes, "I just need coffee so badly. I'm gonna go get a cup from here." But he knows. He's like, "It's terrible, terrible."
Yeah, I mean, it's free. I guess that's the one thing that you have to be a positive.
But that's like hoodies.
What's
It's
the
like that.
positive
It's
of
like that.
It's free.
The next day from the pot from the night before at
Oh,
the
my
police
God.
station, you know, like
Yeah.
holy cow, it's just rough, man.
Oh, that watery thing from Barney Miller.
Yeah, exactly.
The
You
terrible
see on the
coffee.
bottom, like half of it's evaporated, and the other half's burnt on the bottom.
It's all burnt.
Detective Jack.
You're getting what's left.
Detective Jack Sue.
Wojciechowicz.
Wojciechowicz.
Barney Miller.
Yeah.
Wojciechowicz with the
You're
bad
Jack-
coffee.
I got a football question.
You like
for
Jack Sue? If you watch his show, he was a great gambler. He was always in the. He was always gambling. If you remember Jack Sue.
He was.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was so good.
I got a football question.
Oh, football question.
I was talking to a player yesterday.
Talking to a current player or a former player?
Current player.
Right.
Current player.
Current player.
And I said, would you go out and add a big money defensive end to this team? And he said, for me, no. He said, because I believe the best way to have a better pass rush is by getting your interior solidified. He said, if you get great productivity from Andrew Billings, he said, you got to stop the run first. If you can't stop the run, it's over.
Yeah.
You have to stop the run. He said, and if you have a Dexter, he goes, give me a Dexter Lawrence in the middle of my defense as opposed to a rush edge that can be chipped, I'll take the Dexter Lawrence every time. Do you agree with that?
Well, I don't think they're going to make any movements on the inside of their team because they've spent so much. They drafted a kid in the second round. They got Grady Jarrett in. So there's two.
And Dio,
You're
who's going to
hoping-
play both.
There you go.
What's his last name?
Adabadayo.
Odengbo.
Whatever his name is.
Dio Odengbo.
He can't get Andrew Billings right, let alone Dio Dengbo.
First of all, you've made all your additions to what you have, where your weak is that outside edge where opposite of Montez Sweat, where you're hoping that Dio fits in or you're hoping that Booker takes over or you're hoping that somebody ends up makes a play over there. The only thing you can add out there is Trey Hendrickson.
Correct.
So I think you've addressed your interior with a healthy Billingsley.
Yeah, and he
with
did-
Grady
did say
Jarrett
that.
and with the guy that you drafted. I mean, there's 3 new guys.
Barbara.
Zach Pickens is gone. Okay, Zach Pickens
Yeah,
had
it's
a
gonna
couple
be-
years
gonna
to
be
prove
tough.
himself. He did not. Dexter looked good before he got hurt. Now he's going to be in his third year. Hopefully he can take that next step and become a dominant guy in there that can get you 9 to 11 sacks a year. That'd be wonderful. That'd be absolutely fantastic. But any thought of, okay, Billingsley is coming back and the team is suddenly going to play the run well again is foolish, because he was there when they stunk the joint up last year. It wasn't he left and all of a sudden they started giving up the rush. That's not true. That's false.
They were better.
No, they weren't. I broke the numbers down. They were not better.
Well.
They were not better at stopping the run. I broke the numbers down, period.
We did this a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, I broke the numbers
The advanced metrics would agree with you that they weren't great, to Yurko's point. They were never great against the run last year. The advanced metrics would certainly tell you they got substantially worse without him.
Ben Johnson just talked about that.
The counting stats,
There
maybe
are
not
numbers,
as much.
There are numbers,
but
and then there's the BS that gets sold to you by bullshit. I can't say it. By BS scientists and crapolas that try to sit there and do it with math. You don't do the math that you utilize is what actually happened.
Yes.
The math I'm utilizing
Yes.
actually happened. The math they use, or they want you to use, they want you to follow, because they hope they confuse the hell out of
course.
everybody,
Yeah,
is what
they
they're looking
they
to
want
do.
to confuse you.
The
right,
math, yes.
Right. The conceptual, theoretical stuff.
Yes.
Down the line, garbage crap. The actual math will tell you that when they lost Billingsley, nothing changed. It was still bad. It was bad with Billingsley. It was bad without Billingsley.
Yes.
Barbara,
of course.
Now, that's the truth.
And Billingsley
the problem is
he
that's
speaks
the
jive,
truth.
by the way.
Yeah.
I think the truth.
Yeah.
I speak jive.
Yeah.
I think the truth is
that airplane?
Yes.
I think the truth
Barbara
is
Billingsley.
they were bad with him and they got worse without him. But
That's what he believes. I don't
that's
believe
what
it.
I believe.
But that's what I'm saying. That's the fallacy of false cause. You think this guy's going to come back, and you think you all of a sudden solidified things. No, you didn't.
I understand.
You've got to
that's a
play
fair argument.
better. You've
Yeah.
got to play better.
That's a fair argument. Are we
they,
sure?
as a unit, did not play well enough.
Right.
They've got to play better. That's what we're
The fair argument is, and I agree with you, Eric, are we sure the fix will be made just with an older Andrew Billings coming off injury and an older Grady Jarrett? Hey, that's totally fine to question and wonder.
The two
are
guys-
they really going to be better inside, and will they be better at stopping the run with those guys back?
The two guys I liked in the middle all the time for the Chicago Bears were not Flanagan and Wells, though everybody
Although they
likes
were good.
They like Flanagan and Wells. Were Traylor and Ted Washington.
Yeah.
Correct.
Those two were the best.
We talked about
Tank
him earlier.
and Tommy
Tank and Tommy were good.
were pretty darn good also,
Yes,
but
they were.
just for a shorter
Yeah, but when
period of
Lovey
time.
came in, he did not
Tank and
want
Tommy.
guys like Traylor
No,
and Ted
'cause his
Washington.
system was different.
Listen, whatever he wanted or what he didn't want, he got a sleeker version of it with the two guys they had.
Right.
Okay, but Traylor and Ted Washington were the two best players they had on the interior since the '85 Bears.
Yeah, they were
That's
monsters.
that's just the truth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
People can argue it; they'll be wrong, but they can argue it. I don't care. The combination what you wanted are two bigs they got in Tennessee.
Yeah.
Them guys are monstrous.
Yeah.
and they can suffocate the run.
Devondre Sweat, that guy's
Yeah.
ridiculous.
Well, yeah,
But the two
they're
before
beefy
that,
inside.
Yeah.
the two before that, they gave it in the pass and the run were Stroud and John Henderson.
Yes,
for the
Jacksonville.
Jacksonville Jaguars. Two
Yeah.
what? SEC guys.
Yes, of
Yeah.
course. Of course. Top of the top.
See that?
Tippy
See
top.
that?
Yeah.
Two
Tippy
SEC guys.
Yep.
See, I wrapped it up in a ball
Yes,
and
you
brought it
did.
all the way back
See?
to Johnny. SEC guys.
That's
Henderson
right.
and Marcus Stroud. Georgia and Tennessee, if I'm not
That's
mistaken.
right.
Those were the two best, combining both as a combination that came in within a year of each other.
That's right.
That's what you're really looking for. The combination of the two that you can solidify your interior defensive line for the better part of 8-9 years. You're welcome. I just laid it out for you.
Did you see the FPI where they have the Bears?
I just saw it. I just
16th.
was 16th.
Up from 21st a year ago.
Is anyone going to listen to John here? He just broke it down for you. Analysis.
He just gave it to us.
just like TNN.
You've been given the information.
Billingsley.
It's like I watch these idiots in the morning.
What is it?
Us?
Yeah, no, not you guys. I was watching. I didn't
Idiots
I
in the
wasn't
morning.
on Twitch.
Quack,
No.
quack.
The Greenberg stuff this morning.
Get up.
Yeah. They can't understand why San Francisco has the third best chance of getting winning the NFC.
They can't understand
They
that?
don't understand it because they haven't looked at the schedule and they haven't realized they play the AFC South and the NFC South. And if nobody saw the benefits that came to the NFC North last year by playing that schedule, then nobody understands it. those two divisions are not going to get substantially better. The San Francisco 49ers will benefit by playing that. Plus, they get to play the Bears. They get to play Carolina. They get to play the New Orleans Saints. I know what I hear, or what in my ears is ching-a-ching-chang. Victory after victory after victory after victory after victory. Even with a flawed offensive line, even with a flawed defensive line, they're still good enough to go ahead and kick everybody's ass.
So are we going to put you in like in a nice suit jacket? And you're going to put you up there in the seaport? You want to be at the desk?
I got some other guy up there. They're all
Luke Riddick?
Whatever. Louis
Riddick, yes.
Louis.
You got your jacket?
Lou's short for Luke.
No.
Come on. Everybody knows that.
No. So are you going to get your jacket on and go up there and tell them give them what's for?
They deserve it. If they hear it, they deserve it. The reason why San Francisco is the third favorite choice to win the NFC is because of the schedule they play.
Now, that just means the Eagles and Lions are ahead of them? Is that who it was?
Yes.
Or Commanders?
No,
Eagles?
Eagles, Washington.
Eagles and Washington, okay.
Eagles, Washington, Frisco, then Detroit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So I happened to watch that this morning. I don't know what happened
they hooked
to me.
you in.
I don't know what possessed me, my soul. I think I was looking for Indiana highlights because I went and saw Mission Impossible last night.
Yeah. How is it?
So I was looking for Indiana. Carm said it well. It paces slow at the beginning as they set everything up. And then it's like a nonstop hour and 10 minutes
then it's
of action.
Furious.
With
just like
one piece of just absolute stupidity that was created by the director and the producers and the actors.
It's pretty. I mean, it's entertaining.
I listened to a
dumb
movie podcast on the way home from Wisconsin, and the guy who was on said there will be a Top Gun 3.
Oh, I think that's for certain.
Can't wait.
Yeah.
There's another Jurassic World coming out.
There is. It actually looks pretty good.
I just saw it.
The trailer looks pretty decent.
I'm like, no, I thought it was another alien. When I first saw the monster in the back, I thought it was an alien.
Boy,
and nope, Jurassic World. I go, another
There's
one?
another one.
Then there's another repeat coming out. The imagination is totally zapped in Hollywood.
It is silly.
Any new ideas out there? Let's do something for the 25th time.
I know. Let's just keep making
ridiculous.
Jurassic World. I'll probably go see it, though, because the trailer looked good. And the last time, and this one, the Mission Impossible was good. Definitely a movie, like, theater experience. Great action.
I like that.
It's good.
I like that.
I mean, it's entertaining.
They got some stuff coming out,
But the answer is there are new ideas. Whether it's small screen TV or movies, there's no new ideas.
Another Marvel movie coming out, Fantastic Four. We've never seen this one.
Yeah.
Hey, here's one for you. The Silver Surfer is a girl. That's a new idea, guys.
Is that what they're doing?
The Silver Surfer's a girl.
Oh, my.
Oh, my God. I've got to go see it.
That's how they're changing
What
it up?
tremendous strides we have made in this country. Get the hell out.
This country.
Fantastic Four again. I saw the thing.
I knew that was
And I'm thinking Michael Chiklis again. But is it Michael Chiklis? Remember? Because he was the original thing.
That's right.
Love that guy.
Wasn't it Michael Chiklis?
Chiklis.
Is it Chicklets?
I Chicago'd it.
He's Greek.
I Chicago'd it.
It's Chiklis. You know what his name is, Carm.
Chicklets.
You know what his name is.
Come on, man.
You understand?
You know exactly
You've
who
worn
I'm
the
talking
Yurko Dakota ring for years.
Man,
I want to call him
Kosovo,
Crane Kenny because of him.
Yeah.
Oh, my
Because he calls him Kenny Crane.
I used to call him Kenny, Crane.
And I
Which
said
is
one
correct.
day to
Which
Crane
is
on
correct.
accident. I was like, hey, and I felt, I'm like, I said, Crane, I'm sorry.
So at the same time,
I called him Kenny because
at the same time he was coming into his prominence, we had Denny Crane from Boston Legal also.
Very good
William
show.
Shatner's character.
Very good show, Yurko.
So Denny Crane, Kenny Crane.
him
I mean,
Kenny
what the hell's going on? You know?
Denny Crane.
I mean, if I was a rapper like Eminem, I'd be able to put that together right away.
Yerk, did I hear you're traveling overseas again this
Going
summer?
to Scotland.
Leaving Scotland. He's leaving in like 2
Going to
weeks.
Scotland, playing 9 rounds of golf out in Scotland.
9 rounds.
Leaving the 23rd.
Somebody's coming home in a body bag.
Yeah.
The crew that he's going over there with. I don't know. Hopefully not you.
Some Highlanders?
The Highlanders.
Scotsmen that want to challenge the good kid?
The Highlanders.
Aye.
9 rounds, these animals running around
Yeah.
the Scottish countryside.
Toughest
Can you
one we're
imagine?
playing.
No.
Toughest one we're playing late. We got to make a long drive from St. Andrews up to Cruden Bay.
You said that you're going to walk the course, right?
8 of those courses are going to be walked by the good kid.
Yeah. You're going to walk it.
8.
And that's something?
One.
Better
One
have
I'm going to
some
have.
gummies with you.
Most
Better.
of them are flat.
Yeah,
Most
that's
of them
true.
are
Most
flat.
of those are flat.
Except for Cruden Bay.
I like
which
your
is
Scottish brogue.
It's got a little bit more hilling.
Whatever that
there.
is.
I don't know what the hell it is.
Pretty good.
Royal Troon.
I brought you a gift, by the way, from Los Angeles.
Is that
Is it the
owl?
Will Smith?
Yeah, from
Is
Newport.
it the owl?
Yes.
This-
It's Will Smith bobblehead
This
doll.
is actually a good addition to the.
Does that one throw a
camera.
slap or
This
a punch?
Is great. Look at that.
Oh, not that Will Smith.
No,
that's a different Will Smith.
It's the white Will Smith.
Yeah.
This is the white.
Yes, that's what the person told us that gave us the bobblehead
Look
at Dodger
that.
Stadium.
It's the white Will.
It's the white Will
Is that
Smith.
nice?
Let me just tell you, Carm, you got to go at least one time.
I know.
I enjoyed my time at Dodger Stadium.
I saw the pictures. I mean, that you sent.
Yeah,
It looks
what'd you think?
awesome.
Did you
It looks
sit lower
incredible.
deck?
No, upstairs. It was
looks
good.
so cool. Yeah, it's on my list. I've never seen a game at Chavez Ravine. So
The mountains in the background. If you're a former Dodger, you feel like you effed up because it's like the mountains in the backdrop. You got a beautiful stadium and it's electric.
I heard when you just pull up to it, it's the scenery around it is so pretty.
It really is
one way
nice.
in and one way out.
That's
The
it.
Traffic
Yeah,
can
I'm
get
sure
crazy.
it's not fun.
But I left in the 8th.
Perfect. Smart guy.
That's the thing.
Time
He's
to
a
beat
Californian already.
Yeah.
Well, you beat
Look,
traffic.
I got there. The difference is I got there early.
Yeah.
I was there at
You
6:15.
You get there early, see, look around, watch the game. You leave in the 8th.
Nice people there. It was just a really cool vibe.
It looks awesome.
That's my vibe, to be able to see the mountains and the lights on Dodger Stadium.
Yeah.
It's a mixture of old and new. Like the seats remind you of when Jackie Robinson played there in '62. You butter your hips in there. All right, here we go.
Yeah,
Just
but
getting comfortable in there. But otherwise,
that stadium's 60 years old at this point.
something's going on with that Dodger dog, though. Next time we do a hot dog thing, we got to bring some Dodger dogs in. It was fantastic.
Oh yeah,
it's a little different than what I didn't expect it to be that good.
Okay,
the Dodger dog, pretty good.
Cool. Better or worse than the White Sox stuff?
No, the White Sox.
White Sox hot dogs are top.
That's top notch.
Their food is top notch at White Sox.
It's top notch.
Baseball, not so much.
Baseball?
But the food-
Listen, it's top notch, and then the guy says play ball. Then that'll be in, and it goes downhill.
And then the first baseman doesn't know his foot has to be on first base.
I saw that.
I mean, like
Andrew Vaughn hit a home run in AAA. He's
Yeah.
starting to just climb back.
That's awesome. F him.
I don't know.
Third
overall pick with 2,500 plate appearances. He gets sent down to the minors.
and with that guy, the F in DFA is strong.
I've heard his work ethic wasn't exactly what they hoped.
Yeah, no bleep.
Great to hear.
No bleep.
Yeah.
That guy should stay in Charlotte.
Yeah. But it'd be nice to have a first baseman that understands you got to have your foot on the bag. I mean,
he's a.
Who was it at first?
Lenine Sosa.
Oh God.
Yeah.
And then
you saw that play?
And then Michael
I didn't know
Taylor's
which one it
the
was.
tying run on second, and he's getting picked off. Like,
Right, I saw that. I'm like, what are you
how do you
doing?
get picked off at second as the tying run in scoring position?
That's just bad baseball.
That's just bad baseball.
That's just what it is. Bad baseball.
That's what it is. And that brand of baseball will be coming your way in an hour and 10 minutes. With the
Cade Horton
you
was good last night.
Cade Horton did look pretty
Wait a
good.
minute.
I watched some of that
You
game.
can't promote it that way, damn
We
it.
have to.
We're on early because Sox are playing early
Jeff Miller
in New York
takes over.
today.
The New York Mets.
Danny
Okay.
Wheeler.
Hoodie, why did he say that?
Oh my God! What the hell did he say that for?
Because we have eyes.
Hey,
On the
Len and DJ
ES
are the best.
And we can
Our
see.
broadcast crew's fantastic. The play on the field when it's bouncing off guys' heads and guys are getting picked off second as the tying run.
Food,
guys
the
don't know that their foot has to be on the bag. I don't know. I mean,
The food, the broadcast.
yeah. Everything else,
the
Sucks.
ball.
Yeah.
the
Baseball,
ballpark's
not so
awesome. The broadcast is awesome. The game, it's a little rough.
Let me just tell you something happens. Game 125, okay? We're going to be down 8-3, and then Len's just going to snap. You know, DJ, this is some bull crap. I hate this team.
He's had enough.
I've had enough. Take over. DJ's going to be left there by himself.
It's like the time Hawk went downstairs to check on.
I'm out of here. I'm going to go check on
Who was it? It was
Todd
Frazier. Yeah, go check on Todd.
I got to go see if he's all right.
Len's going to just be like, I'm done. That's it. DJ, you take over.
I've had enough of this BS. Can't stay at first base.
Sack.
Yeah, I like hearing Sack Man. It was good. Very good. I agree. He's great. I love Danny. And I heard him tell Waldo and Sylvia a
It's
couple
one
weeks
of
ago when he was
22,
on.
right?
He's going to be doing a bunch of games. Yeah.
Yeah, one
He's
of
great.
22, he said.
Oh, short straw.
Super cool.
Yeah.
All right, you guys have a great day.
See you tomorrow.
Tax time.
Nice to crosstalk. See you tomorrow, boys.
Special
Carmen Jurko
assessment.
Bop, 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 bop.
in for Clinton and Friends, right here on Chicago's Home for Sports. Chris?
This is Carmen and Yurko, making your lunch break extra delicious.
Hey, Ma! Can we get some meatloaf?
On Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Oh, he clanked it. He clanked it.
Picture yourself. Cold Yingling in hand, warm breeze blowing through the bar, wild sports takes being hurled from the stage. It's Carmen and Yurko's Summer Friday. Join the boys this Friday as they broadcast live from Hillgrove Tap in Western Springs, presented by Yingling. You didn't really need an excuse to start your weekend early, did you? But that's what Yingling and Carmen and Yurko provide with Summer Fridays. See you Friday from noon to 3, live from Hillgrove Tap in Western Springs. And please, enjoy responsibly.
This is Matt Coker from West Coast Men's Health. Has Viagra stopped working for you? Do you hate the side effects? If you've taken Viagra for any length of time, you already know that pills are not the solution to ED. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. No pills, no shots, no surgery. We can also treat Peyronie's disease. Our non-invasive treatment for ED is painless and highly effective. We have treated thousands of men just like you. Stop living with this problem and do something about it. Do yourself a favor, do your partner a favor, and call us today.
Call 630-425-5033. That's 630-425-5033. 630-425-5033. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com. HSA cards welcome and financing available.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply in app only.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie. I love my new windows from Window Nation. Now it's your turn. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, plus a free entry door. No money down, no interest or payments until 2027. Call 866-90-NATION or windownation.com.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko. Listen to us now. Live on the ESPN Chicago app. Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
The other way, a little flare. Birdie around third. Matt Shaw, your hero. Ball game. Cubs win. There's your blooper to right. Walk it off. A celebration. And we sing the song.
Boog Shambi back in the booth on Marquee last night, and the Cubs rallied to win. And maybe Cub fans think that's a little too close for comfort against a team with 9 wins, but such is baseball in a long season. The Cubs win again, now 11-3, over their last 14, and this stretch against teams that aren't particularly good, and the Rockies are certainly not particularly good. The Cubs got the job done. They win. It's Carmen and York. We're on a little bit early because the White Sox game has been moved up. So we figured, hey, let's at least come on, entertain the masses for a little bit. And then an hour from now, Jeff Meller takes over with the pregame show. And Len and DJ are going to have the call of the third and final game between the Mets and the White Sox from Citi Field in Queens coming up just after noon today. Rain heading that way, so instead of trying to figure out how the White Sox and Mets, who don't get to play each other all that often, we're going to make up a game in Queens later in the year. They said, let's just move the game up. So you're going to get day baseball. We're on early. Pre-game's in an hour. When the game's over, Waddle and Sylvie will be on. Not only did Matt Shaw walk it off, but that took PCA and his skill set to be able to tie that game up to put the Cubs in position to win. I don't know if people still have strong feelings one way or another about the runner at second in extras. I don't mind it. I've made peace with it. It's not going anywhere, Yerk. And you don't want games to last 19 innings. You just don't.
No.
I don't think anybody wants that.
No,
I don't
I
think
agree
fans
with you.
necessarily want it. Teams certainly don't want it. But the one advantage when you make the last out, if the game continues and you've got a guy like PCA who made that last out, the one advantage, obviously, is the speed. And this is how the 11th started.
He's going. Pitches the ball, and he's got it stolen. Oh, the other way. We're tied. Check swing, RBI base hit, Michael Bush. And it's 3-3 here in the 11th.
And that is all thanks to the speed of PCA. There was one out when he stole that bag, but he got himself to third. The infield had to come in, obviously, because Colorado was protecting a one-run lead. And a little, excuse me, swing from Michael Bush ends up in left field, and PCA walks home. So the speed kills.
And the infield was in, too.
It was. Had to be in.
Right. The infield was in.
Had to.
And it almost looked like he saw a gigantic hole there. Because the shortstop was more toward the second base bag. And the third baseman was, I don't know if he was protecting the line as much as there was just a natural gap between the two.
Pretty good
it
gap.
almost looked like the pitch was there, and he said, well, let me just kind of square it up right through there. Yeah. It almost looked like a swinging bunt.
Yeah, it did.
You know?
Kinda. It was somewhere between an excuse me swing and a swinging bunt.
And
You're right.
he kind of knew where the hole was. And if you go back and look at it, it was gigantic.
Yes.
So why ever he did it, I don't care. He did it, and it worked out for the Cubs.
Speed kills.
Yeah.
Even though I think it was an 0 for PCA.
Are they up to 100 wins yet? Are they up to 100 wins yet?
They're
Are they
trending
projecting
for that? Yeah, a little.
Are they projecting?
Almost. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Cubs projected for 99-point-something victories. Can you believe it, Yerk? And they have a 3-game lead in the division. White Sox lost another tough one. At least they were somewhat competitive.
They were competitive? Is that where we're at now with the White Sox?
Yeah.
At least we're competitive, guys.
You know the only positive
Could you say that for Colorado? At least they were competitive the last 2 games. They were competitive. Come on.
Yeah, it's true.
They were competitive. They got something to take to the next stop with them. Hey, look at how competitive we were.
You know the only takeaway I have on the White Sox right now? I mean, there's a few things that have happened that have been okay. Like Shane Smith at times has looked okay. And Kiro's defense behind the plate, at times has looked pretty good. They made a trade yesterday to kind of clear out the logjam they have at catcher. I love there's a logjam at catcher. We don't know if any of them are legitimately awesome. I hope one of them, like Corey Lee or Kyle Teal or Edgar Quero someday is awesome. But they got all these, as of right now, just mediocre catchers. We'll see if one of them turns out to be a stud. It's there's that. There's Shane Smith. Miguel Vargas. Miguel Vargas is actually, he's got 20-something extra base hits on the year. He hit his 8th home run last night. He had a double. This is the kid that they got from the Dodgers last year, and he came here and he hit 085. Because how'd you like to get traded midseason from the Los Angeles Dodgers to the Chicago White Sox? And so Miguel Vargas was like, really?
That's like being punished.
It is. It's not like being punished.
Yeah.
Okay? That is full-on being punished.
Yeah. What did I do?
Yeah, what did I do?
What did I do?
Wait a minute. What did I do?
Who did I piss off?
And, I don't know, he came here, he hit about 100.
Yeah.
His OPS plus went from 107 with the Dodgers to 7 with the White Sox. But he's been better. Maybe they do have something in young Miguel Vargas. We got some football to talk about with everybody, some hoops as well. These series look like they might end a little bit quicker than we all thought. I certainly thought the series in the East was going to go maybe the distance. When we previewed this series a week ago, and it was a week ago today that it started, that amazing Game 1 last Wednesday night in the Garden, I'm thinking this is destined for 6 or 7. It might not make it that long after all, Yerk. We'll talk about Halliburton's phenomenal performance last night and the Pacers knocking on the door of the NBA Finals. 312-332-ESPN if you want to ring us up. We'll still do a list for today. We're going to do Immaculate Carmen. We got about an hour, and then Jeff Meller takes over with pregame for White Sox and Mets. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
White Sox and Mets.
Series finale today at 11:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
All right, the NFL schedule has dropped, of course, and you know what that means. It's go time. And we're here with the insider tip for you. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, it's time to snap your tickets up now. Don't wait. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats. And listen to this, folks, the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticket partner of ESPN. It's Vivid Seats.
At Elmhurst University, we make it our mission to ensure our students go far and do well. This means equipping you with the skills you need to excel on campus, and then elevating you into a long-lasting career. Our supportive faculty and far-reaching professional network create an environment that allows you to be at your best, so you can do your best, which means you'll be ready to make your impact on the world from the moment you graduate. A professional powerhouse located just outside Chicago. Elmhurst University. Go far, do well.
Don't miss your chance to see iconic rapper, singer, and songwriter Flo Rida live at Rate Field this summer. Be here on Friday, June 27th as the White Sox take on the Giants at 6:40 p.m. Everyone with a game ticket will have the chance to enjoy Flo Rida perform a post-game concert presented by Coca-Cola. Want an up-close on-field experience? Well, exclusive Field Pass packages are on sale now with limited availability. To purchase your tickets, visit whitesox.com/concert.
You have heard me talk about how businesses are elevating their game in Bolingbrook. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable southwest suburban location to start or expand your business. I invite you to learn how welcoming we are to the many businesses who recently have made Bolingbrook their home.
So if you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
I can't believe they're moving the team to another city.
True, but you'll never forget all the joy they brought into your life.
Joy? They made the playoffs twice in 50 years.
Gosh, those 2 times were pretty great, weren't they?
How would I know? I wasn't even born yet.
Just think of all the free time you'll have on game days.
Those games were the highlight of my week.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
In a world parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill ride of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea doesn't just taste like real iced tea, it's made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Advantage Acura of Naperville is your connection to your new Acura. Drive home in one you'll love in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. And every new Acura comes with the Advantage Plus program. Come see them in Naperville or visit AdvantageAcura.com. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko. Follow the show on Twitter at Carmen DeFalco and at Yurko64. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Indiana 4-6-3. Halliburton long three. Puts on the brakes, finds a gap and hits it. Played the entire fourth quarter the other night, knocked away by Siakam on the deflection. Got number 3-on-1 Halliburton to top him.
To this series more than it is to just stop one play.
Halliburton with a look-away feed. Lot of strings, open lane.
And Halliburton cashes in. They went with McBride. Shot clock at 3. Halliburton for 3. Well, that was deep, but Brunson backed up. Halliburton weaving, driving, scoring.
One of the great playoff games you're ever going to see. Tyrese Halliburton gave you that last night. And in fact, he did something that nobody in the history of the league has ever done since they started tracking turnovers as an official stat, Yerk. And that goes back to the late 70s. I think it might have been the 76-77 season.
0 turnovers.
0. Nobody ever hit the marks he hit in terms of points, rebounds, and assists. He had a triple-double last night and had 0 turnovers. 32 points, 15 assists, 12 rebounds, 4 steals, and 0 turnovers. That is an epic performance. The Indiana Pacers are on the verge of going to the NBA Finals for the first time in a long time. What, 2000? When was the last time they were there? Something like that. That sounds about right. Maybe 2000. It's been a while since the Indiana Pacers were in the finals. They are on the verge now. I thought this was going to be a long series. It might not be that long. After all, that first game, if the Knicks don't blow that, it's a 2-2 series, I think it would have been as epic as we all thought it was going to be. But that's not the case, and Indiana's on the verge now, up 3-1. Is Tyrese Halliburton, am I being a prisoner of the moment, or is it fair to now, start having the conversation about Tyrese Halliburton being a potential, fringe top 10 player? Or am I being a prisoner of the moment?
Prisoner of the moment.
You think so? Yeah. Because 6 weeks ago, if you would have said, is Tyrese Halliburton a top 10 player, I'd have been like, no.
Laughed. You would have laughed.
I don't know if I would have laughed, but I would have said no.
You would have chuckled. There would have been a chuckle
top 20, but not top 10. So, yeah, is it prisoner of the moment? I made a rough list. You want to work through this with me?
I'd love to work through it with you.
I can't tell if you're being
so much fun.
Being serious?
Yeah. Go ahead. I'm with you.
I didn't. This is not necessarily like a rank of them. This is just a rough order. Okay, you know what I'm saying? So and by the way, the last time the Pacers were in the finals, that's what I thought. It was the 2000 season. It's the last time the Indiana Pacers were in the finals. All right, here's a rough order. Not necessarily in order, but just like a rough list. The top. I'm going to give you the top 9 because then I think we have to talk about, is Tyrese Halliburton in there, all right? Keep track. You ready?
I'm ready.
Tell me if I forget anybody.
Okay.
Joker, SGA, Giannis, Luka, fat or otherwise, Tatum, Ant, AD, Wemby. People are going to think I might be crazy on this one. I still have Steph. And then to round out the top 10 is, I think, one of these guys. You tell me. I put Mitchell, Brunson, Mobley, LeBron, Cade Cunningham, and Halliburton. Am I forgetting anybody?
So he could be 15th is what you're saying.
I guess he could be anywhere from 10th to 15th.
Yeah.
Am I forgetting anybody? I don't think so.
Chris, is he forgetting anybody?
You didn't say Kawhi Leonard.
I didn't say Kawhi. That's true. Not that I forgot, but I just didn't put him in there.
Don't believe I heard Jimmy Butler's name.
I did not say Jimmy Butler. Is Jimmy Butler better than Tyrese Halliburton at this point?
Yeah.
Oh, Chris was quick on that.
Well, yeah, you asked earlier, am I a prisoner in the moment?
Yes,
I think you are 100% being a prisoner in the moment. He's having a fantastic playoff run.
Right.
But I don't think if you're laying out these other names that teams are building with Halliburton over Butler, Kawhi, LeBron.
Even Kawhi and LeBron now? Yeah? I think you're right. Maybe you're right. Maybe I should not have left off Kawhi. I thought about it. I mean, LeBron's name is in there. I've got him in that mix, and I would agree that you'd still
Damian Lillard
at his age.
No.
Dame done, and now with another injury too. Markkanen, no chance. Tyrese Halliburton's better 6 weeks ago and today than Lauri Markkanen will ever be.
Bam.
Halliburton's better. I'm glad that you're throwing some names my way.
I got no choice but to do it. If I want to participate, I have to.
The good debates are like.
How about
Chris said,
Tyrese
Butler.
Maxey?
Halliburton's better than Tyrese Maxey.
Are you sure?
I think so.
Darren Fox.
That's a good one.
I would say I would pause on the Maxey as well.
Really? I think.
Yeah, I mean, out of sight, out of mind. I mean, last time he was in the playoffs, he was balling.
Trae Young.
Tyrese Halliburton. That's not even. I don't even want to please. If anybody tries to debate Trae Young,
Listen. John Morant.
Halliburton at this point.
Halliburton over John Morant. Interesting.
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe
you
close.
said Donovan Mitchell though.
Said
right?
Mitchell. Said Brunson. Said Mobley. Said Cunningham.
Devin Booker.
That's an interesting one. I don't know what's happened to Devin Booker.
Devin Booker.
I can't quite figure out how that team has gotten so bad with some of the talent they have.
You said
why
AD.
are they not better? I said AD.
You said AD.
Yeah, said AD. Why are the Suns not better with Devin Booker? So one guy's got his team on the verge of the finals. The other guy's team didn't make the play-in tournament.
Did you say Embiid or no? Or
I
did you
didn't
just
say
not
Embiid.
care
I don't
Embiid?
know. I don't know what to think of Joel Embiid anymore. I really love Embiid as a player. When he's healthy, I mean, I advocated him for being as good as anybody a couple years ago when he won the MVP.
Yep.
And I don't know what the hell to think of
After
Embiid.
you had Joker fatigue, you're ready to hand out MVPs to everybody.
If Embiid's playing, if Embiid's on the floor playing.
I'll have you know this list that I looked at where I got all these names from has Halliburton as the 16th best player in the
And I
league.
think that's probably a good spot for him.
And Jimmy Butler right below.
I think that's probably a good spot.
Right, just so you know.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, because these rankings didn't come from this brain.
But at some point.
And all those NBA names didn't come from this brain.
But at some point, guys have to start getting credit for what they're doing and what they're accomplishing in the playoffs. Maybe they caught a few breaks along the way. I think you could certainly say that they did in the way the weirdness happened in these Eastern Conference playoffs this year, just the way the whole season and then the way that, Boston blowing 2 games the way they did and then Tatum getting hurt. I mean, there's some good breaks that went their way.
Sure.
But I got to give a guy
listen,
credit.
you don't apologize for getting breaks.
No,
and
I
you still
agree.
have to do it on the court.
Yeah.
And so what he's actually been doing and what he's actually been showing is the reason why you're bringing up the conversation.
I don't think they're going to beat Oklahoma City. If the final is OKC Indiana, I think it will be. I don't think they're beating OKC. I'm not even sure how competitive they'll be, although I do like the way Indiana plays. I do. They're tough, and they play, like we've talked about, that frenetic pace. I think that stresses teams a lot. I think it stresses defenses. I think OKC can handle it a little bit better if they get into the finals with them. But, I love the pace at which they play and how they run and how physical they can be. I mean, they're a fun team to watch, and they're very good.
Easy on the eyes, Carm.
Yes.
Easy on the eyes.
There's one team in, the 40-something years I've been watching the NBA, and really if you look at the entire history of the NBA, there's sort of one team that kind of bucks the trend of you need to have a top 10 player to win, and that is the 04 Pistons. That team was very good, don't get me wrong.
Tayshaun Prince.
Sure, Rasheed Wallace and Chauncey and Rip Hamilton and
the other guy.
Did I say Ben Wallace? I said Rasheed and Ben Wallace.
Yeah.
I mean, that team was very, very good. Very good. Did they have a top 10 player? Probably not. So that's the one team that kind of bucked that trend. And if Indiana were somehow to pull this off, and I don't think they will, they might. I don't think it's any sort of new thing that's going to happen in basketball.
But
I think
they're
the
a
best
trend
player and the 2 best players are always going to win.
Yeah.
Or at least 99% of the time are going to win. But I think Halliburton is close and has put himself in an interesting conversation of who is in that next group after maybe the top 9 or 10 guys, somewhere from 11 to 15 or 16. Is he that kind of player now? He didn't have a great year. He certainly didn't have a great start to the season. Played better as the year went on. That whole Indiana team played better as the year went on. They were very good in the second half of the season. But he's kind of taken his game to another level here. And if he can string that together season after season, he has become a much more interesting player. Who's already a good player that's become a much more interesting player and has made the East more interesting, I think. 312-332-ESPN is the number. We'll grab a few calls. We'll do a list coming up just after 11. Pregame for White Sox and Mets comes your way with Jeff Meller at 11:30. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000. 1000, Chicago's home for sports. The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club, presented by Yingling Flight, is sold out.
Unless you got a friend like the good K. Hey, I want to invite you out to Birdie's Sports Bar and Grill in Oak Lawn. Join me this Sunday from 1 to 3. Let's enjoy some Yingling, and you can qualify to win a spot on Team Carmen and Jurko, sponsored by Blue Chew. At the end, we'll pick one qualifier to win a twosome on our team. See you Sunday afternoon from 1 to 3 at Birdie's in Oak Lawn. Please enjoy responsibly.
It's that time of year again, and if you or someone you love is graduating soon, you know there's a lot to do. With all the finals, papers, party prep, and more, it's easy to forget about details like getting a fresh haircut. Luckily, that's why there's Great Clips. With convenient online check-in, you can put your name on the list from anywhere, and they'll text you when it's time to come in. No need to worry about finding time for an appointment in your busy end-of-the-school-year schedule. The skilled salon stylists at Great Clips are schooled in all the latest styles and techniques, so whatever haircut you're going for, you'll look and feel great in your cap and gown, or as a guest, cheering from the audience. Plus, with the affordable prices at Great Clips, you can save more money for summer fun, and who doesn't love that? So get into your local Great Clips salon today and get ready to celebrate in style. Download the app today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Hey, it's Brandon Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker, here to share ways to create non-traditional wealth. At BrandonMrFinance.com, we are using good credit, real estate, and insurance platforms to build for right now and to build generational wealth for you and your family. I know life hasn't always been easy, but me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com have some solutions that can make life easier by setting up financial freedom outlets to win and beat inflation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute, hosted by Danny Acker from Crane Chicago Business, is heard Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and is presented by Chicagoland BMW Centers. Nature is calling. No, not that way. Fishing, hunting, hiking, nature. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday mornings from 6 to 7 and available on demand on the ESPN Chicago app.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie for Window Nation. Their semi-annual sale includes 4 free windows with a purchase of 4 windows, a free entry door, and no money down, interest, or payments till 2027. Hurry, the sale ends soon. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
Working from home or back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Jurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
We got to hop on a little bit early today in for Clinton and Friends because the White Sox game got moved up. It was supposed to be a night game in Queens. They're going to play to beat the rain. They're going to play early. So that game is around the corner. Meller's got your pregame in about 40 minutes. First pitch a little over an hour from now. And then after the game, Waddle and Sylvia will be on. Bleck will be on till 7 tonight after Waddle and Sylvia. So he'll crosstalk with the guys and then be on till 7. And then Chris will take you to Timberwolves and Thunder. So a full day of some great local programming and some play-by-play. Baseball, basketball later tonight. The Thunder can punch its ticket back to the NBA Finals, York. With a win tonight, they're an 8.5-point favorite at home tonight. The finals don't start until next Thursday night, regardless of what happens. They had scheduled games 7 for Sunday, Monday, and the finals will start next Thursday, June 5th. So we might have a long layoff here because both these series could be over by tomorrow. Southside Q's on ESPN 1000. What up, Q?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up, man?
Just wanted to tap in on these. Yeah, I think you're kind of being a prisoner of the moment. I love Halliburton's game. Trust me. But some of these guys that you're putting them over as far as a franchise player, I don't know, man. I don't think that he's the natural talent in the player that Devin Booker is.
Yeah, I wonder
know
about
he's-
Booker. Booker's an interesting one. Like, why did they miss the freaking playing game out there, though? It's a weird one.
Well,
like, you're probably
here's
right.
Why. Here's why. They got to move the track. To be honest, they should have got Kevin Durant. He's just in Booker's way.
Yeah.
Okay? That's Booker's team.
Yeah.
Get Kevin Durant out of there. They traded too many pieces for him. They destroyed their team for him.
Mm-hmm.
And let Booker be the guy, man. Him and Bradley Beal are just in his way, man.
Yeah, the Beal thing, too. Like, that, none of what they really did make sense. I'm probably with you on that, Q. Like, yeah, I think Booker's better.
Yeah.
I probably agree on that. And I'm just kind of spitballing. I don't know that I do have him in there in the top 10. I'm just wondering, and, is he elevated
if
himself?
If he wins it all, he'll have the right to say that because that would have meant remember, this kid was on the Olympic team.
Yeah.
So he had a year where he had the Olympic gold and a world championship.
Yeah.
Well, you can't deny him then. You
Right.
know what I mean? But
That'd be something.
I'm just saying, just as a whole.
And I don't think they are going to win it anyway. Q, thanks, man. I don't think they are anyway. Yeah, Booker's probably a name I definitely should have put into that group of like who still kind of rounds out that top 10 or 12. It's just I think I've got a sour taste in my mouth from the way things have gone the last couple of years for them. It's been ugly. Brad's in Glen Ellen. What's up, Brad?
Hey, how you doing? Just a quick thought about the Halliburton talk is I feel like you're missing out on Jalen Williams, who I would take over him. I think you could take Jaylen Brown over him. I think there's plenty of guys. His numbers were down this year. His
A little
points
bit.
were down. His
Yeah.
assists were down. Rebounds were down. It's just I think you're just getting caught up in 5 games, 8 games.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, I think he was probably a top 20-ish player anyway, and so has he really climbed 10 full spots? Maybe he hasn't. I'm not so sure about Jaylen Brown. I mean, maybe. I'm not so sure about Jalen Williams. Jalen Williams has been awful in this postseason up until about 2 games ago. He's been absolutely horrendous. I mean, one guy's like balling out. One guy had been horrendous in these playoffs. Again, up until about the last game and a half. So I'm not so sure about Jalen Williams. Maybe Jaylen Brown. But he was probably like I said, fringy top 20 anyway, and maybe has climbed up halfway, somewhere inside the top 15. Still got to have a top 10 guy, if you ask me, though. You know what it's a stark reminder of, Yerk? Bulls are nowhere close.
100% correct.
Nowhere close.
Nowhere close.
Because not only do they don't have a top 10, they don't have a top 15, they don't have a top 20, they don't have a top 25 player.
Well, there was no Bull in the top 50 list there except for a former Bull, which is Lauri Markkanen.
Lauri Markkanen,
That they had ranked at like 27th.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Yeah.
They're not even close. So you could think all you want, like, hey, maybe you don't need one of the top 10 guys. Look at Indiana or look at the run the Knicks have been on with, like, some really good players and a pretty good roster and a good coach. But, like, look at the run they're on. Maybe it is possible that they don't have anything close to what's still alive in these playoffs. They don't have anything. I mean, they don't, like, I've asked the question.
They're not going to get, and they're not going to get anything close.
No.
Not
I
in
don't
this
think
draft,
so.
right?
No. I don't.
Halliburton
Who
was
knows?
Halliburton was drafted by who? Sacramento?
Yes. Bulls could have drafted him. They chose not to. Sacramento.
Okay. Sacramento had
for
him.
Domitis.
And he got traded.
I've asked, like, is
So
Kobe...
Sacramento looked at him and said, nah.
Yeah. They had Fox and Halliburton.
I got you. But they said, nah.
I've asked if Kobe White's as good as Jalen Brunson, and I'm told I'm crazy. Of course he isn't. I think you're seeing even Jalen Brunson probably not quite good enough to get a team to a finals or to win 4 series, to win 16 games. I mean, Tibbs played the two of them down the stretch together last night. They had to split them up in Game 3 for crying out loud because of some of the liabilities. And when I asked that question a year ago, people were like, are you nuts? He's not. I said, could he be as good as Jalen Brunson? People were like, he's not as good as Jalen Brunson, not even close. So, like, if Kobe, maybe Matas blossoms here. And if, like, in 2 years we're looking at Matas going, oh, my God, they hit gold. They with the 11th pick, they stumbled into something amazing. Like if he's one of these great young players and we're starting to see it in 2 years and you say, he's going to be a top 15-ish player, they got a chance. Okay, but as of now, as we sit here today, it's a stark reminder, my friend, that they're not even close. We're going to fire off a list coming up next. We're into it, baby. 99 days to the start of the NFL season. And we had a lot of fun kicking off the list yesterday. We'll do it all spring and summer like we did last year. And so even though we had a shorter show and we're on early, we said let's fire away with another list. We'll do that coming up. We'll play Immaculate Carm for your chance to win a gift card to Alpine Food Shop today in Elmwood Park. Jeff Meller's got your pregame show for White Sox and Mets coming up in about 30 minutes. So you get early Carmen and York today. And we'll be back in 2 short minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. I love the heat. Give me 90 degrees and a chance to be outdoors, and I'm a happy guy. But when you step out of the heat and into your home or business, I totally appreciate being able to control the temperature to make everybody comfortable. My friends at Automatic keep your AC system running its best no matter what Mother Nature throws at us. And if something were to break down, Automatic can help find the best system for your space and have it back to the perfect temperature in no time. Go to Automatic.com. That's Atomatic.com.
Hey Chicago, IKEA is making it easier than ever to give your home a stylish, functional, and comfortable makeover with new local pickup points around the Chicago area. Just order online at IKEA.com and select a local pickup point near you, including Loyola University, University of Chicago, University of Illinois Chicago, and now Gurney Mills. Get fast, free local pickup available as soon as the next day. So whether you're looking to create your dream bedroom escape or making that perfect space to relax after work, shop IKEA.com and let IKEA bring it to you.
The 125th season of White Sox baseball. The 20-year anniversary of the 2005 World Series champs.
Sox winner and a world champion.
And a year of rebirth under new manager Will Venable. The fans will follow the Sox as they get back in the AL Central mix. And they will do it all on the White Sox radio network on ESPN Chicago. Tell your story to some of the most passionate fans in baseball. Consider advertising here. Send an email to whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com. That's whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Yurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
We're going to do a list here in a minute because the countdown is on to the start of the NFL season. Speaking of which, we mentioned this briefly during Crosstalk with Kap and Hoodie. The FPI ratings are out for the 2025 season, debuted by ESPN Stats and Info earlier today. So, Yerk, the Eagles are number 1 in the FPI, and they have a 12% chance of winning the Super Bowl, of repeating, and that's the best.
Right.
That's the best probability according to the Football Power Index. So, Eagles are number 1. The Saints, number 32. Bears get the Saints on the schedule this year as the season begins. So the highest power-rated team, the Eagles, the lowest, the Saints. I think that's about right. Like your top 5, Eagles, Chiefs, Ravens, Lions, Bills. Your bottom 5 are starting with the worst, 32. Saints, Titans, Browns, Jets, Panthers. Sounds about right to me.
The Bears got 3 of those 5 on the schedule.
They do, Yurko.
Yep, 3 of the 5 on the schedule.
Wait, who else is on the schedule that I'm missing? The Browns are on the schedule, the Saints are on the schedule, and who else in that group? You said 3 of the 5 worst ones?
Yeah, 3 of the 5 worst, yeah.
Who else?
You
The
mentioned
Panthers?
them.
Panthers, Jets, Browns, Titans, Saints.
Don't they play the Panthers?
No.
The Bears do not. Yeah, they play
It's
the
the
Saints and the
out of
Browns
South.
are on that
Yeah.
schedule.
They're the worst. Yeah, I got you. They got the AFC North, and they've got the worst teams in the NFC, and the Saints finished worse than the Panthers.
They do have the Eagles, Ravens, and Lions on the schedule.
Yeah, don't remind me.
Of some of the tough teams.
Yeah.
The Bears are 16th, by the way. It's right smack dab in the middle of the power rankings.
Doesn't make you a playoff team, though, does it?
That does not.
Which NFC team are they? Count down from the top.
Hold on, that's a good question.
So are they the 8th or the 9th team?
Eagles, Lions, Commanders, Packers, Rams, 49ers, Buccaneers, Vikings, Bears. Ninth team.
19, right?
There are 8 NFC teams ahead of them.
Ninth team.
No, this doesn't mean anything just yet. It's just
No,
the
it's
FPI,
just what
but it gives
what
you
the
a good.
FBI, yeah.
You
don't
My
know.
guess
Your
is the Bears
schedule-
are going to win about 9 games and maybe just
Your
miss the
schedule,
playoffs.
your
but-
schedule looks daunting, and it looks tough at the beginning of the year. The winnable games on your schedule include the Raiders.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so there's winnable games on the schedule that are absolute musts that you have to have. You can't give one of those games away.
Right.
And then in your very competitive games, you got to find a way to win games in your division.
Yeah.
So if you win your 4 bunnies that are on your schedule, that's what I'm going to call them. I'm going to call them bunnies. There's 4 bunnies on your schedule, and you can win 3 games in your division. That puts you at 7. And then you're okay. You've got a chance to surprise.
Yurko's giving you the roadmap here.
You
I
got
like
a
it.
chance to surprise with the rest of the stuff that's on your schedule.
Well, you may have noticed as I ripped off the list of those teams, all 4 teams in the division are in the top half of the league in the power rankings so far to start the year. And they even wrote a little blurb in the article detailing the release of the initial FPI for the year, who is the favorite in the loaded NFC North, and they kind of go through all the scenarios. The Lions lead the way with a 41% shot to win the division, even with all that they lost in terms of their coaching staff. The Packers clock in second at 25%, but they note all these teams have a chance. Even the Bears have a 15% chance of winning the division. So all 4 teams in the division come in the top half of the league in the original FPI release that happened earlier today. So there you have it. Let's do a list, shall we?
I'm ready.
All right, Chris. Let's spin the wheel. There are 100.
All right, day 99 until the NFL season. Yesterday, we got the list started. Our list was cars and TVs and movies.
I loved it.
Here we go. Today's list of lists. 99 days away from the start of the NFL season.
99 luft balloons.
Spinning the wheel.
The wheel is
spinning. Spinning.
Here, I'm going to get Yurko some
Spinning.
paper so we
I
can
got
write.
some-
Yurko wants paper. Spinning.
I got some papyrus.
It lands on 84.
84. List 84.
50 and 84.
This is good. We do not have enough time for this one today.
Oh, God.
Unfortunately, this is great. Let's all get together and be honest on this one. Number 84. Here's the list: movies or TV shows that made you cry.
Oh, my goodness.
Movies and TV shows that made you cry.
Not difficult, guys. Not difficult.
Believe
And
it or not, I
each
haven't
one of these I actually shed a tear at.
Really?
Yeah. This isn't. I mean, I'm getting emotional now just thinking of it.
I haven't cried.
And I've told
movies,
a story.
man.
I
Oh,
told a
man.
story on the air too.
I'm with you, Yerk. This
Yeah.
is an easy one.
Really? An easy one?
Absolutely. My top 3 are in.
My top 2 are in.
My top 3 are in. Made me cry.
One of them I've talked to you guys about, and it's insane. Like, I don't know why I cried at it, or not even cried, but like I almost did. I was like getting choked up. I was like, what?
Oh, I need one more. One more. Four
I need
four
one
came
more,
to me
too.
very easily. Movies, TV shows that made you cry.
I need one more as well.
I just wrapped up mine. I got all 5.
Wow.
Potsy.
Does Potsy go first?
Potsy.
I can go first.
If you want it,
If he's ready.
the tea's yours.
All right. For me, at number 5, I have Marley and Me.
Yeah,
Pretty good one.
Tears.
That's
sobbing.
Owen Wilson.
Yep.
Pretty good.
Yep.
Yeah, Marlene is pretty good.
A little animated show, Up, or the movie Up.
Up is excellent.
Oh,
yes.
Potsy.
Tears.
Yep.
Yes.
Oh, God. Here we go. Number 3, The Pursuit of Happiness.
Oh, very good. Okay. All right.
Number 2 for me, Air Bud. Oh, my gosh, dude. For like 20, 30 minutes, I'll be sobbing watching that movie.
Potsy, you and I have almost the same list.
Really? I love this. Number 1 for me, Friday Night Lights. It's got to be number. That was the first thing.
Okay.
The show, not the movie. The show.
Friday Night Lights.
The show. The show's an all-timer.
At least once a season, I'm in tears.
You've never seen the show?
Never watched
Carm,
Friends.
that's bad. That's like you're
With
starting
Kyle
that
Chandler?
tonight, man.
Never
Wow.
seen it.
Tammy Taylor?
Yeah, what is going on here?
Never seen it.
That's my 5. Tears, man.
That's pretty
Tears.
good. That's a pretty good list.
All right, since Potsy
Chris.
took like half of my list,
ahead, Chris.
I'll follow up here. The first 10 minutes of Up is just
I'm with you.
unreal.
Yeah.
It's incredible filmmaking, storytelling. It's great.
It is great.
I will throw in there the finale to The Fresh Prince.
Ooh, good one.
That's one that makes you tear up a little.
You loved it so much.
Yeah, and you know, the house is empty.
Right, yes.
Things are changing.
Yes.
Along those lines, the finale to Scrubs, where
good.
JD sees what his future could have been with Elliot. Like that's a tearjerker.
Good show.
Air Bud as well is on my list.
Wow.
And number 1, I cannot get through Marley and Me.
All right.
I can get it.
It is
a good one.
I can understand.
Yeah.
Honestly, any movie with a dog in it,
dogs.
it's just tears.
Yeah, dogs. Yeah.
The dogs. It's the dog thing. Yeah. For sure.
Number 5 on my
All right,
list.
Yurko.
You ready?
Yes.
When that selfish woman pushed poor Jack Dawson off the door, I had tears in my eyes. Titanic. One of Johnny Depp's finest films. Yes, I did. Titanic. And
Johnny
I called her
Depp?
selfish.
No, I think his next movie's
No,
Johnny
next
Depp.
movie.
Oh,
Johnny
okay.
Depp in Finding Neverland.
Yes.
Okay.
Excellent
Where
call,
he comes
Yurko.
over there and he does
That's
the
a
Peter
great
Pan
call.
thing, in front of her because she's sick.
That's
and
a
not
great
feeling
call.
well. The little boy in that
Okay.
movie.
Oh,
Cutting
my God.
edge.
Yeah. Finding Neverland's a tearjerker.
Watched this in the theater, cried in front of a girl. Free Willy. When that little whale made it over the top, I talked about it on the air. Free Willy.
I knew it.
Number 2, when those little kids are riding their bikes in California,
It's on my list. Of
and
course.
they're on there, and all of a sudden they're in space, flying in front of the moon. E.T., the extraterrestrial.
Yeah, it's on my list.
And number 1 on this list, if you don't cry during Brian's song, you're not a human
That's
being.
a pretty good one, Yurko.
All right,
If
yeah.
you don't cry during Brian's song, you are not a human being.
I was probably too young when I
Top
first saw
5.
Brian's song to understand
The original.
Yeah, the original, of course. Like I didn't have that on my list. I've got 2 that I know you guys are going to laugh at me about. Well, one of them I've talked about. You're like, why do you cry at that movie? I'm like, I don't know. E.T.'s number 5 on my list.
Yeah,
when I was a little kid, I mean,
E.T.,
E.T. for sure.
For sure, tears.
I'm with Chris and with Potsy too. Up gets you, man. I mean, it
Never
just-
watched it.
I
Sorry.
have 2 Pixar movies
Guilty.
on mine, and Up is one of them. Number 3, call me crazy, but the end of Ford versus Ferrari. I don't know. When he goes and he sees the little kid.
All right.
I can't believe it, man. I'm like, I was getting all choked up and emotional when Matt Damon goes and visits, and I don't want to ruin the movie. It's not that old. I mean, it's a true story, so I don't know that you can ruin it.
Ruin it.
True.
Go
you know,
ahead.
but when he goes and he sees the kid after the old man dies in the wreck, I can't help it. It's so touching. This one's the weird one for me. I can't explain this. You help me figure it out. And I've choked up a few times.
Oh, boy.
The end of Seabiscuit. I don't understand it. I don't get it.
Seabiscuit?
Seabiscuit. I get all choked up when the narrator's talking about that horse. I don't understand it, Yurka, for the life of me.
Well, I mean, listen, it's the way you feel, Carm.
I get all choked
Don't
up and emotional.
apologize.
And number 1, full on crying in the movie theater. My daughter was probably like 3 or 4 at the time. I'd have to go look when it was released. She was sitting on my lap. It's another Pixar movie. Coco. The end of Coco. Forget it. Yeah. And I think it has to do with like he's singing the song to his daughter and my daughter's on my lap and I was like
Your daughter turns around, looks at you, and just blurts out the words.
Oh my God, Coco, that's the list right there.
I'll
I
add
don't get
a,
the Seabiscuit thing. I'll never understand.
I'll add a sneaky one.
Okay, go.
Interstellar.
That's pretty good.
When he's communicating back to his daughter and she's a grown adult, like that stuff gets a little heavy.
That's a pretty good one, Chris. I'm not gonna lie. When he's banging on the wall trying to get her attention through like the other dimension,
right?
And you realize why the books were falling off the shelf. Oh yeah, that's a pretty good one. That's a pretty good one. Look at the lines light up. Everybody loves the list, Yurko. Look at it.
We're in a safe space. You can admit it, right?
That's
like,
right. 100%.
It's the best.
I almost cried during Goonies.
I can see that.
Yeah.
I love Goonies so much.
When
dude.
that ship comes out and they saved everything.
Dude.
Hey.
When they realized that he still had some of those precious gems and they didn't have to sell the land.
Between Chunk and
the
monster, John Matuzak.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, that's pretty good, Yerk. Big John's on the north side. Go ahead, John.
Come on, guys. I haven't talked to you guys in a while, and I cannot believe that, and you guys never came up with this movie. Absolutely makes anybody cry. Patrick Swayze and Ghost.
That's pretty good.
It is a good one.
It's a good
You're
call,
right,
John. All right.
You're right.
That's it. It's emotional.
Ditto.
Ditto.
Did he finally say he loved her at the end of the whole dang thing?
I don't remember. The ditto was his thing. She says.
Yeah, she said, I love you, and he would say ditto. He wouldn't say, I love you back.
Yeah. Well, that's where she tries to catch Whoopi Goldberg, right? She says he would never say that. And then he tells her, tell her ditto. Tell her ditto. Yeah.
Oh, you know what just popped into my head? Which is Castaway.
Castaway's pretty good. The end of
right? Like
pretty good, Chris.
Well, the sadness of her finally giving up and moving on, and she shows him how I waited. I waited. But at some point, I had to move on.
And he survived, and it's what did you get in the end?
He's got to accept exactly what's happened.
Yeah.
And then he ends up meeting some chick on the road.
Oh, yeah.
Not a bad thing.
It's the butterfly on the box.
That's right.
When he finally gets off the island and they have that scene where it's looking back and that music's playing, even that kind of gets you pretty choked up and emotional. That's a very good one.
Adam Dallas checked in.
Oh, Dallas list.
5, Scrubs finale.
Yeah.
4, Mo finale. It's a new show. Watch it. 3, Coco.
Coco. See, he's with me on Coco.
2, Toy Story 3.
Yeah.
Yes.
And 1, Up. He's a child.
Well, Toy Story 3, I believe that's he gives away the toys at the end, right? Like, isn't that the end? And that's what.
Yes.
That'd be
right? Like, it's.
They lost me at 2 with the mean kid.
I don't think I've seen him after 2.
They lost me at 2 with the mean kid.
3 is probably the best of the collection.
I'm going to have to go back and watch
I'm going to have to take your word for it.
I don't know that I've seen it in quite some time. Let's grab a few here real quick. Bob in Frankfurt, go ahead.
Hey, Carmen, I thought you had it. You guys just talked about Toy Story 3, the end when he drops off the toys to the little girl, and then Andy drives away and all the toys are there. That brought me to tears.
There you go. All right, we just got it. Bob was thinking the same way. Thanks, Bobby. Hank and Schaumburg. Go ahead, Hank. Oh, hold on.
Hey, guys. How you doing? Love your show.
Thanks,
I'm surprised Carmen and Yurk. I'm surprised you guys we're close in age. The greatest Denzel movie of all time, Man on Fire.
You cried at that
At the end when he saved the little girl, Dakota Fanning.
At the end when she runs to her mother. Come on.
Okay.
Come
all
on.
right, that's pretty good. Well, we love that movie. You know how much we love that movie, Hank.
Cold-hearted bastard.
But I never thought about crying at that one.
Yeah, maybe a tad bit misty-eyed because he's sacrificing himself for the girl.
All right, that's pretty good. Okay, Hank. Eddie on the north side. What up, Eddie?
Okay, it's a hard watch, and it's a gripping one. What Dreams May Come with Robin Williams.
Yeah, I've only seen that movie once, and I can't really speak to it all that well.
It's hard to get through, too.
Yeah, I remember. I'd have to even, you need a refresher on Eddie.
Dead Poets Society was an emotional one with him, too.
A little bit.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was.
At the end, he's getting fired as a teacher, and all he did was try to educate the boys.
Yeah. Eddie, thanks, buddy. Brian in Jefferson Park. Go ahead, quick.
What's up, boys? One movie and one specific scene. You could jump into it, and I see this scene, I start crying. The end of Stand By Me when River Phoenix is walking away and he disappears because he got stabbed breaking up a fight in a fast food restaurant.
That's a great
It's getting me now, boys. That's it. That's the only one.
Excellent call, Brian. Excellent call.
That's a good one.
Stand By Me, for sure. Great movie, can be very emotional at the end. That is 100%. James, New Lenox. Go ahead, James.
Hey, guys, can I throw a list at you real quick?
Yes,
go ahead.
All right, I'm not a big Tom Hanks fan, but Saving Private Ryan and Forrest Gump, especially when he meets his kid. Lion King with the Mufasa scene, obviously.
That's a good one.
John Q, pretty much the entire movie. And Braveheart, the scene at the end where the mercy scene.
I like
hang
that.
up and listen,
Good
guys.
call on
Thanks.
Saving Private Ryan. You know, when he's visiting, you realize he's an old man now and he's visiting the
real movie, not the adult version.
Yes,
of that
Yurko.
one. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
the real
Thank
one.
you. Very good. Good, you guys. Tom, go ahead. Crystal Lake.
Yeah, Field of Dreams.
That's not bad. Okay. I mean, the end of Field of Dreams when he's playing catch with his dad. That's a good one, Tom.
His dad?
Yeah.
Dad, you want to play catch? You want to play catch? Yes, Dad.
That's an excellent one. Yeah. Hey, Dad, you want to have a catch? That's very good.
J-Mo just checked in with that one.
With Field of Dreams?
Yeah, Field of Dreams.
See, this is why we need the help from the callers. There's a lot of good ones out there. We can't think of them all. Sam in Aurora. Go ahead, Sam.
Hey, got a Kevin Spacey classic for you. Pay It Forward.
terrific movie.
Yeah.
Very emotional ending.
Yeah, the kid's good in that, right? Who's the kid? Who's the young actor in that? The kid actor. I'm blanking on his name. He did all those movies.
Name of the movie's Trevor. Haley Joel Osment.
Haley Joel Osment. That's it. Yes, and Helen Hunt's in that one. Good one, Sam. Cameron, we'll do two more. Cameron on 294. Go ahead.
Hey, what's up, guys? A happy cry animated movie, Meet the Robinsons. The first movie I ever cried in was I Am Sam. Very sad one. And then Jack Frost. My mom thought it was a great idea to take my sister and I to that. Just a few months after my dad died. It's all about someone's dad dying and coming back as a snowman. So we give her a ton of crap about that still.
Dude, that's a harsh one, Cameron. I can only imagine. And the other Christmas movie that sort of fits that bill is Christmas Chronicles, if you've ever seen it.
I've got one that I missed.
Oh, my gosh.
St. Vincent of Sheephead's Bay with Bill Murray.
Bill Murray.
Yes.
Terrific.
Melissa McCarthy is in that one, too.
That movie was great.
That's a great movie.
Yeah.
If you don't shed a tear when they give them the award at the end, you're not a human being.
It's pretty great.
Yeah.
Tim on the road. You're the last one. Go ahead, Tim.
Hey, all-time classic, guys. Everyone's missed it, but and maybe it's just because I'm old, but Old Yeller is like the all-time cry at the end of the movie.
It's another
I'm going to
dog
cry
movie.
right now.
It's another dog movie. Yeah, and it is an old movie, but that's a good call. I don't think anybody said Old Yeller, and it's a dog dying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did Rin Tin Tin ever die, or did he just...
I don't know.
He lose his job?
I think...
he just lost his job.
I think you might be right. That was a great list, you guys. We're 2 for 2. We're off to a
I got
killer
tears
start.
in my eyes just thinking about
Seabiscuit.
St. Vincent of Sheephead's Bay.
We'll do Immaculate Carm coming up next.
Carmen Jurko. Don't worry, they'll be right back before you know it. Right here on Chicago's home for sports and the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. Picture yourself. Cold Yingling in hand, warm breeze blowing through the bar, wild sports takes being hurled from the stage. It's Carmen and Jurko's Summer Friday. Join the boys this Friday as they broadcast live from Hillgrove Tap in Western Springs, presented by Yingling. You didn't really need an excuse to start your weekend early, did you? But that's what Yingling and Carmen and Jurko provide with Summer Fridays. See you Friday from noon to 3, live from Hillgrove Tap in Western Springs. And please, enjoy responsibly.
White Sox fans, don't miss out on our 125-year anniversary promotions in June. Between the 1993 Division Champs Rope Hat, presented by Wintrust on June 7th, Southside legend Ray Durham bobblehead, presented by United on June 8th, and Southside legend Louis Aparicio bobblehead, presented by United on June 29th, there's something for everyone. To purchase tickets and for the entire promotional schedule, visit whitesox.com/promos.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Exciting things are happening in Madison. Market Square Crossing is a 50-acre mixed-use development perfect for retail, hospitality, and more. Just 30 minutes from downtown Chicago, it's a prime spot to grow your business. Learn more at villageofmadison.org.
It's graduation season again, and nothing compliments a cap and gown quite like a fresh haircut from Great Clips. Use online check-in to get in for a confidence-boosting cut on your schedule and get ready to walk across the stage in style. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer. Our policy is to provide equal opportunity employment, development, and advancement to all current and potential teammates. If you are an organization that maintains a job bank, provides employment information, or gives job referrals, you may request to be placed on the station's mailing list for future career opportunities. To learn more about careers at Good Karma Brands, please email careers@goodkarmabrands.com.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
This just in. The NFL schedule has dropped, and you know what that means. It's go time. Adam Schefter here with the Insider Tip. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, it's time to snap your tickets up now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN. So don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. If an accident has you sidelined, Postman Law is ready to fight for you. Over $3 billion recovered for their clients, delivering speed, ease, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN now. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Jurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
All right, every Wednesday we like to play a fun, dumb game called the Immaculate Carmen. I'll give you clues. You got to figure out who we're talking about for today, all right? It's always something timely.
It's timely.
Always something timely.
It's timely. I'm guessing basketball.
Okay.
That's what I'm telling you right now. That's what direction
I
I'm
think we had
thinking.
basketball last week, too, though.
Yeah, well, I mean, this time of the year. Maybe it's hockey.
Brought to you, as always, by the Village of Elmwood Park. Today's winner's going to get a $50 gift card for one of the best sub shops in town, Alpine Food Shop. Great place. So we will play Immaculate Carmen. When you, I think you know, be the first correct caller at 312-332-3776.
Does Twitch have it? Does Twitch have it?
Not yet. Not yet.
Good.
No.
Good.
All right, you ready?
That means it's a pure game right now.
Okay, clue number one.
Clue number one.
One of the wealthiest amongst all his peers. One of the wealthiest.
One of the wealthiest.
Amongst all his peers.
Amongst all his peers.
Someone with a lot of money. Mucho dinero. Probably some American money, too.
Oh, are you saying it as mucho dinero? Because I'm going south of the border now.
Don't do that.
Okay.
One of the wealthiest.
One of the wealthiest.
Among all his peers. You need something to write on your?
No, I've got it.
Okay.
No, I'm fine.
As I want you to venture a guess.
I don't have it.
Here's clue 2. This might give it to you. Clue 2. Immaculate Carmen. Brat Pack, sort of. Brat Pack, sort of.
Why does it? I feel like it's golf then. I feel like it's golf, like that Jordan Spieth, Bubba Watson.
Definitely not what I was thinking.
You
I'm
know what
thinking
I'm
of like
saying?
the real Brat Pack. Chris, I had the same reaction you did. Golf?
Yeah. No.
Okay,
No, it's like it's a real.
The old Brat Pack or the new Brat
The
Pack?
original Brat Pack. Brat Pack, sort of. There was always like this weird like who was really in it and who wasn't. Brat Pack, sort of. That should be the best clue. One of the wealthiest amongst all his peers. Brat Pack, sort of. Clue 3. No. But now you're thinking in the right
in the
genre.
realm.
Yeah,
in the realm.
Yeah. Clue 3. No, he wasn't in the Brat Pack. Clue 3. Pete Mitchell.
Pete Mitchell, former tight end that I played with for Boston College.
I knew he was going to say that.
Pete Mitchell.
I knew he was going to say that. He's got it. Yurko got it. Yurko's got it. Twitch has it too.
I got it.
I knew you were going to say the former tight end.
Yeah, my guy. Love Pete Mitchell.
I swear to God, I knew you were going to say that.
But as I said it, I remembered.
Yes.
I remembered something else.
One of the wealthiest amongst all his peers. Brat Pack, sort of. Pete Mitchell.
Fringe.
Yurko's got it. Twitch has it. I'm sure a call's going to. Yeah, now the phones are starting to light up. 312-332-3776. And your fourth and final clue, and this is amazing, and this is, as far as I can tell, factual. I checked a couple of sources.
Factual.
12 billion in box office receipts. 12 billion in box office
worldwide
receipts. Yeah, that's
billion.
a worldwide number.
Worldwide.
Yes, one of the wealthiest amongst his peers, Brat Pack, sort of. Pete Mitchell and 12 billion.
You could be an investor.
in box office
worldwide.
Investors? You. All right, let's go to, I think we finally got a winner. I think it was one of the first callers, too.
Looks like it's
And
Bob in
It is
Woodridge.
Bob in Woodridge. Bob, who is it?
It would be Tom Cruise.
You are correct. It would be the one and only Tom Cruise.
Tom Cruise.
Bobby, nicely done. Sit tight. The guys are going to send you a $50 gift card to Alpine Food Shop, thanks to the folks at the Village of Elmwood Park. Remember, he did have a role in The Outsiders, which kind of kicked off the whole Brat Pack thing in the 80s with Rob Lowe, and Matt Dillon was in that, and Emilio Estevez. And Tom Cruise was like one of those, like, I don't know if he was ever officially in it when they dubbed the term, but he was like, sometimes people say he definitely was one of those guys. I don't know. To me, it's like you got to be, it's Ali Sheedy, it's Molly Ringwald, it's Rob Lowe, Andrew McCarthy, and then who did I say that? Oh, and Emilio Estevez. Like that's the real meat of the
And
crew.
who's the guy that played
That was
Anthony
it.
Michael Hall? You wasn't
Yeah,
part of
Anthony
that?
Michael Hall probably was in that group too. You're probably right, Yerk. The old Brat Pack crew.
Molly Ringwald. Did
Molly
you say
Ringwald, I
Molly
said.
Ringwald?
And now
All
Did you say Demi Moore?
I didn't say Demi Moore. Was she
Mystic
technically in
Pizza.
that?
She was Mystic Pizza in that.
She was in that group,
Maybe
right?
you're right. Maybe you're right because she probably is in that like core
group.
That core group from the Brat Pack from the 80s. That's a good call.
And the guy, did you name the guy that's in
Breakfast Club, the Ruffian?
No.
Yeah. What's Judd?
Judd Bushler.
No, not Judd Bushler.
Judd Bushler.
Weekend at Bernie's.
Andrew McCarthy, I said.
Okay,
yes,
McCarthy,
for
yeah.
sure. And then Judd, why am I blanking on his name? Judd Nelson, right?
Judd Nelson.
Yeah, Judd Nelson.
There
He's
you go.
definitely in that crew.
There you go.
Yeah, good call. There you go, folks. All right, that was a quick show today, but a fun one. We got a normal ride tomorrow. The White Sox are coming up, so you're going to get day baseball. Jeff Maller's got your pregame coming up here. Sox and Mets will wrap their series. Then Waddle and Sylvie. Chris will crosstalk with the guys during the 6 o'clock hour. Then he'll be on till 7, and he'll take you to Game 5 in OKC between the Thunder and the T-Wolves. And a Thunder win will send OKC into the NBA Finals, which start next week. Thanks to Black. Thanks to Justin Pottinger. Thanks for listening and calling. Another fun list. And we'll have a full ride with you tomorrow. Enjoy some day baseball, everybody. Have a great Wednesday. White Sox baseball is on the air coming up next.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
White Sox